are. Watching right-wingers become anti-death penalty when it's someone, or anti-violence when it's someone that is a right-winger that is the victim of violence. When I say no one deserves this, I mean it, right? Like, I mean that. Those motherfuckers don't mean it. They spent most of their life talking about exactly who deserves it. When they say no one deserves this, they actually mean, no, one of our guys don't deserve it. Your guys deserve it all the time. That's what's so annoying.
In the wake of the murder of Charlie Kirk, celebrated in death for his embrace of freedom.
Dude, I can't get over the fact that, like, Democratic legislators were assassinated in their homes, like, what, 2 months ago? And there was no conversation. It was like literally only, there was a point of contention. There was a conversation about political violence because for like the first couple of hours, they just cynically claimed that the shooter was a leftist. And then as soon as we found out that the shooter was right-wing, it went away. I can't believe it. It almost feels like the media design, the media landscape design here is like, if you are right-wing, you're a person, you're a human. If you're leftist, liberal, Democrat, doesn't matter. You're just not a human. Like you get killed and it's not even a footnote. Trump doesn't even show up to your funeral, calls you kooky, says you got lies about like why you got killed. Literally says like, oh, you did this to yourself. And then we just move on. For the last 24 hours, when there was a back and forth about whether or not this person was like a Nazi or something, when it came out that he was like a, you know, conservative, came from a conservative family, good stock, you know, that type of shit. I thought the story was going to go away. But now that they found a way to slam trans and leftists back into the conversation, it's back again. It feels like it's so clearly one directional, like whose deaths we must mourn versus whose deaths we overlook. If it is a right-wing neo-Nazi shooter that is doing the 100th school shooting, you overlook that because it's just, you know, who knows? Mental health. If there is even a likelihood that the shooter might be trans, though, we got to talk about that because, God damn it, is the left is so violent. I don't know. It's so strange. It's so strange.
Freedom of speech in life, tensions over speech are flaring. Utah Governor Spencer Cox on Friday calling for calm.
Charlie posted to social media, when things are moving very fast and people are losing their minds, it's important to stay grounded. Turn off your phone, read scripture, spend time with friends, and remember, internet fury is not real life.
But in the wake of Kirk's death, online fury indeed, and swift reaction to it. 2 faculty members at East Tennessee State University, among several in academia facing backlash, placed on administrative leave following complaints about their online comments. In Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis' education commissioner issued a warning to teachers making disgusting comments about the shooting. Writing in a memo, I will be conducting an investigation of...
This is literally what Republicans, once again, used to complain about the quote-unquote left. Liberals and leftists, cancel culture, free speech. They hate it. And it's so interesting to me that on the one hand, they're like, Charlie Kirk was a free speech icon. While on the other hand, they're just like bashing you in the head with this inconsistency where they're like, how dare you exercise free speech against a free speech icon like this? We're gonna cancel you. Like, how, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I've seen so many interesting takes online about this where people will be like, people just say shit that I would never say because they're like, oh, we should do a free speech circle at every college campus in honor of Charlie Kirk. And then someone will cold retweet it and say something that I'm not even going to say out loud because I don't want to get clipped because everybody's trying to cook me. But it's so strange that like people are like, they made a doxing website, like a Canary Mission, Israel style doxing website. Now you make me Spanish rather than this. Watch them. They made a doxing website to identify anyone who hasn't like sufficiently mourned or grieved Charlie Kirk. And they got 20,000 names and their addresses and shit on said website. And they're claiming that these people actually contributed to Charlie Kirk dying.
Every educator who engages in this
no shot that's true? Huh. It sounds incredible, right? It sounds insane, right? except it's not. It's real. That's a real thing that they did. Microsoft tweeted, "We are aware of the views expressed by a small subset of our employees regarding recent events. We take matters like this very seriously, and we're currently reviewing each individual situation. Comments celebrating violence against anyone are unacceptable and do not align with our values." What is this? Hi, my name is Rachel. I'm first on the website, and the North American far right is using to target people that celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. There's one problem. I never did that.
Currently first on a website claiming to expose Charlie Kirk's murderers. You might be wondering how I got here. I'm kind of wondering that too. I already told this story to Wired, but let me tell it to you now in my own words. Because for the last 2 days, I've been getting messages like this nonstop, claiming to know where I live and saying they're coming for me. Now, what did I say to deserve all of this? Let's go to the website and read the screenshots that they included of me celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder. I said I was terrified to think of how far-right fans of Kirk, aching for more violence, could very well turn this into an even more radicalizing moment. Will they now believe their fears have been proven right and feel they have a right to retaliate regardless of who actually was behind the initial shooting? That analysis came from the fact that I am an experienced journalist who has extensively covered right-wing extremism. That's also why, by the way, a lot of people hate me and want to shut me up. And I was immediately proven right. Many far-right personalities are using this as an excuse to agitate and retaliate against their political enemies. That includes former conservative leader Andrew Scheer, because this is where it all started for me. The hate massively escalated when former conservative leader and sitting currently conservative MP Andrew Scheer took my words and called me twisted and said I have so much hate in me. Pierre Poilievre's wife also boosted this post. Then things got even worse when I got a DM from a friend of mine telling me about this website. She sent me the link, and at first I thought she must have sent me the link to the direct post about me on this website. But then I double-checked the link and I realized this was the homepage. My name was first. And then things exploded. The flood of threats turned into a tsunami. And as it escalated, I shared that I was scared. Then several massive American right-wing accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers took a screenshot of that.
Bro, that is like, they proved her right, dude. They were like, yeah, wait till you see how right your initial assessment was, which is ironic because we're mad about your initial assessment. Well, okay, then don't prove it right, you psycho. The problem with this kind of behavior online is that they actually love crying as they hit you, you know? That's it. Do not go on that website. There's probably a bunch of different malware and keyloggers, IP trackers and shit on that website, for the record.
And shared it saying I deserved it without showing what I actually said. And suddenly I was like the face of people celebrating Charlie Kirk's murder, even though that literally never happened. And it's made the last 48 hours of my life a living hell. Every single person who's ever disliked me is using this as a chance to get their pound of flesh. But this is the part I really want you to hear. It's not just me. There are tons of people listed on this site who aren't public figures, who have never dealt with this before, and I am terrified for them. Some of the posts on this website are private messages. People are snitching on folks in their lives. And if they've received what I've received in the last 48 hours, which I'm sure they have, This
is like 2016 Trump's first election. No, Republicans were never this Republicans in 2016 were yelling at the liberals because the institutions were still like slanted in the direction of liberalism. This is a totally new phenomena. Republicans used to cry and complain about this kind of shit, where now they're doing it. It's the same as Republicans talk about cancel culture or like for years and years saying like, oh, Democrats hate free dissemination of information. They hate free speech, while simultaneously turning around and being like, things are woke, things are CRTs, things are DEI. We have to delete them. That is a real initiative to change American history, and it's a successful one. Just like when these guys go, Charlie Kirk was a free speech champion. How dare you use your free speech to criticize him in the aftermath of his untimely demise? You need to be punished. You need to lose your freedom.
so worried about them. People are out for blood right now. And there are people out there who are using this moment irresponsibly to serve up their perceived political enemies as a sacrifice. And for what? They're just proving me right. And I just really hope no one makes good on these threats, because I now have to live as if they might.
Ted Cruz posted this. Oh my God. What the is, dude, the AI, what? Criticizing someone does not equal celebrating their death. You keep repeating this. What you on about, bro? Are you talking to me? I never said criticizing someone is an equal to celebrating their death. They're the ones who are saying that. Republicans are saying that. They're conflating the two. There's perhaps no better. I mean, look at whose community you're in, okay? I never celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. As a matter of fact, I was pretty shook by it. And obviously, I would never advocate for violence against a political enemy, especially Charlie Kirk. Even from ideological points of view, I don't believe that this is the appropriate measure. But also, outside of that, I'd be putting myself in the crosshairs too. So even from a self-preservation perspective, you should understand, like, nobody who's going to go sit next to Charlie Kirk on a debate stage is going to be advocating for him to be assassinated, right? But that hasn't changed people's minds. They're consistently saying over and over again that, like, I did this, my community did this, I've advocated for this, and there needs to be some kind of punishment.
Sanctionable behavior. Govern yourselves accordingly. The fallout also appearing in corporate America. Delta Airlines announcing it suspended several employees over their social media posts. Office Depot firing a Michigan employee who called a poster for a Kirk vigil propaganda and refused to print it. The company apologizing, saying in a statement, the behavior displayed by our associate is completely unacceptable and insensitive. The response also in the federal government, a Secret Service agent put on administrative leave with an investigation underway following comments described as inappropriate. Tonight, a line being drawn over Discourse.
You should be allowed to say outrageous things. You should be.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about this shit too? Like, brother, half the time people are yelling at others who are not celebrating Charlie Kirk's death or anything like that, but simply saying this is what he believed and putting his quotes on. People are getting fired for posting Charlie Kirk quotes. What the like, what are we doing? You're gonna like what the hell? There are mad people getting fired right now, left and right, after these like the conservative outrage machine is in full tilt, okay? Going nutty mode on the timeline. I said, these guys are talking about how much they love Charlie Kirk's free speech and then demanding people get fired for posting his direct quotes. Meet U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Ladnier, the Provost Marshal of Fort Eustis, Virginia. He has thoughts about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and they don't seem in the least sympathetic. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth it to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. Charlie Kirk. MLK was awful, Kirk said. He's not a good person. He said one good thing he actually didn't believe. Charlie Kirk, December 2023. The Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast has now turned into an anti-white weapon. Charlie Kirk, March 2025. I don't like the word empathy. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage. Also, Charlie Kirk. It's just quotes. Like, Charlie Kirk's assessment on this, if sincere, is that, like he said, you could say outrageous shit. Like, you could literally celebrate, as he did with, like, George Floyd and numerous other people. You should be able to, unironically, celebrate it and not see any repercussions for it. That's his worldview. That's not even my worldview. You know what I mean? But these guys aren't even doing that. These guys are just simply showing quotes, which is good. Like, you know, that's not even what these people are doing, right? He never celebrated, you liar. He never celebrated what? Isn't that not your view, though? So why are you saying, yeah, free speech means you don't go to jail, not people don't think you're a horrible person or an idiot? Dumbass. We're talking about the American government taking action against people who they have perceived as political enemies by using what happened to Charlie Kirk as this spark. What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't give a about like people's distaste or anger. Who's gone to jail? Are you going to be outside of the jail when it happens? Are you going to be protesting? What do you mean, who's gone to jail? I'm talking about what the president has said so far, you baboon. What the do you mean, who's gone to jail? That's what the president said. Take it up with him. Why are you yelling at me? Stephen Miller said we're going to hit a RICO charge on anybody that's ever exhibited what they consider to be bad opinions, and you're over here yelling at a Twitch streamer. Oh. So somebody said that, nothing has happened. Listen, dipshit, you can't say somebody when that somebody that we're talking about is the president, and the other is like one of the most notable the administration's most notable advisor, Stephen Miller. What the do you mean somebody? Also, this administration has already put people in jail for their speech. Mahmoud Khalil comes to mind. Do you remember? For criticizing Israel. I'm sure you didn't have a lot of issues with that either, because ultimately you don't have any sort of serious principle that you're abiding by. This screenshot at post makes no criticism held. This could be a fancifully quoting his favorite lines. Charlie was such a up guy that quoting him implicitly reasons trying to make him look bad. That's deeply sad. This was his life's work. Own it. If Obama said we're going to war with the right, we are going to dismantle all right-wing organizations that arrest those right-wing terrorists, the right would be up in arms. Exactly. It doesn't make any sense. Many of the quotes are out of context, though. I feel like sharing them like this is weird. Okay, here's a quote that's not out of context. When Charlie Kirk was asked, you have a 10-year-old daughter, okay? If she was raped, would you carry a pregnancy to term because of your anti-abortion stance? His answer was yes, okay? That was not out of context. He just straight up said, yes. That's the level that he was willing to ride or die for his worldview. He said, yes, the child will be delivered. So one must ask the question, why? Like, why do you find yourself going, oh, these are out of context? Because there are instances where people get clipped out of context. Like, for example, the empathy quote, he said on numerous occasions. On some occasions, he follows that up by saying he actually cares about sympathy, but that's for a different day, for example. Or in certain instances, because he said the empathy thing a lot. He said that it was, invented by Bill Gates, Bill Clinton, I believe. Like, there have been a million different places where he said this, and sometimes he follows that up with, I have compassion and we should have compassion, okay? So in that regard, you could say, oh, it's out of context, okay? Your time on this platform is numbered. Oh my God. Once again, this is deplatforming. It's a separate thing. This is not free speech, right? Free speech is when the government intervenes in speech, which the government is intervening in speech. So when I talk about like Donald Trump or Stephen Miller talking about prosecuting political dissidents for their speech, that's what I'm talking about. That's actually anti-free speech. When we talk about cancel culture, okay, when we talk about cancel culture and this kind of like deplatforming initiatives, this is another thing that the Republicans have routinely criticized and yelled about, and Charlie Kirk has done so as well. Do you understand? Republicans are doing that now, and they've never really stopped doing that, but they're doing it a lot more aggressively now. They just keep crying and going, your days are numbered. You need to be banned. You need to be banned. Why? Because you misunderstood something, or you got inflamed, you got whipped up into a frenzy to believe things, to believe that I've said things that I don't actually believe. Is that what happened? That's it. This guy just posted quotes, though. It seems like just posting the quotes implies he thinks because he said X is fine that he died. First of all, that's your assessment of the situation. Okay? That's your assessment of the situation. That's not what he said. But even if he implied that, you're adding that assessment onto it, assuming that he implied that, okay? He could very easily feel that political violence is completely unacceptable, as do I, right? He could feel like Charlie Kirk did not deserve this, as did I, but simultaneously make an accurate assessment of his worldview in the process. He didn't say any other words. The reason you have to ask yourself, okay, why do you feel this way? Why do you feel like this makes Charlie Kirk look bad? If these are positions that he's had, and these are positions he has defended on college campuses. But now when you look back at it and it makes you feel bad, ask yourself why. And I know, I mean, this is an issue that hits close to home for me because I say incendiary shit all the time too, especially in my most passionate moments. Okay? If there was a role reversal, everybody would be talking about how a terrorist has been taken out, a one that loved 9/11 and wants to do more 9/11. Now that is an improper assessment of my words. But if they were to say America deserved 9/11, that'd be a quote. Do you understand? Does that quote reveal the full extent of my worldview or what I implied when I was talking about that? No, of course not. I was talking about the concept of blowback. But this statement, the Civil Rights Act, though, let's be clear, created a beast, and that beast is now turned into an anti-white weapon. This is something that he did believe. This is like, even if there is more to there's more nuance to it, the nuance is still in the direction of Charlie Kirk not being misconstrued here, but simply not being able to fully defend his position of how white people are under attack in the aftermath of the Civil Rights Act. Do you get it? Out of context for a quote only works if within context, the meaning of those words or the direction of those words change. Okay? If the meaning and the direction of the words don't change with additional context, then it's apt. It's just an abbreviated version. That's the difference. So if you feel as though these things do not look in a positive light, do not leave you feeling positively about Charlie Kirk, then you probably don't agree with Charlie Kirk. You've just conditioned yourself into thinking that you agree with his worldview, but you probably don't. Do you understand? Even the example I used earlier, the one that like Elon Musk keeps highlighting, where I'm talking about like Democrats need to be way more vicious. They need to be shanking their opponents in the debate stage, right? That's not a real call to action. I'm using a metaphor in that regard to say Democrats need to become more aggressive and actually fight back on the debate stage. I'm talking about literally a debate, right? But they clipped it in a way to make it seem as though I'm saying Democrats need to like kill their political opposition. They need to like stab and kill their political opposition. That is a great example of something being out of context. Yeah, it was the Warnock-Walker debate that I was talking about. These quotes are out of context though. Then explain why and how. Because I know Charlie Kirk's worldview very well. I've debated him and I know what he believes. I've talked about his views on a million different occasions. We both rose to prominence at the same time in our respective sides of the ideological spectrum. And these things are not out of context. Like when Charlie Kirk was taking an anti-MLK tone, that was real. That was a deliberate, that wasn't like he loved MLK, actually. And he was just simply saying like, MLK actually, you know, when he says MLK was awful, Kirk said, he's not a good person. He said one good thing he actually didn't believe. So when you actually look at that quote, do you think he was saying actually MLK is awful at playing basketball or something? You think that's what he was talking about? And that's why the context is actually totally removed from this situation? MLK was awful. Yeah, MLK was awfully good at speaking. And then they ripped the last part and they just kept MLK was awful. Or do you feel like you kind of agree with his worldview, but when it's laid bare in front of you, you just have a hard time with it? No, I literally highlighted it. I didn't steal the joke, chatter. I highlighted it.
Be allowed to say contrarian things.
In the wake of the assassination of a man who defended it. Steve Patterson, NBC News.
We thank you for watching. And
well, this week's fruitcake is President-elect of the Oxford Union, the world's leading debating society. His name is George Aberonye. He debated against Charlie Kirk back in May.
So, of course, you have the agency to do that. With all due respect, have you been to London the last 10 years? Men can do whatever they want.
I live in London.
Are they happier? Men can dress how they want. Men can act how they want. And go to any club. Has it worked?
Yeah, but also we've had austerity. There are other factors outside of simply just.
Do you see what you're doing? Respectfully, you're scrambling for an excuse to get away from.
Like this one is one of the worst videos of like the outrage that has been manufactured in the aftermath. New. Arizona sports outlet Phoenix Sports has fired lead Phoenix Suns reporter Gerald Bourguet, I don't know how you say his last name, after he questioned why outrage over right-wing activist Charlie Kirk's killing was louder than outrage over school shootings, mass deportations, or the hundreds of videos of horrific murders in Gaza, which Kirk cheered on. Phoenix, in a statement, said the network takes matters involving violence very seriously and had parted ways with Bourguet to keep its community a safe place. Gerald Bourguet was not endorsing violence, but was urging readers to apply the same moral standard to all killings. He wrote, "To many of you who are more concerned with being polite and appearing to be good people rather than showing some damn backbone and standing on the principle to condemn hate, the network did not explain how his comments made Phoenix less safe." Bourguet's case joins a wave of recent firings and suspensions, including an MSNBC. Bourguet's case joins a wave of recent firings and suspensions, including an MSNBC analyst, a FEMA employee, a Carolina Panther staffer, over commentary on Kirk's death. Explain to me how this is unacceptable. Political differences are not the same thing as spewing hateful rhetoric on a daily basis, and refusing to mourn a life devoted to that cause is not the same thing as celebrating gun violence. Just so we're 100% clear on that. He was a father. Half of y'all didn't give him a damn about doing anything to stop gun violence when the victims of mass shootings were literal children. And those kids weren't bigots spreading genocidal propaganda or a mindset he directly fed into with this holy grail of ironies. If you're saddened by today's political violence, horrified by the video, or repulsed by my response, ask yourself why your reaction was different when it came to school shootings, mass deportations, or the hundreds of videos of horrific murders in Gaza, which Kirk cheered on. Truly don't care if you think it's insensitive or poor timing to decline the respect an evil man who died. Too many of you are more concerned with being polite and appearing to be good people rather than showing some damn backbone and standing on principle to condemn hate. Don't you think that quoting someone like Charlie Kirk in a way that paints them in a strongly negative light by not providing context, if it is out of context, if something is truly out of context and you try to frame someone in a hyper negative light, you are trying to either tarnish their reputation, smear them, or in the most maximalist position, even potentially trying to get people to engage in violent actions against them. Yes, this is true, but you have to prove how Charlie Kirk was being taken out of context in these instances and how this was not his worldview at all. Was Charlie Kirk pro-Civil Rights Act? If the answer is no, then it's not out of context, okay? Has Charlie Kirk said that he would be worried about a black pilot? Is that out of context or is that actually in context? I mean the gun take mostly. Oh, you mean this one? Charlie Kirk says gun deaths unfortunately worth it to keep the Second Amendment. Did he say that or did he not say that? He said there are people who die in society all the time. 40,000 people a year died to vehicular accidents. Okay, I know the actual quote. He said there are a lot of people who die due to gun violence. Is that unfortunate? Yes, but that is worth it to keep the Second Amendment. He said the risks outweigh the results. So how is the additional context that I just offered you changing what he just said? Unless you believe it is worth it, like all the gun deaths are worth it to keep the Second Amendment, which many people do believe, right? Many people do believe. Charlie Kirk certainly believed it. What doesn't make sense in this circumstance is, like, if you believe it and Charlie believed it and you argue for it and Charlie argued for it, why are you saying it's out of context? I don't agree with the gun take. I'm European. I just feel like demonizing right-wing figures leads to these situations. Dog, you're the one who is adding the demonic tint to Charlie Kirk's statement. Do you not understand this? Okay? There are tens of millions of Americans that listened to Charlie Kirk say that and went, I love this take. What a wonderful take. I'm going to repeat this take. I believe it. Charlie Kirk certainly was one of those people who believed it. It's not like he went back and said, actually, I was misunderstood. I think we should eradicate gun violence. I think we need some reasonable gun control. He didn't say that. He said violence is a constant. It's going to happen. Okay. And if that's what it takes, you know, if violence keeps happening with guns, it is what it is. That's a price I'm willing to take. I'm willing to have gun violence as long as I can keep my guns. So if you hear someone's opinion like this, okay, it's additionally funny because you're European, but you hear someone's opinions like this being reflected on, and you feel like it's poor, like you feel like this doesn't actually look good, then you've made that assessment in your mind. Now, are there instances where people actually actively try to lie about a person's position? Yes, there are. Okay? There are. It happens to me all the time. I'm sure it happens to Charlie as well, or it happened to Charlie as well in the past, right? It happens to right-wingers, it happens to left-wingers. It's an unfortunate part of this process, okay? But it is up to you to make that honest assessment and make up your own mind. You can't have it both ways. You can't be like, the appropriate thing to do here is to lie about a person's positions, to lie about their advocacy. I feel like it's distasteful. It's a disservice to their political output. One last question. Do you think throwing the word fascist has gone too far? No. No, of course not. Dude, you're in the chat of a person who gets called a terrorist every day. What do you mean? Okay? There's actual violence against those who are declared terrorists. There is no violence against those who are declared fascists, okay? Historically, yes. Contemporary society, no. If someone is behaving like a fascist, of course you have to call that out. What good is any assessment of history if we're not going to use it to interpret modern day events? Okay? That's it. Are you for or against gun control? I'm for gun control. You know what's really funny? If you want to see the term fascist being utilized inappropriately, look to every right-wing commentator, including but not limited to Charlie Kirk, when they're living under a Democratic leadership. Okay? Donald Trump has called the Democrats fascists. Charlie Kirk has done the same. Okay? That's what's so funny about it. These guys will be like, oh man, I can't believe you're calling my mass deportation policies. My mass deportation policies that harken back to the darkest chapters of global history, the Holocaust. You're calling them correctly fascist. That is really up. You're doing violence against me. Yeah, here, look.
American politics today is between these far-left fascists led by Harris and her group. We have a fascist person running who's incompetent. She's a Marxist, communist, fascist, socialist. She's not actually a socialist. She's gone past that. Somebody's got to explain this woman. There's a radical left Marxist, communist, fascist.
It's just so stupid. It's so stupid. There is no consistency, no honesty in our discourse, man. Yeah. This entire campaign to cancel and get fired every person who says something critical of Charlie Kirk after his assassination is clearly something the right has the power to do, just as the left had the power to do it to people who offended them at the height of cancel culture. It was wrong then when the left did it, and it's wrong now that the right is doing it. You either believe in debate and free speech in the First Amendment or you don't. Clearly, very few people believe in that anymore. The problem for those of you who reject that founding idea is that the only other alternative is violence, and that's absurd. We're not resolving our conflict violently. It's just not possible. So go ahead and reproduce this new right-wing cancel culture to replace left-wing cancel culture. Now, the reason why I don't agree with Ryan Grimm here entirely, sometimes he is a little boomer-coded, is because there's never been a moment in American history where the right has not celebrated cancel culture. Everybody does it, but the right is also very good at marketing. They do it, and while they're in the process of doing it, they claim it's just the left's doing. And that actually stuck for a very long time, okay? That actually stuck for a very long time. There has never been historic left-wing movements against curbing speech. Never. Whether it be McCarthyism, which was, again, a government-sanctioned operation directly in violation of the First Amendment, or whether it be making it illegal for a card-carrying communist to be a union leader, for example, right? I believe, was it Taft-Hartley that made it so? Or whether it be taking out directly engaging in an interception and subversion for left-wing revolutionary movements in the height of the civil rights struggle, or going after dissidents that spoke out against the war on terror, for example. There has never been a moment where these real incursions, these real measures that the government has taken that is in violation of the First Amendment has ever been directionally applied by left-wing governments against right-wing dissidents. That has never happened. It's always one direction, okay? And if we're talking about cancel culture, which is a different thing, right? If we're talking about the First Amendment, that's different. That's the government, right? The government doing something, the government penalizing speech, the government creating a chilling effect on speech by stopping demonstrations from taking place, for example, right? That is the First Amendment. That's a violation of the First Amendment, whether it be the current active anti-BDS legislation that exists in 38 states in the United States of America, where you can be fired from your job for ever engaging in the peaceful act of demanding boycotts, demanding sanctions, or demanding divestments from the state of Israel, a foreign state. That is illegal in 38 states. You can be fired, okay? Whether it be that or all these other initiatives where the government tries to actively suppress speech, it's never been directionally left-wing, okay? Its targets have always been left-wing movements, progressive movements, socialist movements, communist movements, and it's always been pushed by right-wingers, okay? On the other side, if we're going to talk about cancel culture, okay, even on the cancel culture front, in terms of trying to actively suppress certain things from being talked about, right-wingers are very successful with that too. They always have been. Cancel culture of the left, where the left was like chirping at people on Twitter, trying to get them fired or whatever, right? The right never stopped manufacturing outrage. The right never stopped manufacturing outrage, farming outrage against those who they consider to be political dissidents. They never stopped book burnings. They never stopped book cancellations. They've always done this. I noticed that as the right wing keeps trying to cancel you the past week, you actually have more viewers on now. No, that's only because there is like a lot of attention on this issue and people want to hear what my take is. Okay? That's not violence. No, it's not. We're talking about the hypocrisy of right-wingers talking about how they abhor cancel culture while participating in it and celebrating it against their ideological opponents. I'll give you one great example. I have never advocated for Asmongold to be banned off this platform for a multitude of different horrifying shit that he has said, for things that he's advocated for that I find to be morally repugnant. I've never demanded it. Asmongold, between me and him, for right-wingers, is seen as the free speech champion, right? He has demanded that I get deplatformed basically every single day that he has live streamed since Donald Trump became president. Every single day. I've not once, even after he said the genocide thing, I did not demand that he get deplatformed or banned off this platform because I know that that kind of shit is only going to be awful for me in the long run as well, because as someone who is a leftist, I have a lot of opinions that are considered not great by those in positions of power, both the liberals on the Democratic side and also the Republican side alike. Asmongold has demanded that not only do I get deplatformed, he's demanded I get arrested. He's demanded that I get investigated by the federal government. He has celebrated when that has taken place. So how can you tell me that's actually a real free speech advocate? How can you tell me that he hates cancel culture? That's it. This is the inconsistency. I cry as I strike you. This is how the right operates. Okay, with so many people calling for you to be deplatformed, why do you think you've avoided it happening? Because I play by the rules. Relax, buddy. I don't want to hear what your take is. I'm trying to wait for Clint Stevens to go online. Okay, well, good luck with that, buddy. That's never going to happen. Because I play by the rules. Also, I have been suspended before on this platform for, understandable reasons, but I've also been deplatformed on Twitch for ridiculous reasons as well. Like when I got okay, be for real. I am being for real. Good luck. You're never. That's not happening. Slap on the wrist. Wait, what do you mean? That's what the platform issues. I'm sorry. Slap on the wrist. What the should the platform have done when they caved to insane right-wing cries about how I called someone a cracker bitch? They gave me 7 days for that. Do you feel like that was a slap on the wrist? How long should I have been banned for calling someone a cracker ass bitch? Forcing got banned for 30 days. What the does that got to do with me? Did Forcing get banned for saying cracker for that? Really? Okay, well, take it up with the platform. That's ridiculous. Wait, what do you mean? For that 0? He got banned for 30 days for showing animal porn. I think when that happened, I literally talked about how this was not his fault as well, by the way, which is ironic because like Forcing fans will somehow make that my fault for some weird reason. Like they unironically think I have control over who gets banned and who doesn't get banned on this platform. There have been many instances where like someone has gotten banned because he clicked on, Forcing clicked on a GIF. If we're talking about that, he clicked on a GIF that literally was, I think it was like something different. And then it turned into a GIF of a horse cock and he got banned for it. And at the time, I remember, I thought that was ridiculous because he got baited into clicking on a link. Like it's not his fault. Someone else linked him a GIF that turned into horsecock. But does that matter to that chatter? No, because he's just trying to deflect because deep down inside, he thinks I have control over who gets banned and who doesn't. And I only get hands on the wrist. What did he say? I don't care about cracker, but the Hamas takes deserve 30 for sure. Well, good thing you don't get to issue these bans, you dumb. What do you mean the Hamas take deserves 30? Do you not realize you're doing the thing that I'm talking about? Right-wingers who unironically talk about how they're champions of free discourse, turning around and being like, I don't like your free discourse. I don't like the thing that you said. So you should be banned for 30 days. You're a goddamn idiot. What the do you mean the Hamas take? Which take? That rapes happening on October 7th do not justify genocide? You think that's a take that I should be banned for? Are you psychotic? Hey, mods, please ban this guy for 30 days because he hurt my feelings. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing. I didn't understand what he was saying. When you said they're necessary evil, wait, you think that? No, I didn't say they're necessary evil. I said that they are the lesser evil in comparison to Israel, which is doing a genocide. That's a take that I stand by. It's been reported on numerous times on Fox News and everywhere else. Okay? Of course, someone has to resist against a genocidal apartheid state. What the are we talking about? Thank God people are not making these idiotic decisions and these idiotic assessments over there in the halls of power inside of Twitch. Okay? Asmongold straight up said that Palestinians are inferior people that deserve genocide. He got 14 days for that. Okay? 14 days for saying that. Can you imagine a world where I would say the same, but for Israel? I'm not even going to entertain the reverse hypothetical because I don't want someone to clip me out of context and act like I believe that. Okay? Do you understand? Also, once again, I've been banned more times than all of your favorite edgy streamers. So that's what's hilarious about this process where people will be like, you just get slaps on the wrist. Bro, I get banned more than your favorite gamers that love using gamer words and shit, okay? Just to be clear, I agree with you on a lot of things, but the Hamas takes I disagree with. Okay, well, that doesn't matter, does it? How are people like this real? I've only ever watched stuff on YouTube, but Twitch chat is something else. Is all you have? No, you didn't. Yeah, he doesn't have any clip or anything like that. He couldn't even find a clip out of context that he could like present here to be like, well, this is what you said. Anyway, I'm glad that your misunderstandings about my positions are not enough for Twitch to be like, time to ban this guy for 30 days. But if you're wondering why I don't get banned, it's not because I have like some kind of blackmail over the Twitch moderators or because I'm Dan Clancy's favorite content creator or whatever, because once again, I've been banned more times than most of your favorite content creators on this platform, regardless. Okay? But the real reason is because I play ball. I do. I try to stay to the best of my ability, even when I'm talking about hot button issues, within the confines of the existing terms of service. That's it. And anyone who tries to present an alternative reality to you is actually lying and relying on your lack of interest in finding out the truth. Okay? That's it. One of the best examples is like people will turn around and be like, bro, Hassan was waving a gun around. He was like threatening. He was threatening somebody. He wanted to kill somebody. He's not only going to get banned for sure off of Twitch, but he's actually going to go to prison forever. Okay? That's what the were saying. It didn't happen. Then they went, oh, he must have blackmail on, I guess, the law enforcement that refused to take action. Or maybe it was because someone was issuing a death threat against me and I waved my airsoft gun, not a real gun, a fake one, and said, good luck. That would be a little ridiculous, right? Don't you think? Anyway, the very same people that celebrated when Moist Critical did the exact same thing to Sneeko, all of a sudden had a different opinion when it was me.
The truth that's right in front of you. I mean, maybe men should get married and have children.
Okay, but I think
because it's worked for 2,000 years.
I just think it's a very
But after Charlie Kirk's murder, he sent to a group chat, let's effing go, Charlie Kirk got shot, LOL. Imagine that. Celebrating the death of someone you once looked in the eyes of and debated. Charlie Kirk represented the spirit of free speech the Oxford Union was founded to uphold. For the president-elect to be celebrating his death is nothing short of disgraceful, and it exposes the deeper rot that has infected our universities. Here's George arguing that some institutions should be destroyed by any means necessary.
And this is the view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions are too broken, too regressive, too oppressive to be reformed, like cancers of our society. They must and they should be taken down by any means necessary.
The fact that he was ever elected as president is a stain on the union's reputation. But I guess it proves going to a fancy uni doesn't make you wise. But there is a silver lining. At least 200 Life members have already pledged their support for a motion of no confidence. So let's hope they can restore sanity at the Oxford Union.
A controversy brewing at the University of Miami.
Why is this news, bro? The dude had his group chat leaked. He's like the president-elect of a student debate club. They didn't even show what institution he wanted to dismantle by any means necessary. Okay, I don't even know what institution he's talking about. But can you imagine? It's like saying, well, this guy had some crazy views and said that we must incarcerate or maybe even engage in the death penalty for people who've done nothing wrong. And then you see the video and he's like, yeah, we got to do the death penalty on these guys. And then it clips out the part where he's like, these guys that are, pedophiles or something. Like, you don't know. I don't know what institution he's talking about. It could be the banks. It could be the Department of Education, or it could be, I don't know, the War Department, the Department of War. It's just like, the whole point of spirited debate is understanding what his position is, Yeah, he could be talking about Hamas for all we know. Or NAR. It's just always one directional, dude. It's always one directional. Charlie Kirk and virtually every other Republican has been like, oh, good riddance, George Floyd sucked. They made fun of him over and over again, which is so crazy because like the only reason why he became a public figure and a rallying cry was because he got killed, right? Like that's the whole point. He became a figurehead for a movement that tried to address the disproportionate targeting and execution of black people in the hands of the police, right? That's it. And people never let that go. They loved complaining about that shit. They loved the crying about it, making jokes about it, hyper obsessive. Okay, hyper obsessive about like George Floyd. They slam that shit onto everything still to this day because it was one of the few instances where like a police officer was actually charged with murder. And yet people that don't reach that standard when talking about Charlie Kirk are currently getting canned from their positions. The standard is just so distorted. It's just so one-sided.
A scientist connected to the school has been fired after posting about Charlie Kirk's death. Let's get to Local 10's Byron Tollefson. He joins us live in Miami with more.
Yeah, University of Miami's medical school calling this faculty member's comments unacceptable in announcing they're now off the job.
A University of Miami medical school neurologist fired. The U of M confirming it terminated an employee. The Miami Hurricane, the student newspaper, identifying that employee as Dr. Michelle Bravo, a neurologist at its Miller School of Medicine. The paper...
Yeah, the difference is liberals are complying. That's true. That's true. That's a big difference. Right-wingers, when liberals demanded certain people get fired, right-wingers said, you, it's called free speech, suck my dick. Liberals, on the other hand, are so compliant where right-wingers go, oh, how dare they say this? What the Liberals turn around and go, yes, sir, you're so right. I am so wrong. This person, okay? There's no like, suck my dick. It's called free speech. Read a book. There's none of that. That's why this environment is as cooked as it is, because liberals constantly capitulate to the right, always, on everything.
Reporting the doctor's post, commented on Kirk's support for Israel, brought up children dying in Gaza, and finished by saying, quote, the chickens have come home to roost.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The squirrel. This doctor was squirrel posting. What was done to Charlie Kirk has been done to countless Palestinian babies, children, girls, boys, women, and men, not just over the past 2 years of ongoing genocide, but decades. And whenever it happened, and it's on camera, and we all saw it, Charlie Kirk came out to say, I love this. I want more of this. The people who did this are great, and I love them, and they should keep doing it. As Malcolm said, the chickens have come home to roost. That's crazy. Isn't the saying it's called freedom of speech, but not freedom of consequences that everyone kept saying? No, that's liberals say that when someone is yelled at, okay? This is not someone getting yelled at. This is not someone just getting yelled at. This is someone actually getting fired from their job. Now, technically, this is not actually free speech anyway. I'm just saying that they should operate in the same way that like the right-wingers do. Free speech is if the government starts taking initiative, which they are. They said that they are going to start taking the initiative and prosecuting political dissidents, okay? But as far as like cancel culture goes, as far as like cancel culture and like demands for deplatforming, demands for firing people, that right-wingers have always said, oh, free speech, suck my dick. And I'm saying maybe the liberal institutions should do the same if they wanted to. That's how the right did it for years and years. They were like, nope, suck my dick, it's free speech.
In its statement, the university writing, freedom of speech is a fundamental right. At the same time, expressions that condone or endorse violence or are incompatible with our policies and values are not acceptable. While the university did not name the employee, it has removed Dr. Bravo's faculty profile from its website. Also Saturday, Florida Atlantic University confirming that a tenured faculty member now on administrative leave.
Is a private company, why the double standard? Isn't there a choice? Why is there a double standard? Wait, do you not understand what I'm saying? I'm saying free speech, suck my dick is not the correct argument, but it is the successful one that the Republicans have applied for years and years and years. In this circumstance, I would expect the liberal institutions to also use the incorrect argument in the same way that the Republicans have for years and years and years whenever demands were made to fire Republicans. And if that actually ever happened, they would turn around and say, this is an attack on free speech. It was an incorrect argument, but I'm expecting the liberals to do the same thing. Okay? That's what I'm saying. They should. The problem is ideologically, liberals are they're squishy, okay? And they're also more open to conservative ways of thinking, which is precisely the reason why they capitulate in situations like this while still trying to like maintain some sort of like moral high ground that doesn't exist. And no, that's a private college. University of Miami is private. It's a private institution. It's not a state college. But regardless, I'm confused what you are. I'm a secret third thing. Stick around and find out.
The university president writing, it became aware of multiple social media comments about Kirk's assassination, with an investigation now underway.
The FAU statement did not name that faculty member or say what their post was. We're live in Miami tonight. Byron Tollefson, Local 10 News.
There's people here today that don't like Israel. You're welcome up to the mic. We'll talk about it. I'm not going to try to take your free speech rights away. And I think all these bills that are trying to restrict speech, that are trying to, silence people, I think it's a big problem. I think that we need more pro-Israel advocates to do events like this, let everything be heard, and have a real discussion about it.
That's
Yeah. We need more pro-Israel advocates. By the way, he literally celebrated Mahmoud Khalil getting deported potentially. So, no, he was not a fan of free speech. That's the other side of the story with right-wingers. They will argue on both sides of every single situation, depending on who's the one advocating for it. Because like Donald Trump in recent years made a lot of changes to the way that Republicans present themselves, right? And these people who spent every waking moment, for example, arguing against trade policy that of the sort that Donald Trump is now advancing, trade protectionist policy, for example, they spent their entire careers actively saying that's communism, that's socialism, that's dangerous, that sucks. When Donald Trump did it, they had to turn around and find a way to defend it because they don't have real convictions in many instances. They just like are administration guys. They are the guys, they are the regime propagandists. That's it. Is it true he bussed people to the Capitol on January 6th? Yes, that is true. So did Nick Fuentes, by the way. Isn't that funny? All the prominent right-wingers have been involved with January 6th.
amazing. Thank you.
A Mariposa County High School staff member is under investigation while a part-time faculty member at College of Sequoias is on administrative leave. Parents and students up and down the valley are blasting comments that seem to celebrate the death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. They say they're inappropriate no matter what your political beliefs are.
I don't know if the teacher should be fired, but I want us all to agree that no authority figure should be condoning political violence.
Multiple Mariposa County parents angrily addressed the school board during its monthly meeting Thursday.
A teacher who allegedly stated they were glad Charlie Kirk is dead and told MAGA kids to go home and cry.
Parents say there's no room for these comments in the classroom.
These comments send a harmful message that individuals who share Charlie Kirk's opinions or beliefs are somehow deserving of violence or death.
The Mariposa County Unified School District sent parents a statement this week and reads in part, "We are currently investigating a complaint involving alleged comments made by a Mariposa County high school staff member." Over in Tulare County, a College of Sequoia student took this video.
Yeah, I hope everyone of this family dies, and their children, and their grandchildren, and their grandchildren, and their grandchildren to eternity.
The student, who wants to remain anonymous, says prior to pulling out her phone, the teacher told the biology class that he watched the assassination of Kirk on loop for an hour.
I just was very disgusted. I couldn't even stay in the class. I walked out and I was just brought to tears because as someone that watched the video and saw how terrible it was, it just made me so uncomfortable to see that someone could say something like that.
She says this isn't the first time he shared his political view in class. The College of Sequoia sent us a statement saying the part-time faculty member was placed on administrative leave and a full-time employee has taken over the course.
The school districts are going to have to take a look at the contract and see if the contract was violated in some way.
Fresno-based legal analyst David Mugridge says whether these educators can be fired depends on multiple factors. If their contracts don't outline what they can or can't say in an educational setting, he says the school could relieve a teacher for disrupting the classroom. But he says there's little defense for...
Yeah, by the way, Mr. Free Speech Turning Point USA obviously had famously a professor's watch list, which caused many professors to be harassed and intimidated. Some lost their jobs. That's another thing that they used to do as well, for the professors not being pro right wing enough. They were just not Republican enough, and therefore they were bad and wrong and should be fired, or at the very least harassed. Okay, rewind. The professor did some crazy stuff. What, this professor? What? Which professor? What is this?
High school staff member. Over in Tulare County, a College of Sequoia student took this video.
Yeah, I hope everyone has family lives and their children and their grandchildren and their grandchildren.
Okay, that's insane. Okay, that one's valid. That's a valid. Okay, that's not. I don't think that's a political take. You know what I mean? Wait, it goes longer.
And their grandchildren to eternity.
The student, who wants to remain anonymous, says,
Okay, that's crazy, dog. That's fine. You know what I mean? That's like you can have that one. There's more?
Prior to pulling out her phone, the teacher told the biology class that he watched the assassination of Kirk on loop for an hour.
No. That's fair. Hey, that one's fair. Hey, they're not all equal. I, contrary to my political opposition, am not going to sit here and act like that is a normal thing for a college professor or any professor to do. Okay? You are not real dark woke. Brother, that is something different. That's just dark, man. That's crazy. The other person was fired before this said, MAGA kids go home and cry about it.
This was very disgusted.
An hour. Dude, come on. That's just, that's something different. What do you think dark woke was? Sunshine, rainbows? No, I mean, that's like, I'm sorry. That's an insane thing to say, no matter who it is. Like, I'll be honest with you. If someone said that, regardless of the person's like political ideology or like the things that he's done, you could say that about like, I don't know, the assassination of Saddam Hussein or the footage of what's his face, Gaddafi for an hour, or even like Hitler or Mussolini or something. I'd be like, that's weird, man. That's like, you got to get checked out. No, I'm serious. That's a wild thing to watch someone die on loop for an hour. Just says that there's something weird going on up here, regardless of who it is. It says more about you and not about your political leanings. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's true hate watching. I don't even know what that is.
Couldn't even stay in the class. I walked out and I was just brought to tears because as someone that watched the video and
yeah, he was trying to find the culprit. That's why he watched for an hour.
If their contracts don't outline what they can or can't say in an educational setting, he says the school could relieve a teacher for disrupting the classroom. But he says there's little defense for encouraging violence.
For me as a teacher to go into a classroom and suggest that somebody deserved to die and his family should likewise die all the way down to his dogs in his 10th generation, that's
I also think is like, well, not the generational one. That one is a totally nutty take. But the thing that I also get annoyed by is like, I'm anti death penalty. And I know none of these are, but they all become, dude, watching right-wingers become anti-death penalty when it's someone, or anti-violence when it's someone that is a right-winger that is the victim of violence, or is kind of like watching right-wingers become prison abolitionists when Donald Trump was in the crosshairs of the justice system. It's like I've been this person. So when I say it, at least I have like a decent reason to say it, because it's just like fundamentally something I believe, right? Like when I say no one deserves this, I mean it, right? Like I mean that. Those don't mean it. They spent most of their life talking about exactly who deserves it. When they say no one deserves this, they actually mean, no, one of our guys don't deserve it. Your guys deserve it all the time. That's what's so annoying. That's it. Yeah, like when J6ers became prison abolitionists. Dude, I had a former coworker and friend say, so every time I feel tired, every time I feel discouraged or overwhelmed, I'm going to watch the video of a good man being murdered in Utah. I will force myself to watch it. And then I will return to the work of destroying the evil ideology responsible for that and so much more. Dude, conservatives have no skills in like the arts whatsoever until some shit like this happens, and then they all collectively start Sephiroth posting. What the? I don't understand. Like, they just whip themselves up into a frenzy. Like, oh, I will take down the evil no matter how it strikes back. It strikes its ugly head. I will strike it down with the fire and fury of God. My justice will be vengeance. Like, bro left college because of mass mandates, and I thought that was crazy at the time. Talking like Sasuke Uchiha. Yeah, bro.
Inciting violence, and I don't think any contract would protect somebody from saying that.
And of course, we'll follow the situation and see if those lead to any.
Yeah, they went your feelings to like, what about, but not my feelings. My feelings are important. Woman fired for refusing to print the Charlie Kirk vigil poster.
We came in for an order earlier for a poster for a vigil tonight.
Yes.
For somebody that passed. It's not.
It's propaganda.
All right. So, what's your name? I'm supervisor.
I'm one of the managers. So, unfortunately.
Right. So if they say they don't print political propaganda.
Dude, everything is Israel. Oh my God. I can't help but see it in every place I look at. I see everyone behaving like little Hasbara operatives, dude. Like immediately coming in to be like, ooh, well, where's the manager? Oh, you're the manager. Well, time to get fired. Oh, God. Yeah, they're doing no politique here. You see that? No politique here. Charlie Kirk, number one. Say you love Israel. Say you love Charlie Kirk.
So this is somebody that passed away a couple years ago.
That's political propaganda, unfortunately.
So this is for a prayer tonight, for a prayer vigil?
Mm-hmm. It's still propaganda, unfortunately. What makes it propaganda?
I think like role reversal, every liberal should be, they should be behaving like Republicans do. They should be like, this woman, this brave advocate refused. This brave advocate refused. She stood firmly, and on free speech grounds, she said, no politic here. Yeah, time for GoFundMes, which is so crazy because like on the right, get fired for being like, I'm a fascist and I love Nazi Germany. And then, or like saying the N-word at like an 8-year-old black child at a park or something. And then they get hundreds of thousands of dollars in GoFundMe funds. Meanwhile, liberals are out here getting fired for being like, I don't want to print that. I don't want to print the Charlie Kirk visual posters, man. That's like, I'm sorry. The equivalency, the balance is so out of whack. Like there's no symmetry to this process.
Because it's a political figure, and I don't have to. Yeah.
Our general manager is going to be in on Monday. If you want to speak further on the subject,
yeah, remember the gay wedding cake shit? The gay wedding cake debacle? Office Depot office manager responded to the incident, releasing a statement condoning the staff's actions.
We are deeply concerned by the incident that occurred at store 3382 in Portage, Michigan. The behavior displayed by our...
By the way, the guy said the person passed away a couple years ago, so I don't even know if this is actually like, am I crazy?
For a vigil tonight?
Yeah.
For somebody that passed? It's not...
It's propaganda. I'm sorry.
All right. So, so
I need to see this.
For an order earlier for...
He must have misspoke, though. It probably has to be Charlie Kirk, right? Because otherwise...
We immediately reached out to the customer to address their concerns and seek to fulfill their order to their satisfaction. We also launched an immediate internal review and, as a result, the associate involved is no longer with the organisation.
Yo, what's up with the Aussies? So many Australian... Why is it always Australian news sources talking about like American cancellations and shit? Yeah, normally when a civil rights leader dies, their supporters spend days reciting their greatest quotes and preachings. So it's notable that the right has devoted the past 2 days to trying to get the Olive Garden waitresses fired for critical TikToks while avoiding his body of work. It's true. That's something I noticed as well. Why aren't people loudly and proudly talking about the things that Charlie Kirk was saying and the things that he was believing? Perhaps it's because right-wingers are also a little ashamed of their worldview. Like deep down inside, they kind of recognize that it's not the best. This is precisely the reason why I always say, look, I wouldn't say that I'm like I wouldn't say that I'm a communist, right? But I don't have any issue with that designation, right? I don't have any issue with that designation. I think that communism as a statesless, nationless, borderless, moneyless, classless society is fantastic. That's a great end goal. I'm totally on board with that. And I have no issue with that. Like, even if it's not something that I fully subscribe to, I understand directionally that is where I want society to move in the direction of. Directionally, right-wingers obviously can't subscribe to the reality that they want to move in the direction of, because let's be real, it's fascist. That's what it is. Okay? That's what it is. So when someone correctly says, hey man, you sound a lot like a fascist, I go, whoa, hold on now. And I think there's a little bit of a shame, because it's so antithetical to human existence that they're just constantly trying to work through the steps and make themselves feel comfortable with this worldview, while simultaneously knowing full well that maybe it's a little too violent for other people to get on board with. Why don't you call yourself a communist? I mean, I don't really care about the designation, is what I'm saying. Don't get too caught up on that. For 3 hours, they try to run the Nazis of the left discourse. Wait, what? Sorry, but we don't print political science such bullshit. I printed this at Office Max last year. P. Diddy for Kamala. Wait, what? Wait. This is a bit of an own, don't you think? Anyway. YouGov shows Republicans' concern for political violence spikes when their own parties attack, rising between 20% to 26% versus when Democrats are the victim. This is in clear contrast to Democrats, whose fear of political violence stays consistent regardless of victim ideology. I mean, wait, this is not the best graph. Am I crazy? How? Oh. Democrats at 53% during the Paul Pelosi attack. Republicans at 31% during the Paul Pelosi attack. Oh God, this is a terrible graph with the red and the blue. Oh, this is a chart crime. Oh God, it fucked me up at first. No, the only reason why it's hard to understand is because they have Democrats and Republicans. Democrats and Republicans are both blue and red usually, okay? But they actually put blue to signify, like during the Paul Pelosi attack, 10/31/2022, Democrats are at 53% for political violence. Republicans, on the other hand, were at 31% for political violence. So technically, this blue actually doesn't. This blue is the Republican sentiment for political violence. This is absolutely a chart crime. I'm sorry. This is crazy. The color on the bars indicate which party was the victim of the shooting. No, I know. I got that. I understand. They should use a different color, though. Or at least like signified exactly where. They should have signified when this was happening. Like they should have said underneath, like Paul Pelosi attack, or Donald Trump assassination. Do you understand what I mean? I haven't seen you in the past 2 days and got worried. Yeah, I'm here, chatter. I just was doing real life shit. All public universities should be required to have minimum 50% of their staff be conservative professors by spring 2026 in each department. Insane to see how the Kirk killing has exposed just total hypocrisy and double standards from the fine. They now support cancel culture over free speech. They say words cause harm. They oppose hate speech. And now they support affirmative action too. They want DEI. But they always did. My point is, they always wanted that. The whole DEI, the anti-DEI narrative is DEI. They just want DEI for white guys. That's always what it was throughout history. The only time where there has been real DEI in the way that Republicans presented is when it was for white men, okay? When women were not allowed in the workplace, white or black, doesn't matter. When black people were not allowed in the workplace, when brown people were not allowed in the workplace, that was white DEI. In the actual way that they describe what DEI is, not like what diversity initiatives are seeking to address unironically. I'm saying like these guys only knew historically pro-white guy DEI, and therefore the entire DEI initiative that seeks to address that societal wrong is really frustrating for them. They want to go back to that. That's it. Yeah, the woke place. I said it wrong. I know. Shut up.
Following the news of Charlie Kirk's death, people around the country have been voicing their opinions on the shooting. Some people have been fired from their jobs after commenting on it. WRL's Willie Danley spoke to an attorney today about whether these terminations are legal and what employees need to know.
There's been a shooting tonight. Multiple people around the country have lost their jobs after commenting on the death of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk. Victoria Kepis is an attorney practicing in North and South Carolina.
In North Carolina, most employees are at will. And that means that your employer can fire you at any time for any reason or no reason.
A Carolina Panthers communication coordinator was fired after allegedly posting an Instagram story saying, "Why are y'all sad? Your man said it was worth it," with a photo of Kirk. Soon after, the Panthers released a statement saying, "The views expressed by our employees are their own and do not represent those of the Carolina Panthers. We do not condone violence of any kind. We are taking this matter very seriously and have accordingly addressed it with the individual." In South Carolina, a similar situation. A Greenville teacher was let go after posting a quote-unquote inappropriate message on social media regarding Kirk's death. Kepis tells me it's best for employees to err on the side of caution.
Just be very conscious of what you're putting on your social media. Be aware that your employer is likely watching. And, the best course of action is to, remain private. And when I say remain private, I mean, don't post things publicly.
That doesn't even matter. People have lost their fucking positions for private correspondences too. Not even shit that they blasted publicly. And half of the stuff that they blasted publicly was not even like anything serious. You know what I mean? Like there's obviously good examples of why some people got fired. Like the person who was saying they watched the Charlie Kirk assassination in loop for an hour. That's psychotic, right? That has no place in the classroom. You know what I mean? Come on. But as far as like the Phoenix reporter being like, you guys don't give a shit when it's like children being murdered in Gaza. What the is this shit? That person shouldn't have been fired at all. What the hell? That's insane that they're just like, how dare you? You are not sufficiently grieving Charlie Kirk is not grounds for termination by any standard. Are we sure that uni professor wasn't actually just King Von? Yes, it was King Von, the professor. It was Professor Von. They're getting fired for posting Charlie Kirk quotes. It's going to be really funny when someone who's actually a fan of Charlie Kirk posts his like choice quotes to be like, I love this guy. And then someone goes, that makes him look bad. You're fired. Is going to happen.
Publicly on the internet that might, upset your employment.
According to Kepis, there are exceptions that could give employees grounds to sue for wrongful termination. But more often than not, employers are within their rights.
For the most
Now that you're no longer debating Kirk, can you debate Fuentes instead? I know he's a Nazi, but I think it would be content. And you are both anti-Israel enough for different reasons. I'll see where the chips fall first, okay? Because I have had I will not debate Nazis position for quite a while. The problem here, however, is that if the Republicans actually hug and kiss, also this guy's name is the Grifter 132, maybe the Griffer. It entirely depends on where the Republicans move. If the administration chooses to hug and kiss the Nazi, be a content homie. Okay, yourself, please. Oh my God, be content homie. God, I hate these losers, man. This isn't just content, man. This isn't content, you dumbass. This is the problem. It's not just content. It's real, okay? These are real people that get harmed in the process, okay? Isn't that the guy you were yelling at? Probably. Yeah. 10 years ago, if Charlie Kirk was like a random guy who had those opinions and they were not broadly positioned as the opinions of mainstream Republicans, there would be no reason to debate him either, okay? The problem here is like it's already ridiculous to debate Nazis because like what the are we going to debate on? Whether black people are human beings just like everybody else is? Like that's not an issue for debate. That's not a point of contention. It's like debating a flat earther, you know what I mean? They're going to bring up a million different fake bullshit talking points and already destroyed like race realist arguments and things of that nature. And you have to learn all of those talking points. You have to learn all of that You have to do all this like research on fake bullshit so you can actively combat it. It's the most annoying thing on the planet. And at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter because any debate that you do with a Nazi is going to be a victory for the Nazi regardless, because they just want to have talking time. They want to be on the spotlight. Okay? There's no benefit for the other person. The only time where you make an exception for something like that is if it's become so mainstream that you have to address these talking points. Okay? And it's not just content. You only say it's just content if you're white for the most part, if you're not a part of the out group. I don't debate Nazi talking point is bullshit anyway. You were going to debate Charlie Kirk? Yes, but there's a difference. Charlie Kirk was an advisor to Donald Trump. Charlie Kirk was a nationally prominent Republican. His opinions being so incredibly close to fascist opinions, if not, damn right the same, with some exceptions, doesn't change that reality. That's the whole point. Do you understand? That's why I'm saying, like, it's like talking to Stephen Miller, right? I'd debate Stephen Miller. I believe he's a Nazi. I'd still debate him because he's Stephen Miller. He's not some random guy on Rumble, okay? That's the difference. So that's why I say it depends on where the chips fall.
Part, I will say most employees, even if you have a contract, you're going to have still be in that at-will category.
Willie Danley, WRL News in Raleigh.
Pro-abortion students laugh at Charlie Kirk being fatally shot. University of Montana. This is the callous response of pro-choice students at the University of Montana when Kristen Hawk has told them Charlie Kirk had been shot. They're rage baiting, bro. They're literally, like, they're going up to people to be like, tell me right now what you feel about Charlie Kirk. Like, who cares? This is just so irrelevant. They're just trying to actively farm outrage. These people are the Students for Life in America. They're trying to go up to people and be like, oh, dude, how do you feel? Oh, look how violent the left is. Look how violent and callous the left is. This is, I think, a good opportunity for liberals and leftists alike to take note of these tactics, okay? That's what they should do. And you're giving them free ammunition this entire stream? Like, what do you mean? God, Miss Riz. Never change.
On that 97%?
Yes.
Because I think there's...
Yes. Greg, come here.
What?
Greg, hold on for a second.
Abortion is oppression. Change my mind. Ugh.
Okay. Charlie Kirk was just shot at his campus in Utah. Why are you laughing? He is my friend.
I don't agree with anything. I don't think it's right to shoot him.
Your first reaction is to charge.
Oh my God, this is the video. They don't even know if it's real. Shut the up. Ugh. I'm done. I'm done watching all these. Upstate teacher no longer employed after lawmakers demand answers about Charlie Kirk. They're becoming the blue-haired liberal. I know. The problem is the blue-haired liberal never had motion like this. Okay? There wasn't a moment where, like, the White House was like, we're actively... Can you imagine a moment where the Democrats' very own White House, and we're not going to talk about COVID restrictions because of, like, epidemiology. That's a little bit different for mass health initiatives. But can you imagine a moment where the White House was like, anybody... Like a Brandon White House or an Obama White House was like, anybody that criticizes a black person that's been killed by the police is going to get fired. We're going to do it. We're going to do it, and we're never going to stop, and we're going to actively hunt you down. If you have any opinion that is not our opinion, we're going to hunt you down. It's a war. It's a civil war. It's a war now, bitch. That's like that's unthinkable. Obama had no motion for BLM. Yeah, Obama was antagonistic towards Black Lives Matter when he was president. They saw it as a spoiler. He says the problem is on the left. It's not on the right. When you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speaks so badly of our country, the American flag burning all over the place. That's the left. That's not the right. Yeah, that's the only problem in this country is constitutionally protected acts such as burning the American flag.
Well, the problem is on the left. If you look at the problem is on the left. It's not on the right, like some people like to say on the right. The problem we have is on the left. And when you look at the agitators, you look at the scum that speak so badly of our country, the American flag burnings all over the place. That's the left. That's not the right.
Yeah. This is the problem with the ownership of patriotism in America on the right, okay? This is a president that is unironically advocating against the First Amendment. Both of the things, like bad-mouthing America and burning the flag, are constitutionally protected acts in the United States of America. This is actually unique for this country as opposed to virtually every other country. I'm sure there's other countries where you can do like flag desecration or whatever, but in the United States of America, you can do that, okay? And it is constitutionally protected. So when a right-wing president says those are the real issues in this country, we have to tackle them, he's actually making an unconstitutional argument. He's making an argument against the American Constitution. But the way it works is that because these guys are seen as like owning patriotism and owning being proud of America, they can make that argument. Isn't it a legal flag code to burn the flag or dispose of its damage? Yeah, I know. That's semantics. We're not talking about that. We're talking about like desecrating the flag, okay? Don't do that. Desecrating the flag is highly illegal in many other countries, okay? I know this. In Turkey, there is a flag code that they do abide by. For the longest time, they wouldn't even let you, like, there's no, like, Turkish flag underwear, for example. I'm sure there might be now. Maybe you can find some, but, like, you can't do that. Like, in the same way that you can put the American flag on your butt, okay? Or if you were to, like, pull down a Turkish flag in Turkey, they beat your ass. I can't speak for other countries, but, like, if someone in Turkey were to burn a flag, they'd probably kill you. And I don't think it's right, but that's the culture, and that's it's also a part of the reverence for the flag as well. It's like a more nationalistic thing that some countries do, okay? Having said that, in America, we don't have those restrictions, or if we do, we don't care about those restrictions. In Denmark, it's only legal to burn the Danish flag, but all others, it's illegal law. Wait, that's awesome. This motherfucker's name is Half Day Hassan, bro. That's crazy. I take a little bit of time out, and they got chatters with the name Half Day Hassan. Y'all don't deserve me, bro. I swear to God. Part-time piker, it's true. It's very clear that they're using this as a Reichstag fire. If someone on the left had been killed the same way, you know, for a fact, no right-wing pundits would show this much understanding and grace. Whether you like Hassan or not, it's just a fact. Half day gone but not forgotten. Okay. There was some other stuff that I was going to talk about. Oh, yeah, we already covered this. Elon Musk has been like actively trying to get me banned off Twitch. And I feel like as the wealthiest on the planet, he should probably, you know, spend his time elsewhere. But nope. Just wondering if Amazon thinks it's okay to pay to promote someone. He's paid by Twitch and Amazon who makes repeated calls for murder. I've been wondering that too, says Lolicon Avatar Chibi Reviews. There's a lot of documented evidence of what Hassan has been doing for a long time now. Thank you for calling this out. Isn't this like a CP advocate? I don't know anything about this person. Jamel Bowie from the New York Times had a very good take. Oh yeah, this was good.
On the Charlie Kirk shooting before I move on to other topics on this page in these videos. And that is this question of what explains the rush to canonization among political commentators of many stripes in the wake of this killing, before we had any information about the shooter.
Outside of Jamel Bowie, sometimes will just have a banger take, okay? As long as it's not like Bernie related or, you know, Israel-Palestine related, stuff like that. Like this is right in the pocket, right in the wheelhouse.
Or the motive or anything. This immediate rush to present Kirk as an exemplar of good faith discussion and dialogue. This immediate rush to treat him as something akin to a national hero. And I understand he was beloved by many millions of people. It was a figure who had wide influence, but I'm not sure that rushing to treat him again as a national hero, there was a suggestion to have him lie in state in the Capitol, is necessarily appropriate, given the substance of his views. But I have a couple thoughts about this, about what explains it. The first thought is just fear, right? Kirk was doing something that a lot of us do, a lot of us in the business do. Go to college campuses, speak to audiences, have discussions, occasionally debates. He was killed doing something that a lot of us do. And so I think a lot of commentators can see themselves in that scenario, and it scares them quite a bit. I think related to that is a certain amount of class solidarity among many of America's professional political commentators. It's been striking.
He's not wrong. He's right. I mean, I said this as well. He's not wrong. It's true. For a lot of pundits, for a lot of commentators, I would say I'm at least the exception, with the exception of Jamel Bowie as well, that recognizes that and openly says that. I said it. I told you I'm way too close to this. That hasn't stopped me from offering an honest assessment of his work. But I think a lot of people who obviously don't give a about his output, no, the problem here is a lot of commentary people, a lot of pundits, a lot of people who wrote about his legacy and stuff that straight up whitewashed it, don't give a shit that he was like running around being like MLK's a bad dude. You know what I mean? Like, they don't get impacted in the same way. For them, fascism is just simply a nuisance. It's an aesthetic difference. Okay? If you're black, it's not a aesthetic difference. If you're brown, if you care about black or brown people, if you care about trans people, if you care about undocumented migrants, if you yourself are an undocumented migrant, if you are a part of any of the oppressed subcategories that we're talking about, for you, it's real. For you, you're like, what the f? You're just saying this guy's awesome? What do you mean this guy's awesome? He was not so awesome when I heard him. Have you not heard his takes? That's the question that is on everyone's mind when they see liberals say this shit, when they go, what the f? Like, what do you mean? I've heard his takes. Have you not heard his takes? Where are you coming from with this? So for them, when they say like he was great, we had disagreements, but he was a great guy. He was just trying to do debates. He was trying to do debates, blah, 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 all this shit. Like when they say that, it comes across like either they're endorsing the statements, and even if they're not endorsing the statements, they simply are not impacted by said statements if normalized and if turned into, policy, which, by the way, it is right now. I mean, he was literally a close advisor to the Trump administration.
To me, to read various people reflect on the relationship to Kirk and discover that all kinds of figures on the political spectrum chatted with him on a regular basis in group chats and texts and green rooms and that sort of thing. So
okay, I wouldn't agree with that part. That's not for me.
I'd say. But one thing I do think is going on, especially among liberal media elites, is a sense that Kirk represented something authentic in the population, in the public, that they simply don't. I think there's a certain amount of embarrassment among a lot of professional liberals who do not see themselves as representing any kind of authentic grassroots tendency in the American public.
Oof.
They believe that about conservatism, however, and so I think there's a tendency to defer to representatives of conservatism as somehow representing the broad public in ways.
Ooh, he's right. Liberals do not have a real grassroots initiative. Ain't nobody is out here, and it's the monoculture, and I think that's part of the reason why there is no like real grassroots initiative to be like, keep things just the same, right? That's what happens when you dominate. That's what happens when you win. But also, as it stands, there is no out there that is like, I am an abundist, okay? The only that are abundists, which is now the newest expression of like liberalism, are people who are either being paid to say that or people who have done too much Reddit, okay? And that is not a real movement. Abundists, like people who believe in abundance, like the Ezra Klein, Derek Thompson stuff. Do you not get what I'm saying here, chatters? Like, there is no real, like, class expression. There's no real class outrage. There's no real grassroots initiative that's backing, like, liberalism, especially mainstream liberalism in the way that we see it currently. There is, however, an equivalence on the left flank of American politics. It's just one that isn't oftentimes reflected on in positive terms by establishment liberals because it is antagonistic to establishment liberalism, which is leftism, populist, leftist, economic policies. People running around being like, I want healthcare, man. Shut the fuck up. Just give me healthcare. That's a real movement. There's real people out there that want it. Okay? Will you gift to the Kaisenat subathon to keep the stream alive? Get the out of here, bro. What are you, crazy?
Liberals simply came out. I think that's wrong. And maybe later I'll explain why I think that's wrong and why I think that perspective is quite harmful.
I think he's doing well on his own, but respect to you, chatter.
Especially in the present moment. But I think that's an element of it as well. A lot of psychological things happening here. And there is a sincere, condemnation of violence. I think there's this other stuff going on as well.
Okay. U.S. Attorney Habba. Flags were ordered to be lowered by the President of the United States. Lower your flags. Bro, get the out of here. These people they're out of their minds, man. I really hope this heavy-handed approach is at least causing some people to look differently, I really, really, really hope.
People don't like me, Smart people don't like me, and they don't like what we talk about. Smart people don't.
Okay, this got to be clipped weird, right? I mean, it's true. Smart people don't like them. That is true. Most people don't like them. Oh, speaking of flags being raised at half-mast, dude, can someone tell me if this is real or not? I need to see if WeHo actually did that. Wait, West Hollywood responds to controversy following lowering of flags to half-staff in memory of Charlie Kirk. The city of West Hollywood released an official statement following the controversy over its decision to lower flags to half-staff in memory of right-wing political commentator Charlie Kirk. Community members expressed outrage, particularly over the lowering of the transgender flag and progress flag at Matthew Shepard Square. Oh my God, it's real. I thought it was like maybe a parody. By the authority vested in me as the President of the United States, by the Constitution and the blah, blah, blah. That's like his statement. In a statement, the city of West Hollywood clarified that the action should not be interpreted as an expression of alignment with or endorsement of Kirk's political views or actions. The action was undertaken in accordance with the city's policy for recognitions and memorials, which acknowledges that the city follows the direction of the president in determining when flags in the city are flown at half-staff. It is real. That's crazy, bro. That's insane. Yeah, I saw West Hollywood, WeHo City, lowering their pride flags to half-mast to honor racist, homophobic, transphobic podcast host who spent his life organizing this generation's Nazi youth. Shameful, bizarre, and embarrassing. Yeah, I saw Gitmo McDonald's. Flags were lowered last night by order of the President Trump after the killing of Charlie Kirk and will stay at half-staff on this base in Southeast Cuba until sunset on Sunday. A proper American send-off where McDonald's lowers their flag at torture prison Guantanamo for you. I know the Choppa Boys use their dabbing on us when they talk about like how hard they flex about their pedophile connections, like to Jeffrey Epstein specifically. But I also see this as like them dabbing on us. You know what I mean? Where they're like, you're going to have to grieve and you're going to have to do it publicly. And if you don't, you will get fired. And if I don't see you crying, okay, I'm going to come and do something to you. Okay. Just watch. Like, that's what it feels like. It feels like they're just like, what is this? If anything, but they're dabbing on us. It's so crazy, man. Oh, they were saying the same thing for this too. I thought they were saying it for Jeffrey Epstein. They're basically flexing. Like they're like, hey, oh, you don't like it? You don't like it? You don't want to honor this guy? You have to.
Have you asked to start revoking the visas of the foreigners who have celebrated Charlie Kirk's death?
No, we haven't, but we are looking at names.
Yeah, by the way, where's that chatter that was saying earlier, oh, it's just the president saying it. It's not that significant. It's like, no, they are. They're actually revoking the visas of people They're looking to deport people if they don't sufficiently express grief or show enough sorrow about the president's favorite podcaster being killed. Please, man, this is what we say is happening in North Korea, dude. Like, this is literally what Americans fantasize is happening in North Korea. Okay? What the?
We don't like that. That's not right. We wouldn't celebrate if something happened on their side, and we don't.
That's so not true. A lot of people that are on the left are already under investigation. What?
You know, they're already under major investigation. A lot of the people that you would traditionally say are on the left.
They're already under
investigation.
What does that mean? Like, for what? An expression of discontent with the administration? Correctly calling certain initiatives fascist when they are fascist? Like, what are we talking about? What is this?
Alrighty, this message is for President Trump and his administration. If you stay to watch the video, please tag him down below, share, and repost so we can try to get this to him as quickly as possible and hope that he can do something with this. President Trump, as a supporter who voted for you 3 times, I am hoping and praying that you will revisit what Barack Obama and Joe Biden got rid of back in 2013, which is the Smith-Mundt Act, which held news corporations accountable for lying to the American people and spreading propaganda instead of truth.
Bro, people with tongue rings vote MAGA? Also, how old was she in 2016? Like, I don't understand. Y'alternate is real? Bro, she has the poly look. How is that possible? I don't understand how you can look like you're poly and then be like, I love you, Mr. President. Like, this is warping my consciousness, bro. If you look like you're in a polyamorous relationship, sometimes experiencing bouts of ethical non-monogamy, okay? You can't be out here being like, I love Trump. I love the President Trump. He is the best president. What the? Nah, this is the trailer park aesthetic. You aren't a marabou enough. Careful, she's going to sick Trump on you now. Bro, apparently Trump has already been sicked on me.
You know, they're already under major investigation. A lot of the people that you would traditionally say are on the left.
They're already under
investigation.
Like, what do you mean? Apparently, I've been sicked on. Ugh. Trump gonna taco? I hope. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. Understand why AOC
it is a very wide coalition
will
of
outflank
Democrats.
Bernie on Israel.
And well, we don't want to say 15.
AOC will outflank Bernie on Israel,
So you get
right? Which is like objectively a more dangerous position to be in. But then when it comes to domestic criticisms, like even Bernie is just like letting it loose, you know, on the failures of the Democratic Party. And I feel like AOC is not going far enough.
Lying.
I just let's see what AOC's saying.
And just want to hop on, and I want to talk with you all about a lot of different things.
Damn, Linda Sarsour, that's a name I haven't seen in a minute.
Where we move forward from here.
I said hi, it didn't show up.
What our thoughts on this are. And what's next for all of us ahead.
Did it?
I guess I'll start with a little bit of the lay of the land here. Linda Sarsour saying, we got this. That's right. We do. We have no choice. And I'll get to that in a minute. But very quickly here, lay of the land. As we know,
when they first found the shooter, I wasn't understand why AOC.
It is a very, for a lot of people who are asking functional questions about what can we do, a lot hinges on what happens in the House of Representatives and control of the U.S. House of Representatives. If Democrats control the House, that gives a slight ledge to resist and prevent some of the worst legislative proposals from going through. For example, or, you know, in contrast, if Republicans win majority of the House, they have discussed passing a national abortion ban. And there would be, if they have the votes for it as a party legislatively, there would be very little
I love that
we could do
the left
to
never
stop
fails
it,
to do the
and they
one
would
thing
have
where they
the
just like
House
hyper focus on
majority,
people who
the
are
Senate
there,
majority,
who they are the
and a
closest
President
aligned to
Trump that
ideologically,
would potentially be willing
and
to
just
sign
yell
that
at
into law.
them. It's a
And
really
as I've discussed in the
unsuccessful and
campaign trail,
unproductive
a
way to
national
move.
abortion ban
I criticize AOC all the
would
time. I do not think
prevail
that
over any state law.
I do not think that she
So
is
you
the
are not
enemy.
protected if you are in California or
And
New York
if you
or a
do,
blue state
then
that
you're
has
wrong.
abortion rights.
You know.
A national abortion ban is a national abortion ban. It would ban abortion in the United States of America, regardless of your state law. So that is just one of many different types of legislative provisions that control of the House really has a lot of influence over. I believe right now that Democrats are looking to be competitive. We have a shot at getting control of the House of Representatives, which would block some of the most heinous legislative proposals that would have to pass through the House, Senate, and presidency. On this note, I actually think when we talk about what needs to be done and how we look ahead, and I don't want to bounce around too much, but one of the big things that I think is going to be very important for all of us, and again, I might be bouncing around because I am what is known, and I believe in a theory of politics known as inside-outside politics. That means that I believe we have people and elected officials on the inside that try to agitate, or rather try to organize and build power and help influence decisions on the inside of institutions, but that alone is not enough or sufficient to make change in this country, that we also need mass movement politics and robust people's movements, and that those people's movements are where the actual seats of power and influence in this country come from a mass organized and mobilized base of working people. And so on an outside perspective, there are a lot of things that we have to do ahead of us. One of those things, I believe, is something known as programs of political education that can go from the most basic to
She said free education.
More complex. But we need to learn a lot. We need to build a base of knowledge among ourselves and people that we know. A lot of people may not know how laws are passed or how governance works, and that's okay, but it's very important that we start to learn. Sorry, I'm just keeping up with some of your comments as well. Now, what this means is that I think it's important, and I'm going to just give it to you all very straight. This is going to be a very, 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 very challenging, difficult time. We can use the next several months to prepare as best as we can. Trump would be inaugurated around January 20th or so. And we can use...
She's saying organize the January 6th.
...to prepare as best as we can.
Instructions
for what is going to be
heard.
a very challenging and very difficult time for millions of people in this country. A lot of people have asked me that, you know, is Trump actually going to do the things that he said he's going to do? I think, listen, no one has a crystal ball, but I think that it is, and what we said on the campaign trail, when he says he's going to do something, believe him.
Stop the...
I believe just today, his press secretary confirmed his commitment to mass deportations beginning, you know, the day or day after his presidency. Talking about RFK trying to remove fluoridated water from the United States, which, you know, there are public health. I'm not here to get into debates with anybody or, you know, start fires in the group chat or whatever. But, you know, when you look at public health comprehensive studies of, you know, cities and towns that have done that, the amount of kids that really suffer health outcomes and need to, you know, receive, I believe, like antibiotic injections and all this other crazy stuff is through the roof. We're talking about vaccines that may be taken off the market entirely. And, you know, even Mitch McConnell, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, still suffers from complications of, I believe, about a polio that he had when he was a child. This is real. This is real. And I'm not here to sugarcoat what we all are about to collectively experience. But I think that what we can do to prepare is build community. We do not have a choice. We don't have a choice. Our choice is to build. Our choice is to continue to fight. Our choice is to win. Our choice is to have each other. We are about to enter a political period that will have consequences for the rest of our lives. We cannot give up. We now find ourselves in a time in history that has precedent, and we find ourselves...
You're going to have to be careful with the January 6th stuff in case it actually happens. I was thinking about that, and I just don't think that it's likely. But then again, liberals are going kind of Lebanon right now, so maybe it is likely.
That mobilized
for everyone listening, I just want to say I'm obviously joking. I don't think that would be
authoritarianism
a good thing. I would certainly not advocate for it. I would, however, watch it and laugh.
Era that we are poised to enter. Donald Trump has talked about turning the military on U.S. citizens that he deems his domestic political enemies. Authoritarians and people that he affiliates closely with and strongmen abroad in regimes like that, it is not uncommon.
Liberals love our institutions far too much.
Or legislative opponents.
To actively disrupt them.
This is the world that we very realistically may be entering. And the way that we do everything that we can to prevent this is by building a very strong social fabric and social infrastructure. Now, a lot of people have asked me, and I've posted some of the things before, how have we gotten here? How can we improve? A lot of people have also asked me about thoughts on the Democratic Party or certain communities that were lost or, you know, what have you. And I will comment a bit on some of that. But the one thing that I want to open up and say is that first and foremost, here's my personal take.
She needs to go
Anyone who
ASAP.
woke
Yeah,
up
you're
this
right, dude.
morning,
We should replace our district with
or
another
rather, I
Nancy
should say, an
Pelosi.
urge this morning to wake up and like point one main finger or articulate.
I like that
one
unironically
primary
there are people in the chat
as to
advocating to like do a break from the DNC right now. This is the weakest the party has ever been. It's an opportunity to try and organize and change it within your abilities towards whatever you envision it to be. But everybody's like, nah, dude, it's time. This is the Gloria La
But
Riva or Claudia.
to say
or no,
that
yeah,
it's
Gloria
any one
de la
thing,
Riva. Rise up.
it is an avalanche of different things. But we can get into some of it. I've gotten a lot of questions about the Democratic Party. I've got a lot of questions about women, about what this means, about Latinos, about this group or that group. And we can try to dig into some of these things now. But I think what's most important is for us to remain pretty high-minded about a lot of this. In that, I mean, what is going to be most important in this time is rejecting sectarianism and understanding that we have to be.
There's zero evidence that's possible. You weren't reflecting on the last 8 years. If you think there's a DNC that will allow a space, yeah, dude.
The working class in this country.
That's why I'm
against
saying
a fascist
the
agenda.
ACP is going to win
Period.
next election.
We have had an enormous setback
The American Communist Party
in
rise
this
up.
election because the fascist won a lot of work, which has happened before in history, and we can talk about that. But, you know, I think what is important is that we have to be able to hold that analysis and have these discussions without turning on each other. And if I can take off my more broad commentary hat on and put on a more progressive, or whatever one may want to call that, left or progressive or working class or whatever it is, we have to be able to construct a culture that is productive, that is focused on growing, that is not sectarianism and does not tear one another apart over the narcissism of small differences. We will remain marginal and small and incapable of confronting the challenges ahead of us if we cannot learn to hold difference and understand and be able to distinguish an ally from an opponent. And that has been a challenge up to this point. And we will not survive if we cannot grow past that. Now, I think that when it comes to the Democratic Party, one of the big questions that we've seen is like, what has happened with the Democratic Party and the working class? And I think that it's, to me, from my vantage point, I think I see a lot of what's happened. I was a waitress right up until I got elected to Congress. This was not a cute summer job that I had as a teenager, and then I did some jobs, and then I got elected to Congress years later. I went from wiping down a bar and walking behind it to walking into the halls of Congress. And the reason I did that and the reason I ran was not because I was running against a Republican. It's because I ran against a Democrat that I did not believe centered families or communities like mine or saw the pain of people like me. And a lot of what I saw at that time was a Democrat that only ran against Trump and did not support a vision that, with clarity, that spoke to my material reality. And I got to a point as a waitress where I felt like if my member of Congress wouldn't support a $15 minimum wage and say it with their full chest with clarity like that, then I would. And again, I'm not speaking for every single district or every single person. I am recounting the story of what happened in my life. I felt like if my representative from a deep blue seat could not fight for my right to have health care unequivocally, then I would fight for my right to have health care and for my community's right to have health care guaranteed unequivocally. I, at the time, was represented by, or felt like our representation took a lot of corporate money, a lot of lobbyist money, and answered more to the people and the class that they raised money from than the people who voted for them. And I ran for office to change that. Now, I'm not here to, I think there's two important things to communicate here. A party loses and another party wins. And I think it's important to also state here that Kamala Harris was given an assignment that no other person in American history was given, to construct a presidential campaign in 90 to 100 days with absolutely no expectation or anticipation that she would be called to that assignment and have to deliver the country from an enormous fascist threat that had already been campaigning and priming the pump for essentially 8 years. So any observations that I raise, I believe have to do with longer term trends around our party and what we can do to improve and get back to our roots as champions of the working class. And this is none of this is meant to be constructed at her. A lot of times I think people try to erase one criticism for another. Oh, it wasn't this, it wasn't that. But the fact of the matter is, this race may not have been decided by any one individual factor, but misogyny is very, very real in this country. As another widely known woman of color in office, I knew that sexism and racism were real, but it was not until I got subjected to a national stage that I actually was shocked at how bad it is. You
Once
grow
again,
up with
sexism
it,
and racism has played a prominent role in Kamala Harris being
on
undermined.
the receiving line.
But having said
or
that,
just nationally
again,
exposed
Kamala
to
Harris is an
the
adult
Bible
woman,
at once,
and
that you feel that
she is more than
fire
capable
hose
of launching a
and you
better
actually
campaign. She just
understand
chose
how
not to do
deeply
so.
ingrained
So I
it
think that a
is.
lot of that is
And it
still
not partisan.
a lot of that is still going to be, it's something that we were aware of. You know what I mean? It's something that Kamala Harris was aware of. She knew.
That's a hard
She actually actively messaged against it and didn't run on a I'm with her style campaign in the way that Hillary Clinton did.
Spaces. It's not a moral thing. It is how
I think one of the saddest states of affairs in this process has been that the Democratic Party's bench is filled to the brim with really good talent from Gretchen Whitmer and Tim Walz and Andy Bashar and many others like that.
And when
and yet the campaign we had was the easiest swap out with Kamala Harris, and that's fine as long as she ran a more progressive campaign, as long as she actively communicated the issues that Americans were experiencing, that she was going to solve those issues. This would have been a much more successful campaign for her, as you wouldn't have seen the base of support from the normal constituencies that historically have gone out and voted for Kamala Harris fall apart. It's that simple. A lot of people will look to like the tack to the right and how much more Republicans voted, how many of these districts like turned Republican, not realizing that a lot of those districts still had a bunch of, especially swing districts, had a bunch of fucking liberals that didn't go out and vote for one reason or another. Not because they're like radical socialists or because like, they're single issue voters on Gaza, even though that probably played a role in this as well. But like, there are plenty of people who just simply didn't go out and vote. And that is because of bad messaging. That is because of harm reduction.
It's skyrocketing, that groceries are insane, and that structurally, a party that relies on the financial backing, and again, this is an area where there's disagreement within
Yeah,
my party.
racism
I'm
and
not here to start a
misogynoir,
war
but
about
Ilhan
it.
Omar and Rashida
I've been
Tlaib
very
won.
clear about what my assessment
And like,
has
it's not
been
like Mexico is
since the
more
time I
woke of a
entered
country than America
To
is.
me,
You know what I mean? It's not
party
less
that
or more
relies
woke. Claudia Scheinbaum
big
is
money,
literally a
and this is not
Jewish
just
woman who is a
Democrats. Our
socialist
entire system
in a
relies
98%
on
Catholic
big
country.
money. And before people say that it's only Democrats that rely on this, just understand that Donald Trump personally thanked Elon Musk, a billionaire, for delivering him the presidency. Donald Trump works for Elon Musk. He works for Jeff Bezos. He works for the oil execs. That's what he does, okay? Our entire system is consumed by big money, by billionaires, by lobbyists. Where it is complicated for Democrats is that we are supposed to champion the working class. And when
You just mad you lost Silicon Valley? I mean, it's not like
financed
Silicon
by
Valley was
big
ever in the
money,
tank.
who exerts a lot of interest to get you to not check the power of concentrated wealth, then you can't deliver on those promises. When you have billionaires, for example, who are cutting very big checks on one hand, and then with the other hand, publicly threatening the current federal trade commission chair, and essentially saying she's got to go, that does not allow us, that puts us in a bind. No, like structurally, that is a bind. It's a fundamental misalignment of mission and what powers us. And I wish I could say that this is just an easy problem to solve and just don't take it. And I think
No more NLRB.
But I think
no more Lena
one
Khan.
of the reasons that this continues to be an issue is because I think a lot of people, especially in tough seats, look down the barrel of that, and it's you either compromise and get that big money to either stay out of the race or do whatever, or that big money goes to the Republican. I don't know. But at the end of the day, the ultimate problem is our ability to clearly and forthrightly advocate for an agenda that clearly champions the working class. To me, that's things like $15 minimum wage, Medicare for all, or at the very least, lowering the age of Medicare until it hits zero. But I mean, whatever those things may be, it also makes it hard. It applies a lot of pressure that I think is restrictive in allowing Democrats with their full chest to actually explain to people who is raising these prices. And so instead of saying things like, by the way, Kroger or, CVS or Rite Aid or ExxonMobil are price gouging you, and these companies, these corporations, or these billionaires are the ones that are screwing you over and jacking up your prices.
Yeah,
within an inch
$15
of
is
your
already
life,
low now
and
with
we
the way
need
the
to
inflation
tackle their
works.
power. Instead, we're combating inflation. And this is a passive voice perspective that doesn't help people understand why is this happening and who is it doing it and who is doing it and how do we solve the problem. And that doesn't mean that there aren't things that the party is doing to try to tackle those things. President Biden passed the Inflation Reduction Act. Inflation went down. He also did a lot of things. He named that FTC chair, Lena Khan, that is working on tackling these huge corporate monopolies. He has done these things. But we all need to amplify and publicly educate and talk about why more needs to be done as a chorus. And so that is like, these are some of the structural contradictions, in my view, that make it challenging for us to speak in clear terms. Because when it's actually time to do the policy work,
I don't understand why AOC
it is a very wide coalition
will
of
outflank
Democrats.
Bernie on
And they'll say,
Israel.
well, we don't want to say 15.
AOC will outflank Bernie on Israel, right? Which is like objectively a more dangerous position to be in. But then when it comes to domestic criticisms, like even Bernie's just like letting it loose, on the failures of the Democratic Party, and I feel like AOC is not going far enough.
Lying.
I just
he's
that makes
saying
sense.
the thing clearly, and it then puts you on a back foot because people don't really understand.
Democrats lost because they're too tough on the border. Just shut the fuck up and never have an opinion again. You fucking idiot. It's all your fault. Just be normal on immigration. Everybody hates communism and Trotskyism. Just be fucking normal.
Saying it because you know it's not going to work. He's saying it, and so.
Why does this fucking idiot talk about issues that he does not understand? Just keep complaining about how China has overtaken Australia or something, dumbass.
Platform that materially and powerfully articulates.
Yeah, we should filter that account. Never send me that fucking dipshit
that is not
tweets
in a
again.
generalized way of prices are going to go down or inflation is going to be tackled, but moreover, we will raise the minimum wage. And I'm not. And again, Vice President Harris did that. She did that, and she ran a campaign and she was tasked with an assignment that was nearly impossible. And she made it possible. This race was so close. Many people also raising, and I think rightfully so, the issue of Gaza. And I think that when we talk about this issue, it's not just, a lot of hay was made about vote margins and all of this. And let's be very clear here. The margin of third-party voters in this election was not the margin of difference between Democratic votes and Republican votes. Now, there's a lot of data to dig into there and all of that stuff. But I actually think a lot of people in the movement understood the stakes and the assignment. And you may have had a very small degree of third-party voters, but ultimately, I do think that the majority of people understood the difference between Kamala Harris and Donald Trump and the stakes of that. And it may not have felt good, and people may not have enjoyed it or felt supportive of the platform, but they understood the stakes. And so I don't believe in scapegoating this. However, I also think it is important to note that the landscape of Gaza and the horrors of what was happening made organizing very difficult, needless to say. I think that for some of the most prolific organizers in this country are activists and activist communities, and having to contend with what most, I would argue, almost most of a strong activist organizing, mobilizing base, and many who lead that base consider a genocide. I don't think whether that is the horrors of everything that's going on. I'm not even trying to open an argument here, but the horrors and the pain and all of it from October 7th through today, through the hostages, all of it, the lack of resolution, the lack of conclusion, the fact that Netanyahu dragged this out and just lapped the Biden administration at every turn, very much dampened and complicated and added a tremendous amount of static to organizing momentum and capacity throughout the entire year. Whether people like that or not, it is, in my view, an important part of the landscape of what was going on. And people can take it, people can leave it. I don't think it's something that we can ignore. There's other issues too. Our media, and here's the one that I think is the most important. At the end of the day, and I alluded to this earlier, our entire political apparatus has been captured by a billionaire class. It's been captured by a corporate class and a billionaire class. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post, and that billionaire class went fully mask off, and the plutocracy in this country went fully mask off this cycle. Jeff Bezos owns the Washington Post. He pressured the Post into not making an endorsement.
Don't say it about LA Times. LA Times is in the tank for Gaza.
It doesn't matter if that is influential or not in how a person votes or what. What matters is that we can now dispense ourselves.
Yeah, she's saying the Dems ignored the issue and shouldn't have.
That a handful of people in this country are deeply and profoundly manipulating our democracy to their own self-interest. I'm not impugning the incredibly hardworking journalists at the Washington Post, but it is simply to name who owns it. And the limitations.
I don't know what your financials are, but can you buy a newspaper is a wonderful question that perfectly demonstrates how little people understand how much money I make versus what it takes to purchase a newspaper.
A large space of conversation and organizing.
Yeah, let me go buy a newspaper with my spare $3 billion.
Political ends. You have a billionaire fund, and the amount of money that he poured in, he didn't just buy X, he poured in just ungodly sums of money in dark money in our elections. You have an entire podcast network that is financed by a similar billionaire and dark money class. And
yeah, guys, if enough of you subscribe to me, I'll be able to purchase a fucking newspaper.
Why our country is so polarized.
So please subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
The media we consume and who owns and influences the media that we consume.
I'm joking, by the way.
So where do we go from here?
You can still subscribe if you want to. Twitch Prime is free.
Well, first and foremost,
but I won't be able to purchase a newspaper.
That if you are a constituent
I would need like
of mine in New York,
probably like 1 million subscribers.
In parts of the Bronx and Queens. First and foremost, that's my first responsibility. That is the specific population of people who have elected me and whose job I have to steward. And
you should start a TYT style network. No, dude, I don't fucking want to do that. I can't do that.
But if you are a constituent of mine, first and foremost, I am committed to doing everything in my power to protect you. That power will be limited in a Trump administration. Project 2025 is real. It's real. It's not a campaign joke. It's not an attack. The Heritage Foundation is the conservative foundation, the institution and organization that orchestrates Republican governance. They would not put millions of dollars into preparing this plan and it being co-authored by many people in the Trump administration if they were not fully prepared to implement it. This is going to be a very scary time. And again, I cannot emphasize how important it is that we, as an aligned people, be very cautious about attacking one another and, about attacking one another. And to me, one of the big organizing lessons that I feel is that when it comes to who you choose to organize with, I think it's really important to understand that, maybe it's not just about fully aligning with someone just because of what they're organizing for. It's really important to pay attention to how they are organizing. And if someone is using a righteous cause as a cover for cruel methods and dehumanizing others, personally, that is not someone that I trust to organize with, because our job is to grow. And the reason we are in this position is because we do not have a raw majority of people who are ideologically aligned. And in instances where you do not have an outright majority, we must develop coalitions. And the name of the game in coalitions is that we have to be able to align with people that we are not fully in agreement with in the name of a larger cause. That goes for any movement, and it goes for any cause. And
do you believe identity politics is over? Brother,
really,
identity
really
politics is hot as ever, okay? It's just white identity politics.
that kind of cruelty or
There's never been a
sideswiping or
moment where people
whatever,
were like, man, I really love
can undermine
identity
genuine
politics. Like, no
momentum.
one ever fucking
And
did that. That was just like a thing that
I
the
think
Democratic
it's
Party presented as a
important to
false
also
reality.
understand that these folks, there's a
And they
history
dropped
in this
it with
country
Joseph Robinette
of
Brandon.
powerful people bankrolling disruptors in people's movements. And instead of diminishing what a person is fighting for, I think it's just important that we build together alongside people.
Do I believe that leftists have to organize together? Yeah, no shit. That's
humanity in
constantly what
how
I
they're
do and
organizing,
constantly what I yell about.
in addition to what they're organizing for.
I make fun of every aspect of the left, but
you know,
also
in terms of communities
will always
and
tell you
turnout
like
for them,
your enemies are
first
your
and
enemies are not
foremost,
going to be of the left.
there's a couple different realities for us to contend with at the same time. Recognize that the Black electorate, first of all, Black voters, I believe, remain one of the most prescient voting bloc in the United States, point blank, period. And we see that bear out in our numbers. That being said, very often there's a lot of ink spilled before and after elections about Black men, Latinos, people of color, etc. And we can dig into the fine points of where eroded support and not.
Congratulations,
but we
Trump.
should be
Make
very
Israel
clear
great.
that people of color voted for Kamala Harris in majorities. There's always this thing after a cycle, especially if there's any diminishment, to blame communities that overwhelmingly and majority vote for Democrats. When that vote diminishes slightly, instead of us like really taking a look at what is happening with for example, white electorate that only votes 17% for the Democrat. And it is, it's really interesting to me because when it's time to govern, those communities get so centered and their concerns get so centered. And it's like nothing we do sometimes can win these electorates over. And I'm not here to dismiss it, but we need to really dig into some of those reasons. And we should not use communities that are part of the Democratic coalition as scapegoats for other communities that have not been voting with the Democratic coalition. We need to separate these things. I'm not saying that we're going to gloss over what has happened here, but I think a big part of what has happened here is the erosion of a working class agenda and articulating a working class agenda. And when you add that in the context of racism in this country, and when you add that in the context of misogyny in this country, you get a perfect storm of what I think we witnessed last night. It's not, you know, we just, it's, you know, a lot of this comes down to, again, this enormous task that we have of political education, of race and class consciousness, and people understanding that these billionaires are not looking out for us. They are grinding us to a pulp and they are eating us for breakfast. They are burning our planet. And I just want you all to know that in terms of what guided and has guided me over the last year, is that every single decision I made and every effort that I made, whether people criticize it or not or what have you, was just centered on trying to prevent this outcome. It was my single biggest priority was preventing a Donald Trump presidency. It informed my decisions, my actions, and we are where we are today. And we have a lot of work to do. I did not want to be in a place where on November 6th, we were preparing to resist a fascist regime. I wanted to be fighting the corporate establishment of the Democratic Party instead. But we're not in that place. We're in this place. And it is going to take a huge level of effort and solidarity. We're going to be looking towards our brothers and sisters in the labor movement, in the human and civil rights movement. And we are going to have to resist. It's this really interesting thing. Resist this confluence of, like, first of all, I've never ascribed to this idea, and this is, I know this is going to upset people, but genuinely, when I came to politics, it was not about trying to articulate to the world about what being a quote unquote leftist is. I always considered myself as running from the bottom. And this is not about left and right, but this is about top and bottom, and that we have to run from the bottom up. And some may say, well, left is bottom. Depending on your worldview, yes. But I think there's this very interesting confluence that we see from, I think, more conservative spaces, that the alienation of the working class has to do with people of different identities standing together. And to me, the alienation of, and like this idea of like wokeism, but to me, the alienation, the Democratic Party's alienation of the working class has to do with the fact that we haven't been able to deliver on a $15 minimum wage, et cetera, for many different reasons. And we have to put those demands front and center in order to do that. And we shouldn't be afraid to fight for what we believe in. And we shouldn't be afraid to fight, period. But I'm not here to say that we've got all of the answers. A lot of things that people are scared about, a national abortion ban, that would require House control, but dismantling the Department of Education, all of these things. Trump is an autocrat. And we are in a much worse position now than we were when he was last president, because he is much more prepared and he is much more competent, and he knows what mistakes he made last time. And so we're poised to enter a much darker, much scarier time whose consequences we will be living with for the rest of our lives. Even just from a climate perspective. I wish I could say that we could undo all of the damage that we are about to, or we are poised to endure, but there's some things we will not recover from. We will not recover from blowing past 1.5 degrees centigrade or 2 degrees centigrade of warming. And we will live with the consequences of that for the rest of our lives. And I'm sorry to say that, but it is true. There are other things that we can fight for, and we will have to fight for. But I just want you all to know that as long as I'm here, I will be fighting alongside with you. And this just happened yesterday. I don't have marching orders for you right now. My marching orders would basically be to find your safe network of people, to find your pod, to find your community. We have to do a lot of community building. And by that, I don't just mean organizing politically. I mean active community building. We are in a position where the isolation of a capitalist system, the isolation produced by COVID, just where we are as a society, people working 4 jobs, 3-4 jobs to make ends meet. We do not have community. And believe it or not, community, whether it's your church or mosque or temple, whether it's a knitting group,
start the steal.
Your dinner circle, building that community is actually far more transformative.
Start the steal.
Far more important than you may realize, and people may dismiss it.
Why won't anybody say it?
Silly or frivolous? It is not. I guarantee you, it is not. And
you're actually gonna get cooked, Lamau.
Where people finding their friends and finding their circle.
I forget that there's like people who literally think that the election was stolen right now. Guys, the election was not stolen.
You
okay,
are probably in a similar
it was
boat
lost.
as so many Americans right now. It's a big reason why we're here as a country in this place. And so we can commit ourselves to making the smallest communities as we can around
Blue MAGA needs to dial it back and recognize that maybe the party that they consider to be infallible and almost godlike, deity-like, that has all the right answers, did not have all the right answers.
You think you're cool with or whatever, it's time to get to know that person. And it's time to get to know the people that will
the 20 million votes being gone, misinformation are real. Sorry, I just want to be educated. Yeah, it's not real. I mean, it is real in the sense that like 20 million less people voted.
I guarantee you it's not. And creating
but yeah, voter turnout changes dramatically from election cycle to election cycle.
One of the strongest, most powerful, and also you can do in an environment like this. So for those who are
some people are really blaming you for losing. It's insane. Yeah. I don't know who's doing that, but
I want you to know that we're thinking of you.
I think they're not of the right mind.
We can start to generate some
Hassan derangement syndrome, baby.
And sometimes
that's very
even
real.
Just being in community with or small moments of humanity.
I know people say Trump derangement syndrome, but
with you are sometimes a very odd little things that can help them change their mind.
I think people just care at that point. People just care more about like.
But we have a long
trying to fight their own personal battles
ahead of us, and
instead of like world changing events.
Just want to say I love you all, and this is going to be very hard. We're going to have to get through it together, but we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We have no choice but to live and be in the times that we have been called to live in and to make it better. One day at a time, one choice at a time. Never, ever, ever think that any choice or any act of yours is too small. It isn't. And regimes and autocracies are taken down by millions of drops of small actions that would otherwise be invisible by masses of people. So I look forward to doing this work with you all. And this is the assignment that we have ahead of us. We'll probably be doing a couple more of these ahead. Yeah.
All right, that was AOC. There's a lot of words to say we messed up. Yeah, I mean, I get it. We did mess up, so it's true. And by we, I mean the Democratic Party messed up. That would be the we for AOC. Surely neoliberalism dies one day. Yeah, to thunderous applause. If she doesn't talk about changing the Democratic Party primary rules, I'm sorry, but she's duping the base. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that changes need to happen within the Democratic Party. I just don't know like how to convince people. Put me in a room with all these fucking corporate billionaires that are diehard Democratic Party loyalists. Maybe not the ones that are pro-Israel, but like the rest of them. And I'll convince them. I'll convince them why they got to do a little bit of fucking austerity for once, you know, in terms of their own fucking profit margins for one goddamn day so that you can, so that we can combat fascism. Just go directly to the fucking heart of the problem. Because I don't think there's anything ever shifting in the Democratic Party's priorities. So like half a dozen? Yeah. I blame the Diddy-crats. Me too.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland. The Majority Report, the special guest, Hassan Piker, is in the studio, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
And we're just,
we're in close quarters.
Since we've had, it's been a while since we had, I think, honestly, the last in-studio guest we had was Matt Duss.
And he's also massive.
He's also, so we're used to this.
This is a cool setup. This is cool.
Describe the office for the audience, please. What's your impression immediately?
Very professional. That's what I thought. I thought, like, am I in the MSNBC studios?
yeah.
Like, what's happening here?
I mean, it's vast, right? That's the
Yeah.
Soros wing that obviously has the hot tub.
It's clear that the Qatar funding has kicked in.
It is kicked in. And wait till Annabelle, our intern, takes you down to the commissary on the second floor. And you will enjoy. We have a blueberry crumble that's going on right now because it's blueberry season.
Oh, wow.
Sam, you may want to fix your camera. Just a heads up.
Oh, there we go. All right. It's all right. I mean,
love
this
that
is
you
going to be a
guys
little
have
bit
the-
messy. It's going to be a little bit messy.
You have the electric.
Appreciate you coming in today, particularly this morning, because last night
The controls.
I got the text from you at, let's see,
Oh yeah, it was late.
it was 3:11.
Yeah, I was hanging
thought,
out with my
You're
buddies.
gonna be. I didn't know if you were gonna actually make it in.
No, I mean, that's not a problem for me. I woke up at 10, very reasonable, which is like 7 a.m. for my time anyway. So I'm still basically on LA time. I mean, I did just come in yesterday. But yeah, I was hanging out with a bunch of friends of mine. Shouts out to Noah Colwin, Blowback Podcast.
The man.
Millennial John Stewart, Adam Friedland, Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House, and
Is
numerous other
Felix
people.
still in town?
He lives here now.
Oh,
he came back. He came back to live.
They
here.
used to. Their office used to be in this building.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes, back in the day.
This is a legendary building.
It was. They were here briefly, just before COVID, I think.
Yeah. I'll be honest. I did not. I thought this was gonna be like a walk up situation because like I've been to podcasts and stuff in the past and like near the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in downtown Brooklyn.
Oh right.
And
I know what you're talking about.
And usually they're like almost like in a warehouse style area, and there's like a 1-story walk up style situation. This was like a lot more. It was confusing when I first walked in. I was like, "Am I at the right place?"
Yes, I mean part of that is OPSEC, but also we were here. We've been here now for 11 years, and so things were a little bit different in this neighborhood at that time.
Yeah.
There was half the building that's going on. But
yeah, they're gonna clean up once Zoran Mamdani becomes mayor. They're gonna clean up the Gowanus Canal like they did in France.
People are gonna be swimming.
That's what
in
I'm
it.
saying.
Yeah.
Did you see that? That made me so jealous. And I just got back from Europe, where I know you've been in Europe recently. It's a little bit of a depressing feeling to come back into the United States.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, great. Here, if I get sick, I'm totally screwed, for example. And yeah, that kind of thing.
At least, well, you just can't take a L. You just can't get sick. That's just how it is.
You're right.
Yeah.
And that's why I have all of the colloidal silver that I've been drinking.
That's good. And the methylene blue. That's what I've been on.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I can tell on your skin tone.
Yeah, I'm getting a blue hue. But what was I gonna say? This is crazy to see, like the inside of the operation, because I watch you guys all the time.
It's I can't imagine. I mean, it's a little bit messier. There was a time where it was a little bit more, a little bit less frenetic, slightly.
Like 2012.
Yeah, 2014, I think, or right when we had actually set this up, right before COVID. I was ready to take the next step, but we were going to be able to. That was all going to be background there. You can see I already put that thing together.
Yeah.
And,
you're still going with the panel. That's not changing.
The panel's not changing. I listen. I had to spend a lot of time sticking tape on the back of these IKEA things, and so.
But it's very lucky that Hassan is here on the day that the toilet's working, because that's not always the case.
Sometimes we have water get shut off quite a bit in this building. All right, so
not as glamorous as it appears.
Last time, the near miss, we were going to come in for the Mamdani victory party.
Yeah.
And you were confident about that.
I was not confident about it. I will admit that I was. I didn't think that the margin of success would be so vast in the first round.
Right.
Like in the
Me neither.
I didn't even think that it was like a definite given 100% victory. Like I knew that I knew that the campaign was vast, tremendous amount of groundwork. Policies are good, but I've seen it fail too many times due to, media intervention, due to people just not having confidence, not having enough name recognition for a progressive candidate, that I still was like, I'm not going to allow myself to feel incredibly sad, just as I did after Super Tuesday.
Right.
When,
Right.
We have to protect ourselves, but I didn't think that it was, I think everybody thought that the path to victory was going to be through multiple rounds. And the fact that I woke up, but it happened at night, on election night, that it was basically decisive. Yeah. It just speaks to the ground operation that he built out, which 50,000 volunteers and the matching campaign finance system here in New York, which I feel like LA could really benefit from. That maybe is something that.
And ranked choice voting too.
Yes.
It's too much democracy though. We don't like that.
And then the AOC endorsement was perfectly timed. Yeah.
The ranked choice voting, it seems to me, can cut both ways. But when people figured out, and I think this is sort of the underreported story about how AOC's people were like, we're not endorsing until you guys figure out how to make sure you don't split the vote. And, a lot's been talked about how Brad Lander basically sucked it up. And I think it was hard for him to do. But I think he's been paid dividends, huge dividends. The amount of goodwill towards him right now, he could basically do what he wants politically.
If AOC runs for president and doesn't run for Chuck Schumer's Senate seat, Brad Lander could be the person that takes Chuck Schumer's Senate seat.
It's not inconceivable. And and I think that gives a proof of concept for other places to do this. The ranked choice voting bit us in the ass, I think, back in 2021, whenever it was the Adams race.
Yeah.
And now we see the difference. But here is Mamdani. I want to play this clip. They tried to shoot one of his classic sort of on the street videos.
Oh yeah.
To promote. We don't know what the ad was going to be. But they ended up basically putting together a compilation of their attempts. And it is really incredible, the feeling of enthusiasm that is in New York. On that day after the election, when I walked to work, I got stopped by 3 people who were just excited to talk about Mamdani.
That's slower than a tourist walks to Midtown. Okay, you want a photo, brother? Yeah. Yeah, let's take this. Yes, that's me. Yes. Yeah, we can take one.
I put somebody that wants.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We're on our way. Thank you. Thank you. How's it going, guys? Thank you. Oh, God. You gotta catch up to me over here. How you doing, brother? Thank you, guys. Thank you, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. Hi. Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Ready? Okay. She's coming. Thank you.
I voted for you. You voted for me. You voted for my daughter. She voted for you.
Thank you.
Give me one piece for my daughter. My daughter.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. I appreciate it.
He can't even take a picture without having to take another picture.
Let's go. I'll do it for you.
Okay.
I got you.
Camera.
It is so sweet. Shout out to Donald, who I'd worked with before, who is the director for Zoran's video team. And I just feel like it's good. You're seeing already Democrats copy this style across the country. Even in this race, they were copying the style on social media. But
it's impressive.
Yeah.
He's the level of fun associated with the campaign contrasts so distinctly from the other candidates in the race.
Cuomo was like, yeah, it was built on darkness and like these, like the anti-Semitism stuff. It was,
defending the nation state of Israel, the most moral country on the planet. Who, I don't know why people don't talk about this enough. Andrew Cuomo is a part of the ICC legal team for Benjamin Netanyahu, which I always thought was so fascinating, so strange that like the media didn't even hyper focus on that one bit.
They barely mentioned it.
Yeah, that is like way more of a prominent fixture of what Andrew Cuomo is than the associations that the media was trying to desperately make with Zoran and his campaign about Israel. Like he never made Israel the centerpiece of his campaign. He was just hyper focusing on the policies the entire time. He asked people what they needed, what their necessities were, how to improve their lives, and he dialed in on a couple immediate, tangible solutions. And he was able to communicate that earnestly. And then people just kept repeating, like, well, you don't really love Israel enough. But it wasn't him who made it a centerpiece of his campaign. And I think that played a big role in this as well.
I mean, there's these assumptions about Jewish voters that I think a lot of people in the national press, I said this point on Chris Hayes the other night about the Netanyahu volunteering his services after Israel had already clearly been committing genocide. And it was for these ICC charges. And like, people are sick of this garbage. Their representatives representing purely and foregrounding foreign policy as opposed to something like a New York City mayoral race, which is a municipal race. And you're supposed to be talking about how you're going to make people's lives better. And there was, again, this assumption from the national press, because it's such a Jewish city, oh, they're all going to vote in one way, and this is my path forward. And I don't think enough is being said about the anti-Semitism that undergirds that assumption.
It's been, I mean, listen, every year you hear the Republicans, just even general election, presidential election, you'll hear that Jews are going to vote for the Republican because of the question of Israel, and it never happens. And it is yet to happen. I don't remember anything involving Israel in the last mayoral election in this city. And yeah, it's not just, it's the media, and it's also, look, there are people who drive that conversation, and that's what Cuomo and, you know, Chuck Schumer was out there again. Chuck Schumer's out there throughout, like the vote on the budget, the other stuff is like, I went back to look at what his strategy was to deal with Donald Trump in February, and every interview he does, half of it is to promote his book on anti-Semitism and his tour. And I'm like, dude, do one thing, stop the fascism, and then you can worry about like your book tour.
What a spectacular failure that his job was to, like, his self-identified job was to make the left pro-Israel.
100%.
And it's like now an 80-20 issue for the Democratic Party. So he just failed on that front as well.
It is stunning this is the implication of Mamdani winning and them turning this into some type of referendum on Israel when it wasn't. And it's not, and I still don't think it is. But by their logic, if he wins, it is going to set the parameters for Democrats across the country. It's not going to happen on the leadership level. It's, you know, where their AIPAC is playing in big dollars. But at one point, I mean, there was $30 million, $35 million dumped into this race. This is the beginning of the end of that dynamic in the Democratic Party. It may take 5 years, it may take 10 years, but it's happening. Here is... This is Donald Trump with meeting with Bibi Netanyahu as they have a fascist off and decide how they're going to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Are they going to call it the Gaza Riviera? Are they going to allow any Palestinians to live in Gaza so that they can work at the Trump hotels? Whatever it is. Here is this number 4? Which clip is this?
I got him talking about Mamdani.
Yeah, let's start with that.
Okay.
Cities or on of Israel himself, and has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City if he was mayor. Is that something you take seriously, or are you concerned about that?
Yeah, no, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess it never ends. I mean, you have, this is folly. And it's, you know, it's silly in many ways because it's just not serious. But what is serious is the question I was asked before. You know, after October 7th, people said the Palestinians had a state, Hamas state in Gaza, and look what they did with it. They didn't build it up. They built down into bunkers, into terror tunnels, after which they massacred our people, raped our women, beheaded our men, invaded our cities and our towns, and did horrendous massacres, the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust. So people aren't likely to say, let's just give them another state. It'll be a platform to destroying Israel. We'll work out a peace.
You talking about Zoran here?
Neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us. We'll work out a peace in which our security, the sovereign power of security, always remains in our hands. People will say it's not a complete state, it's not a state, it's not that. We don't care. You know, we vowed never again. Never again is now. It's not going to happen again. Oh, well, look, I'm going to come there with the President Trump. We'll see how do you know who the mayor will be? I don't know that. Do we know that?
He's going to be very fine, and who knows? We don't know who the mayor is going to be yet. This is a communist. He's not a socialist. He's a communist. And he said some really bad things about Jewish people. And he said some really bad things about a lot of people. And I think he's going through a little bit of a honeymoon right now, but he might make it. But, you know, it all comes through the White House. He needs the money through the White House. He needs a lot. He's going to behave. He'll behave. He better behave. Otherwise, he's going to have big problems. But it's a philosophy that this country is not ready for, and it never will be. By the way, we have a man with a
a good follow-up question, what did he say about Jews?
Although that was less offensive than what Kirsten Gillibrand said, saying that he endorsed global jihads.
Yeah. I love that he's like, no, I'm going to underfund America's finance capital, the world's finance capital, because Zoran Mamdani might be mayor at the behest of Israel. You know,
I would hope that Mamdani would then shut off water to Trump Tower. That's what I would like to see happen. It is just incredibly twisted. But of course, you know, the question is brought up because that was made such a focal point of the mayor's campaign. I don't see how they. Obviously, they're going to complain about the city not being handing over immigrants. Why wouldn't you follow what the International Criminal Court says at that point?
Yeah, we want to get out these violent, dangerous immigrant criminals. I mean, who's a bigger violent, dangerous immigrant criminal than Benjamin Netanyahu? That's the real criminal.
Also, the level of explicitness now, sitting across from the president, it has been the policy of the United States, supposedly, of a two-state solution. I think that is, you know, a little absurd. We have a single state now in Israel. It's an apartheid state with varying degrees of apartheid. Some actually, you know, maybe even worse than apartheid, constant slaughter, more akin to the Warsaw Ghetto at this point. But that there is no news associated with Netanyahu saying, like, that's off the table. Yeah. That was, you know, supposedly a U.S. standing policy, and it's gone. It's not even, people don't even pretend anymore.
It shows the hollowness of liberal Zionism and how in practice for our government, the two-state solution thing was a biding time tactic, or at the very least a détente. And then for the actual reality for the state project of Israel, it's always been one state, but with like a lot less Palestinians, and we do that in a few different ways. It's also just like, I mean, because we're on the topic of it, I find it really upsetting to see how within the Democratic Party and within the context of this race, they're really trying to use right-wing, almost great replacement theory level politics about this city by conflating Zoran's Muslim identity with anti-Semitism or people's fear of him that is imbued with racism and their reaction to that and experiencing that as anti-Semitism and calling it anti-Semitism when it's really their own bigotry and trying to leverage that into a like heavily racialized attack on him. And I would include Cuomo's mispronunciation of his name, which is exactly, by the way, what the right did with Kamala Harris the entire election last time. It's a dog whistle. And they're doing this within the Democratic primary. And there's little to no leadership from national Democrats on this front calling out this like incredible racism. I mean, his life, his safety is in danger because of the abdication of Democratic leaders. I think.
For sure.
Yeah.
I also do find it odd that the Democratic Party for the past year, or at least like in the aftermath of the election, have run numerous studies at this point, spending tens of millions of dollars trying to figure out how to reach out to young men and how to mobilize the masses as they once were able to do. And then now you do actually have a
Joe Rogan of the left is Zoran Mandani.
Yeah, you literally have an African socialist Muslim man this time around, like the real Obama.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, none of the liberals that would back him are out there defending him at all.
This is a moment where I think that may turn. Here is this is clip number 8. This is a video podcaster, Jennifer Welch. I mean, we saw her.
She's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, she's been on the show.
Yeah, she's been on my podcast before. I've had it, ladies.
She's pretty like a normie coded. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they are from Oklahoma, and they definitely are definitely a lot more progressive than the average Democrat, but I know for a fact that the Democratic Party like really wanted to use them as like this non-hostile space. I mean, they've interviewed Barack Obama, they've interviewed Hakeem Jeffries in the past,
and what's his face? The chief of staff for Obama. Rahm
Emanuel. Yeah. Oh yeah, and
Rahm Emanuel got eviscerated on there. And here she is on Hakeem Jeffries, that same, issue.
I think our nominee is going to have to convince folks that he is prepared to aggressively address the rise in anti-Semitism in the city of New York, which has been an unacceptable development.
Okay. First of all, he has addressed the rise of anti-Semitism, and it's not performative. It's very, very real, and he understands that it's real, and he has the endorsement of other Jewish politicians that aren't propagandized by a corrupt Israeli government, Hakeem. But secondly, this was your moment, Hakeem, to also stand up against Islamophobia, because here's the thing about human rights, you guys. You don't get to cherry pick. If you're against anti-Semitism, then you have to be against Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and down the line. Also class warfare, this bigotry towards poor people is just abhorrent, which disproportionately hurts people with the color of Hakeem Jeffries' skin. And so this kind of cherry picking because of who donates to Hakeem Jeffries, AIPAC donates to Hakeem Jeffries. How on earth right now is the government of Israel helping calm and quell anti-Semitism? How are they doing it? They're not. They lie and they propagandize and they say, we get to do all this stuff with impunity. And then if you criticize us or you do anything wrong towards us or you speak out against us, then we're going to call you an anti-Semite. The people who preach against anti-Semitism should be joining Zoran Mandani and standing up against the Islamophobic attacks on him. He has not said anything disparaging about Jewish people. He stands with them in solidarity. And this type of crap is so disgusting to me. And it is a cancer within the Democratic Party. And I'm just going to tell you guys something. We lost these last 2 elections to an idiot because of these centrist policies, and you're being beholden to special interests. And by God, it's not going to happen again. You can either be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. But if you want to try to box us in when we can clearly see with our eyes and clearly hear with our ears exactly what's happening with Israel and Gaza and try to propagandize another way, we're not dumb like MAGA. We're not fucking stupid. Your base is smarter, and y'all are going to have to adapt or get the fuck out.
So Chuck Schumer doing a great job keeping the Democrats pro-Israel, huh?
The thing that is impressive is, I mean, that last part where she was saying, like, like, who is Hakeem Jeffries actually delivering this stuff to? Yep. Like, every New Yorker has seen Brad Lander walking around. He's the highest elected Jewish official in New York City. Every New Yorker knows this. Anybody who's paid any attention to this election in the days before, whether it was on, Colbert's show or what, like, who is Hakeem Jeffries talking to? It's almost like they don't realize they are in a small, like, black box theater. That's the size of their audience now as to who they're even communicating to. It is fascinating. They like, we need to reach across the, sort of the divide, and they keep talking to a smaller and smaller group of people.
Yeah. One thing I always get really frustrated by, because I think people on the left also have a tendency to do this, where they're like, oh, well, like, he has to address Israel because there's a lot of Jews in New York and they all care about Israel. And I feel like it's just like the dual loyalty trope, but like on a woke, I guess, on the woke side, it's like the woke dual loyalty trope. And my question always is like, New York City is the largest Jewish city on the planet. Sometimes Tel Aviv, I think, has a higher number of Jewish people living in it. But I think New York City is either the number one or number two largest Jewish city on the planet. It predates the invention of the state of Israel. Yep. Like, Jewish people here have stronger roots to the United States of America and New York City in particular, and Los Angeles as well, than they do to Israel as a nation state. Israel is an ethno-state. Zionism is an ethno-state project. They incentivize American Jews and Jews all around the world to go and live in Israel. So my question always is to these people that say, like, oh, Jews really care about Israel, that's all they care about. It's like, but these are American Jews. These are New Yorkers. If they cared about Israel that much, they would live in Israel.
Yeah. Like, they would just go and live there. There are tremendous incentives to go and live there. You actually get health care if you live in Israel, as a matter of fact. It is a comprehensive health care coverage that they can afford because they don't have to actually spend a dime on their defense, because we got that covered. You get Palestinian land.
Yeah. You get free housing if you want, government subsidized housing in the West Bank if you want. Like, and yet so many Jewish people choose to live here and be American citizens and not be Israeli citizens in spite of all that. That, to me, is a clear indication that American Jews, just like American Muslims, just like American Christians, have American problems. And that's what they care about. They don't care about Israel to the degree in which people talk about it in the media.
Well, it's certainly, I mean, look, I think there is, based on my own experience, there is a learned attachment to Israel in relationship with Israel, as opposed to, say, like, I don't have the same relationship with Uganda. I mean, maybe if the Zionist project had landed in Uganda, which at one point was banding around, but I don't. But that is different from saying this is the premier issue that they vote upon or they act upon or they move through life with. It is also different from saying that Israel, that this relationship isn't complicated. And I think it's different for people who have, like, direct relatives there, obviously, in the same way that, like, I grew up in Worcester. There was a lot of people, like, when you talk about the IRA or stuff like that, people are just like, F the British, like, and I'm in Worcester.
They traffic guns. They directly traffic guns to the IRA.
Exactly. And
fundraise for the IRA in every bar. There was a Republican congressperson.
100%. And so this is, there are different dynamics at different eras. But the fact of the matter is that New York Jews didn't even for a moment, as a whole, I'm just talking in generalities in terms of the vast majority, this was not an issue for them at all. That's my point about the increasingly, when Hakeem Jeffries gets out there and says that, when Gillibrand says this, they are talking to literally a room full. It's the same people, frankly, who Carvel was talking about. I don't know if you caught that clip of Carvel. Carvel.
He says Carvel every time.
It's like an ice cream brand.
I have to pick and choose what I correct.
Exactly. He was on with, and I can't remember the guy. He was an old Al Hunt, and he said, "I go to these, big Jewish donors of the Democratic Party. They tell me they don't want to, give money because of Israel or whatever it is. It's really just the tax cuts, and it is for a lot of these people. It is a proxy that allows them to avoid talking about what the real issue is, class issues. And they bring this up because it was a third rail, type of deployment. And it is no longer resonating. It no longer resonates because of what people can see with their eyes in terms of the way that Israel has been, engaged in this slaughter, genocide, ethnic cleansing. I think all three probably are appropriate, but pick them. Pick whatever one you feel comfortable with saying. And I think people are just like, I'm not going to, make my determination who's going to be mayor of New York City, or frankly, even the president of the United States at the end of the day.
I just don't think it's a detriment in the way that these guys suggested it was for the longest time, and they even did in the lead up to the election. And that was, I guess, the reason why Kamala Harris could not actually chart a different trajectory for herself and like cut her off from the anchor that was the Joe Biden administration, even on this issue that was, again, 75-25% at that point.
Well, that's what's amazing is that CNN clip from the other day, they played over the course of 8 years.
Yeah.
The people on our campaign must have known that data.
Yeah.
And yet,
we covered it.
This is absolute malfeasance by that campaign. And it wasn't raised in that way. They talked about it in the context of Mamdani.
Yeah.
But those numbers were not dramatically different 6 months ago or 8 months ago or 10 months ago.
Right.
And yet the campaign just said, we're not even going to allow this Palestinian lawmaker to speak at the convention when it was completely benign, everything she had to say.
Yeah, and it would have had reverberations beyond, I think, Israel-Palestine, because it would have shown everyone in America, there would be so much like secondary coverage on, wow, Kamala Harris is actually separating herself from Joe Biden on this issue, which would have been a great marketing opportunity. I literally advocated even for like from a bloodless, cold, cynical, calculated stance. If you don't care about the humanity of like charred children that we're facilitating the genocide of, the least you could do is like advocate on this because I don't want Donald Trump to win. And this way you can like, separate yourself from Joe Biden, who was, deeply unpopular. Everyone saw him as old, feeble, and monstrous, and simultaneously really win favors with a lot of people. Because I think that the issue of Israel and your opinion on Israel, I think, is a way for politicians to communicate earnesty, because there's such a division between what the public feels about this versus what the media talks about, or how the media talks about this issue and how politicians talk about this issue. You can really cut away at that. And my fear always is that there are cynical actors, both on the media side, like Tucker Carlson, or cynical actors on the political side, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that see that know how to read the room better than everybody else, and will utilize that to win favors with a broader audience.
And just to expand on that, it also indicates I am not a part of the establishment.
Yeah.
It shows the responsiveness, it shows the inclusion, it shows breaking with Biden, but it is a proxy. The reason why, Tucker Carlson or Marjorie Taylor Greene find efficacy in it is it shows that they're anti-establishment on some level, because again, they are only speaking to the establishment. Like Hakeem Jeffries is sitting on whatever Meet the Press saying Mamdani needs to deal with anti-Semitism. No one thinks that.
Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene may not be actually speaking to the Zionist donors that Carville was talking about there, because she is actually an anti-Semite. So she's not in the rooms that 95% of Republicans are in, and like 70% of Democrats are in. So when you ask, like, who is this for? When Hakeem Jeffries is doing this performance, it's for the Zionist donor base.
Yep.
And people can sense that. So when we're talking about it being like a proxy for other things, it is about showing democratic responsiveness. And also why it compounded things for Kamala was the fact that people felt alienated from the Democratic Party's lack of democratic responsiveness.
Yeah.
When for basically since 2023, the polling showed that the Democratic voter base felt that Joe Biden was too old to run again, and they decided to ram him through without really any public debate or process on this front, which made people feel alienated from the Democratic Party. That's a huge problem. And it's not just a problem of Joe Biden. It's a problem, as we're seeing structurally with the party, where they can't conceive of a working class politics that shows direct responsiveness to people. The only people that the people they're most directly responsive to are donors. And then if they see polling shift enough for them, then they'll decide to lead. The immigration stuff, Trump, his numbers tanking on that front, we can't thank Democrats for that at all, except for maybe Chris Van Hollen and a few, and of course the members of the squad and the left wing members.
Yeah.
But that's all what he did on his own. And the Democrats could have been the yin to that yang. They could have shown an alternative vision, and now it's just like, oh, he's unpopular in a vacuum and people feel nihilistic, which is what he thrives on in the end, and this movement thrives on in the end.
It's strange to watch them kind of get reminded that they're supposed to be anti-austerity. Yeah. Like it almost like every single day since the Trump administration began, they have been actively signaling that they're going to cut all of these federal jobs. They're going to cut these regulatory agencies, and at a time when there's planes falling out of the sky, it's like a perfect opportunity to really drive home this point that these jobs need to exist. You and your billionaire buddies are just cutting these federal jobs that are decently paying jobs for a lot of Americans, tens of millions of Americans. And also these are services that they rely on. And there was no communication from the Democratic Party in the first couple of months. And even now you have this horrifying, disastrous bill. It's one of the most unpopular bills that has passed since we began tracking the popularity of bills that are passing. And it's unpopular in spite of the Democratic Party's positioning on this, because they were able to push it through this expedited process, just like they did the last Trump tax cuts in 2017. And the less time is spent on the gridlock aspect of Congress, the less time there is to communicate all of the awful things that are in this bill to make the bill less popular. The alternative to this is, of course, the ACA that the Republicans were able to stop at every step of the way and simply lie about the things that were in the bill, like death panels, if you remember, which made it deeply unpopular by the time of its passage. And the Democrats didn't do anything until after the fact, and until the last hour when Hakeem Jeffries decided to do the Cory Booker thing.
There was a missed opportunity to vote against that budget. You go back and you look at what Chuck Schumer was saying, they could shut down Medicaid. Well, I got some very bad news for you for what's happened. They have shut down Medicaid. Yeah. And having to have, forcing them to have shut down Medicaid 4 months ago, for however long they could sustain that, would have inhibited this passage of this bill. They also could not address the increase in ICE because they've been so bad on immigration. They have no immigration policy to fight this, so they couldn't get out there and go we're going to turn this place into a fucking police state with $300 billion for ICE. They could not do that because they've been wrapped up. I mean, the leadership, I will say this. When I first got into this in 2004, there was a sense of, the net roots, the blogosphere. There was a sense that within a certain, quadrant of the Democratic activist base, there was a divide between the leadership and the party. But I really feel like the divide between the leadership and just your average Democratic voter is far more pronounced today than at any time that I've been, conscious of politics. Maybe 1968 was different, but maybe not. But the if you look at the way that voting Democrats have perceive, what they want from their leaders. 20 years ago, Democrats, by a 60 to 40 margin, maybe even greater, wanted compromise. And they have learned over the past 2 decades, that's not going to work.
Yeah.
That's why Build Back Better failed, because Joe Biden decided, instead of following up on the American Rescue Act, I'm going to let the Republicans come in, and that killed 4 months. Then I'm going to let Sinema and Portman come in, and that destroyed the bill. I mean, it was over by that point. That's when, the donors caught up with Manchin.
Trump rammed it through. He rushed it.
It's exactly what you need to do.
One of the things I brought up in the immediate aftermath of the election to the Pod Johns was exactly this. I was like, there were so many opportunities for Biden, if he actually had the ambition, to whip these votes, right? Because we look at Donald Trump and we see a silly man, a fascist, but a goofy, stupid person. But he obviously commands the party. He has completely changed the trajectory of American politics in general. He has completely redesigned it in his own image. And outside of that, he also is capable of getting these votes, getting these people to vote on whatever bill he wants them to. And he will resort to dirtier tricks if necessary. And I think there is this forgotten aspect of the bully pulpit that Democratic leadership never uses to whip votes to get people in line. There is obviously threatening to remove people from committee positions if they don't play ball on these bills.
But we have seniority for Democrats have seniority for committees, and that's part of the problem, because they can't use that threat in the same way. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying we need. I've been screaming about this for years, but I'm happy to report that, yes, like you said, there are more and more liberals that you would never expect, white wine moms in the middle of the country that also want a more combative Democratic Party. The next Democratic Party has to be combative and outwardly hostile to the Republicans in the same exact way that the Republicans have been successfully against the Democrats for the past multiple decades.
But how about this? This is a prime example. Where are the Democrats that are immediately tying Project 2025 and the Doge cuts to the horrible tragedy that we're seeing in Texas? I saw Hakeem Jeffries' statement was thoughts and prayers. Oh, we don't want to politicize this. Oh, really? In the age of Trump, you don't want to politicize it? He just said on stage, I hate Democrats. They hate me and I hate them. Could you, the just complete flaccid nature of this party is just enabling this right now. And it's also for their own ends of wanting power in the midterms, which they do care about, even if they're ineffectual at it. They're not doing the partisanship that is required for this moment.
No, they just simply don't. They're just not up to the moment. I mean,
they did a better job in 2016.
Yes.
And I would argue that Trump was not as efficient in 2016. I would argue, I would argue that what they were facing was less difficult.
Yes.
Frankly, but no one will take the difference between year one of Trump and year one of Biden. Trump gets that budget bill passed at the beginning of the year. It is the equivalent of the American Rescue Act. And then he gets this done by July. When the American Rescue Act passed, the only thing Republicans were talking about was Dr. Seuss. It was 3 fucking books that were not republished by Dr. Seuss. They should have gone right in. Joe Manchin was talking that Build Back Better at that time should be $9 trillion. He was spending more than Bernie. And then as Biden dilly-dallies on some type of bipartisanship, there was that leaked audio in June of Joe Manchin with the no labels people. And that's when they started to get to him and say no. This is the other path that you can take. And that's where it all goes south. And here we are, July, 3rd, and Trump's done. And he knows he's done. They understood this dynamic. You take the power when you have it. It's not going to last 6 months. There's no more 100 days or whatever it is, first year honeymoon. And now I want to play this clip. I mean, this is how emboldened they are. This is the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. And this sort of combines their two basic things. One is let's try and get rid of all low-income people by attrition. And then we also can get rid of any immigrants.
But I can't underscore enough. There will be no amnesty. The mass deportations continue, but in a strategic way. And we move the workforce towards automation and 100% American participation, which again, with 34 million people, able-bodied adults on Medicaid, we should be able to do that fairly quickly. Thank you.
Okay, she's talking about what's going to happen to, that there's not going to be, that farm workers are going to get rounded up. And that we have 34 million. I think what she's talking about, I think that 34 million is probably the number of adults on Medicaid.
It's around 40 million adults on Medicaid between 19 and 64, I think.
And I think that her argument is they can get into the fields.
Move to they can pawn that Medicaid card.
Now, incidentally, they can move to the rural areas where they can get into the fields. There won't be any hospitals there, incidentally, because we're going to be rolling up 200 of them. I mean, this is
also 2/3 of them already have a job.
Exactly.
So there's also that reality.
And then the other third is like if they're in school, taking care of an elderly family member, and it's like somewhere in the single digits in terms of people who don't have a listed excuse. So all of those people, congratulations, you're headed to become a farmer now.
I mean, the idea that a government official, a cabinet secretary, could say something to that effect, and there's no, the Democrats aren't in a position, and I think it's because they have no immigration policy, that it's been completely eviscerated by their backtracking and this and that, and the bill that Joe Biden was supposed to pass and Donald Trump kept from going in there. I mean, they saw it coming. They chose the absolute wrong policy response. Aside from, I think there is some genuine hostility towards immigrants that was in that Biden administration.
100%. I think he came in with the first 100 days that was the exact opposite, the diametrical opposite legislative agenda of Donald Trump in 2020. And then I think it was around February, because I remember covering this extensively in the beginning. I think it was like February or April when the Customs and Border Patrol was whipping the Haitian migrants at the Texas border with their reins on horseback. And from that point on, the Biden administration just completely dropped the ball on immigration. They completely dropped the ball on it. And there was a amnesty, like a conditional amnesty program associated with the first 100 days, closing the childhood, stopping the childhood separation policy and closing like these immigration detention facilities, which they basically restructured to call, I think, overfill centers or something like that, where like they were doing family overfill centers. So it was basically the same thing, but with like a Democrat liberal patina associated with it. And I remember at the time screaming about this because I said over and over again that this is going to be the issue that the Republicans use, as they have historically, and they know it. The Democrats know it. So if they don't start counter messaging against this right now and don't put out like a comprehensive pro-immigrant agenda, that the media is going to go along with the hostility towards migrants, and the entire discourse will be flooded, dominated by right-wing hysteria, because it is hysteria. It's not real. This is not a real problem. Immigration is a crisis only because we do not go through the expeditious paper filling process. That's it. Because the difference between a documented and undocumented non-citizen is documentation. And they didn't do any of that. And it was a devastating failure. And by the time the election cycle came around, this was October 6, 2023, right before October 7, is when they unveiled the Trump is right, actually. We want to build the border wall package that the Oklahoma senator had written.
And to be, and if I remember correctly, that was supposed to be a sweetener for the rest of like an economic package. And what happened is that part became the sole aspect of it as all the sort of the Build Back Better stuff fell away. That was part of the Cinema Portman thing, I think, is like a sweetener in there. And then all of a sudden it became the main thing. I mean, it was just like a tremendous amount of just political malpractice. And this idea that like we look at the polling and polling is static is absurd. We have seen this dramatic change over the course of 8 years with Israel. I mean, it's not like you have multi-generations dying off here. People change in their perspective. We've seen the change in perspective in immigration from Trump, into in Trump to Biden. We saw a huge change in immigration. These things move. They are flexible, but if you chase after where the Republicans are going, which is always the case, you're always going to be behind that. You're not going to get out in front of them. You're not going to say, okay, well, instead of deporting, what we should do is shoot all immigrants. I mean, that you're always going to be chasing them, and you're not. It's just it's a fool's errand.
You look like you're lying when that happens. After spending 8 years saying like the border wall is racist and it's silly, to turn around and be like, actually, we want to build a border wall, and the Trump administration is not serious about building the border wall. If you think that that is going to be a message that ends up bringing some of these like white nativists on board with the Democratic Party's agenda, you're out of your freaking mind. Yep. The only thing that it does is make your base of support go in the direction of the Republican Party, because it's a basic admission that, yeah, the Republicans were right. Migrants are a national security problem, and therefore maybe I'm going to go with the guy who was right all along rather than the Democrats now.
Yep. Right. Or I'm going to stay home, which is the other thing that doesn't get discussed enough. It's like when you saw that IMEU analysis, that the plurality opinion for people in terms of who stayed home, they were not motivated to go out because of Gaza, because of her stance on that. But I think it all has a compounding effect where, okay, I can't vote for this person. I don't like either. And I'm just going to stick around. And that's who Zoran interviewed right after the race. And that's what prompted this historic run for him to win this primary. Yeah. And those are the voters we should be focusing on. Like this strategy of just picking and choosing issues based on how they poll at a current moment, as you say, Sam, as if like the polling is static and that leadership can't change things. It's the anti-politics. It's like the Democrats just want to get in power so they can be a concierge like Schumer, or so that they can craft legislation and do the good work of keeping the budget going every year or whatever, where it's like, do you want to do politics? Do you believe in something other than getting into power? People smell that. And that's why the Democratic Party has a lower approval rating than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Anyway, fun times.
Yeah. Speaking of fun times, should we look at the?
I'm gonna pee real quick, but I know exactly this video. I've already watched it, so don't worry.
All right, we're gonna play this. Well,
maybe read some IMs.
Oh yeah, we'll read some IMs. Wiggleland. A lot of people on Medicaid are permanently disabled and completely unable to work. That's why we can't live without publicly funded health care, and why so many are going to die as a result of this awful bill that Democrats did absolutely nothing to prevent. Dave from Jamaica. In the past, they tried prison labor to work the fields. Didn't work. This is skilled labor. Sam, I'm going to need you to pause and do an obligatory poggers. Please and thank you. Folks, poggers. Poggers. Scary Mountain Wizard. For my whole 39 years of life, I have watched the Dems capitulate to the GOP over and over again. It's simplistic to think that they're the same, but it really keeps looking like both parties serve money and power, and one just timidly waves a rainbow. I mean, I think that's a slight oversimplification, but without a doubt, the moneyed interests prevent them from being a successful party. I mean, look, and we can wait for Hassan to come back for this, but when we look at Zoran Mamdani's policies, we're basically talking about a FDR Democrat. I mean, none of these policies are particularly, you know, radical in any shape or form. Fiorella LaGuardia did a lot more socialistic things than Mamdani has at this point suggested. So it's sort of ridiculous. Miss Kitty, please read this. Hassan has major BDE. What does that mean?
Don't worry about it, Sam.
All right.
All right.
Should I have not said anything?
Harold, well,
That was a mistake.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
All right. We should, you don't have to come back. We've kept you long enough.
No,
I
no.
just IM'd. All right.
How long are you
It's
guys
2
going to go
o'clock.
today?
Oh, you were planning to leave by 2?
Yeah, but it's all
Oh, I didn't
good.
know that.
It's fine. You want to promote your show?
Are folks familiar with your show?
Yeah, I I have a show myself. Sometimes I talk about politics on there. It's twitch.tv/Hasanabi.
What is that? A snooze?
Is that a Zin?
This is in
What is it?
in my
Like a snooze?
Trump Zintin.
I don't know what that means.
Nicotine.
Oh, okay.
I tried one of those one
It's
time.
like a snooze, right?
Yeah, but no tobacco.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just the.
It's just pure nicotine.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Yeah, and I was gifted this Trump assassination attempt Zintin. It's my most prized possession.
You got the you got the shot where it's clearly failed.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I mean, yeah, that's.
Are you a part of like the liberal conspiracism about that being a fake shooting? There's
I love that.
Me too. I love looking into like
I love Blue Anon.
Blue Anon, and then also that the election was stolen. They're also
Yeah.
kind of convinced of that. I don't know what that's about.
The election stolen thing is happening. There's a Rockland County lawsuit.
Okay.
And there's the theory is around the drop-off votes between, all the the down ballot things were voted, and a lot of people left it blank up above. I mean, look, you look at those numbers about Israel and Palestine, and you look at the absolute refusal of Harris to indicate that she's going to do a different policy, because most people don't know who, Gordon was. And that there was going to, that she had a different foreign policy. I mean, nobody knows that.
Yeah.
And Philip Gordon, nobody knows who I'm talking about. And the failure to indicate that was ridiculous. But let's play this. Let's play this Alex Jones. You tell me what your thoughts are.
I hope this gets the Blue Anon guys going too, like into calling everybody a pedophile in the Republican Party at least.
I mean. It really does raise some questions.
Yeah.
It would be irresponsible not to speculate.
Yeah, pedocon theory is not. It's like a theory as the law. The theory of gravity is a theory.
So now, by coming in and being part of the cover-up, the Trump administration has become part of it. I mean, it's just you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm gonna go throw up. Actually, every few years when something really bad happens or something, I mean, I'm physically gonna puke probably right now.
Oh,
my mouth is watering right now. Because I have integrity.
I'll tell you something right now. Look at, I'm going to try and cry. One of the ways I try and cry is I get the sweat that drips off my forehead into my eyes, and I do that by doing this.
Okay, so I watched this whole video yesterday, and let me tell you, first, one of my favorite things that Alex Jones does is he drives on the Texas highway, usually going 25 miles an hour, because there are cars passing him both on the left and the right, which I always find very strange. So he's not even on the rightmost lane.
In a Honda.
I like to drive in there.
Yeah. And it's not a self-driving car. And this is important because he films himself while driving and talking, and he uses his hand while he's filming himself with one hand, as in no hand is touching the steering wheel the entire time when he's communicating. Right now he's parked, but in the beginning of this video, he actually does drive to the parking lot. Another thing that I love that Alex Jones does.
Why is he doing that?
I have no idea.
Look at the lighting.
But he will swap hands to use not to grab the steering wheel. He'll swap hands on the camera to change the camera to use his other hand to speak from time to time. And I mean, that man is a menace on the roads of Texas. I'm just surprised that he hasn't gotten into a car accident already.
He looks like he's aged. This has been difficult for him.
Well, I mean, I think he's doing Ozempic because I can see his neck now, and it's weird. It's weird to be able to see his neck. Like there was, I was reading the comments of my last video because I commented on this. I did a video on this, and people were like, "I didn't realize this was Alex Jones until you pointed it out." Like that's what people were saying.
He does. He looks different. And he also looks like he might. There's like
might be on the verge of tears.
He's got a little bit of like a stroke thing going on with his lip. Seems as I mean, maybe listen. I came from the dentist the other day to do an interview, and I had a lot of Novocaine.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to and give him some wide berth here. But go ahead.
Because
I gotta squeeze out some
integrity.
Bad audition.
Yeah. I just really need this administration to succeed and to save this country, and they're doing so much good. And then for them to do something like this, it hurts my guts out. The left, they're all complicit. They're open.
Oh, yeah.
We know they're pure evil. It's all funny. Oh, look, Alex is sad. They're tearing himself apart. Your globalist masters literally want you to eat bugs and live in a 5G 200 square foot coffin apartment.
What?
You look at the left, look at them all posing with their Pfizer shots looking like dead zombies. I mean, come on, you guys are sick.
As opposed to Alex Jones, beacon of health.
You shouldn't look at those of us that have a soul still and have integrity in pain over this and celebrate, you dumb pieces of fucking shit.
Okay, the funniest part about this, the funniest part about this is that in the beginning, because this is the end of this commentary, this car rant, which by the way, Alex Jones being a car rant guy is kind of sad. I mean, it's a little bit of a fall off from like being the most important media member in the right, years and years of integrity. But his cope for the Jeffrey Epstein files, the client list not being released, and the very clear attempts at like trying to pack this up by Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, both QAnon guys, right? And Pam Bondi, who was also a prosecutor in the state of Florida,
Attorney General
in the state of Florida during the Epstein stuff from 2011 to 2019, interestingly, just like Alexander Acosta, Trump's former labor secretary, was
Alan
the
Dershowitz represented both Epstein and Trump.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of connections there with Jeffrey Epstein, but Alex Jones's cope for all of this, the no revelation, after making this like a signature part of his career for understandable reasons, was Trump's attempting to blackmail the blackmailers with the blackmail. He's taken down the deep state. That's the only reason why he won't release these files. He's using the blackmail, the pedophile blackmail, against the deep state right now. That's what he's saying.
It's like the end times people who like just, they did the math wrong, right? Whenever they said the world was going to end. It's just there's always a new layer to this. It's funny too, like Trump is both the strong man, but also always the victim of everybody around him in like the right wing circles. Like
I think the problem for Jones is this has ended. This is my meal ticket for almost a decade, and I was relying on at least 2 or 3 more years of this.
I think like,
how am I going to? I need to raise money. I need to raise money badly.
President Trump, throw me a bone. Why won't you throw me a bone? Just say like Hillary Clinton's a pedophile or something.
I needed the fund to get to Mexico, where I was hoping to hide out with the money that I've scuttled away.
He's how like the law enforcement will turn informants in the mafia when they're in like a desperate situation or that kind of thing. The FBI and the CIA and the deep state gotta reach out to Alex Jones.
They haven't already.
I'm sorry if you don't.
You're pure evil. for even.
I don't think they haven't
suggesting
already.
that.
I think
I'm naive.
no. I think Alex Jones has been a government operative.
Oh, that's what I used to say. It was like
Yeah.
if Alex Jones didn't exist, the CIA would invent him. Just because how else can you channel people's political energy down a complete wormhole? Now, essentially, it's like a self-licking ice cream cone. They don't need to seed it anymore. It's a whole industry.
I think the role he played for years and years was like the one truthful thing that he would speak on, packaged in between like lizard people conspiracies to make the one truthful conspiracy seem also ridiculous. Because like, why are you going to trust the interdimensional vampire guy when he says that there are, you know, mass government surveillance operations taking place? It might have been a broken clock situation, or it might have been a deliberate attempt by some agents that were feeding him reliable information every now and then feeding him a whole bunch of nonsensical bullshit. So either he was like a willing participant or an unwilling actor here. But I think the role that he played in American political discourse remains one of major worth, at least in the beginning, for the intelligence community.
He had a moment that I see as analogous to I don't know what that crackling is, but he had a moment. There was a moment where Tucker Carlson was on C-SPAN in 2000 talking about Bill O'Reilly, and he had written a book, and he was like, Bill O'Reilly's populism is fake, and you know it's not going to last. He's going to get, you know, some stewardess is going to say he's going to yell at some stewardess, and the whole thing is going to fall apart. And I think Tucker Carlson realized over the years, like, no, it didn't. And when he got into Bill O'Reilly's slot, he pretended like he was the everyman. And there's a similar clip of Alex Jones talking about David Icke, a British guy who came up with all the changeling lizard people stuff. And he said, he's the turd in the punch bowl while I'm giving real information, you know, back in the day. And I think Alex Jones realized at one point, like, actually, no, I can be the turd in the punch bowl and do much better. And that, I think, is, you know, where it landed him. He just got caught. Essentially.
But I do think that like conspiracy theories play a really important role in political discourse in perpetuity. It's not like a new phenomena.
John Birch Society.
Absolutely. And the reason why, I mean, we're seeing it in popular discourse now. It's never been as we've never been as conspiratorial as we are now, for sure.
That's because I think of tech.
Yeah. That definitely, social media plays a major role in it. But the reason why it plays a formative role is because it's a byproduct of liberalism. If the world in this like spiritual idealized version is built around the good bad dynamic, like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, instead of an underlying materialist analysis for how history is moving, then you ultimately have to find villains. And those villains have to be, you know, shadowy figures that are in cigar smoke filled rooms, and like backdoor deals that are moving society in a direction for pure evil, rather than doing it in broad daylight through class interests that they express with regular frequency, with no pushback whatsoever. And I think that's the reason why liberalism needs a perfect bow to basically wrap this ordeal around. And that's why so many people find themselves swept away with conspiracy theories, because they have no like real way of looking at the world and analyzing the events that unfold in a way that I think the chattel slavery system required some kind of different reasoning for why black people could be enslaved, because if they convert to Christianity, you can't enslave them because the Bible says you can't enslave Christians. So then racial dynamics come into play, where black people are considered a second-class citizen, or not even a citizen at all, not humans at all, in an effort to justify slavery, chattel slavery. And then what came out of that? Scientific racism, the debunked science of phrenology, and eugenicists, right? That was a way to logically wrap everything up in this neat little logical system. If they're actually scientifically found to be not human, then it justifies all of the untold amounts of cruelty that slavers could do to black people.
I mean, we see that today with trans folk. I mean, that is it's a similar project, right? I mean, to label trans people as, you know, psychologically broken or some type of defect, then the logic follows from that. So is your argument that liberalism is so moralistic that it creates it takes it out of the material realm and makes it just a question of good or bad or some type of
liberalism mystifies class dynamics deliberately in an attempt to justify its existence, and because it's the monoculture, both Republicans and Democrats alike exhibit liberal tendencies, and ultimately, if you want like a completely if you want like a full moral system surrounding liberalism, you have to inevitably arrive at like villains in society. And those villains are usually they're Jewish people. That's usually what it points to, like lizard people, which is an analog. But I think it's a necessity for people that are seeking out like why the systems exist in the ways that they do. They're like, I want to scratch the surface of this information. I want to find out exactly why life seemingly keeps getting worse and worse. And when people are desperate and they are completely shut off from this alternative way of looking at it, from looking at it even from the basis of like sociological experiments or looking at it from the basis of dialectical materialism, they inevitably arrive at this fantastic narrative of good, bad people.
Right.
And they find themselves swept away with conspiracies.
It's individualism.
Too.
Yeah. Right.
Let's what? Oh, you gotta go.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I just
you gotta go.
I thought you were gonna leave at 2.
How long are you guys planning on going?
2:30, but
okay, I'll stay here.
All right.
We're gonna have 13 minutes.
I try to be polite and
no, it's all good.
No, I don't care about that. Yeah.
No, it's all good. I'm not always in New York, so it's all good.
All right.
Have you ever seen Patrick Bet-David's show?
It's my favorite. Also, if he's watching, because I know you've been on it, and Cenk has been on it as well. Patrick, he won't have me on. I don't know why.
He won't?
I mean, I don't know. He's never like refused, but I have like replied to one of his tweets asking like, who should be my next guest? And I was like,
I've been on twice. I don't know why he doesn't have you on.
I don't know. I love you, Patrick.
You know,
I'm
here's the thing,
big fan.
is that I think after the first time I was on, he said he got more emails angry at him for having me on than any other guest. And I feel like if you went on, it would be it would even drum up more.
Yeah.
More clicks.
Listen, I know that Vinny and Adam, at least, are going to watch this. I mean, Adam will.
Vinny hates me.
Vinny, I don't think we'll be able to. Let's play this clip. I mean, because Vinny, I think is really I think he really doesn't like me.
He doesn't like me either. I did the Piers Morgan thing with him where he like got really red because he was so angry. He was like, "You're a rich, spoiled kid, fake socialist." I was like, "Vinny, I love you. I don't want you to die. Like you're getting really red."
Quick trigger.
I sat next to him, and he also, you know what he also has a problem with is volume, control of volume.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I had to turn like his thing way down. He was sitting next to me. He was screaming.
Yeah.
He was getting very, very animated.
But here, I seen this video as well. He's gonna do a number on this one.
Here is Vinny and Adam having a debate over the Epstein client list.
We are built on pedophilia and blackmailing the most powerful people.
What do you mean we are built? Define that. Do you mean our entire country, our entire government, our entire FBI, CIA?
I'm saying this. Whoever,
or this is one little operation that they don't want to expose.
Whoever he was working for, Epstein, Mossad, CIA, everything. Apparently, the most powerful people on the world were flying to an island and having sex with underage kids because she said it. There's tens of thousands of hours of them doing it. If we're built on that and the most powerful people that are running the show are in charge, the guys telling Castel, the thing that you just read, shut up. Shut up about it. Hold on, you know who I am. He knows who I am. I want accountability for everybody. If it's Trump, if it's Bill Gates, if it's Bill Clinton, I don't care. If it's the president of anything, expose them, because Adam, the truth has to come out.
Okay, so I only have one question for you,
Yes.
my dear friend. I agree with you, but at what price? But hold on, hear me out.
price.
At what price?
At any price, Adam.
So you're saying to expose whatever happened on Epstein Island, you're willing to do whatever this looks like.
Yes.
Tear down the government, expose all the secrets, put America
Pause it for a
basically
second.
in
Now, it
harm's way.
seems like, now, I don't want to be siding with Vinny here.
Yeah, no, I do. That's why I love him.
But it seems like Adam is suggesting that if this list comes out, our government's going to fall.
Yeah.
And that would imply that Donald Trump is on that list.
Yeah.
Like in a big
Christine
way.
Pelosi, remember that when she said, some of our faves are going to be implicated.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi's daughter tweeted that out.
Yeah.
When initially, when this stuff was coming out like many, many years ago, and she's like, listen, some of our faves are going to be implicated in this, and that's okay. And that's basically what Vinny is saying. And I love that. Vinny is right.
Vinny is right in this instance. Now, I know there's a lot of people going like, well, maybe Adam's Mossad himself. Maybe Adam is trying to run interference.
He would. I mean, if Adam is Mossad, then they've also
they're
incurred.
brilliant.
They've also incurred in shitification similar to the CIA.
Exactly. Good. Keep playing this.
Expose all the secrets. Put America basically in harm's way just to find out what's up.
What do you mean, Adam?
Because these are the most powerful people in the world.
Yeah.
They're apparently on this island.
Adam, so let the truth be told or the heavens fall. I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah, Adam, and that's
My
what
God.
Shauna is. I am 100% accountability, and I don't give it. If that's what we were built
but at
on,
what price?
I don't give a shit.
Tearing
There's
down
no
America?
price. Guess what the price is, Adam? God.
So
God's
you want
the price.
to rule a city of ashes?
I don't give a shit if it's built on pedophilia and raping kids. Yes, because
you're being emotional.
No, I'm not. I'm being real.
He did the Tim Pool thing. He did the Tim Pool thing.
But you want to cut your whole nose off and ruin your entire face because you care that much about this entire
Adam, if
issue.
the machine is running right now,
Can you pause it for a second?
Pedophiles.
I'm sorry, but he has spent the last 3 minutes being like, pedophilia, is it worth really getting this upset and emotional over sex trafficking of minors that I also admit our elites are partaking in? Is it really that big of a deal? Can you calm down about this? It's like, how did this happen?
Well, also, this is relatively calm for Vinny. I mean, I don't see any veins popping out of his head.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, this is the first
This
time.
is how he
you're
orders
saying,
his coffee in the morning.
Exactly. And keep going. This is pretty funny.
Running the show, and they're telling him, shut the hell up because we're all pedophiles. Knock it down. And my last thing, pal, what bothered me about what he said is, we're not going to re-victimize the girls and the victims. We're not going to do it.
Cash?
Cash. Guess what? Nobody wants to see any girl. I don't want to see any kids, male, boy, underage. Blur them out. But who's the guy that's touching them? Who's the guy that's molesting them and raping them? This is a horrible argument. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't
Look at Patrick. My God. I am value-tained once again.
Oh, that was the most genuine smile I've ever seen from him.
Patrick's got a 100% guarantee. You will be value-tained.
Oh. Are you not value-tained?
I am so value-tained.
Are you not value-tained?
Oh, God. I love him.
Apparently, let's play this clip of Trump.
This just happened. So Trump was asked at the White House about this, and apparently he got
Trump was asked about Epstein, and of course Trump said Zoran's anti-Semite.
No, well, I mean, but we also have to be fair to here with Trump. Like, he is a very sensitive guy, and he wants to be, respectful to all victims of all kinds.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things.
Oh, my God.
Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question.
Don't answer. Wait a second.
At a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Oh, a desecration.
I'll tell you something. Donald Trump being morally righteous, I don't think that's his go-to.
How dare you?
As you know, Trump loves staying on message. Like when he has leaders of foreign nations sit there as he talks about like Joe Biden shitting in his diapers or something. Like he loves, he never strays off message. He never goes into different topics. So clearly that's what he's doing here as well. Very consistent.
This is the first, like, we talk about, oh, MAGA's going to break off if they do, you know, if he breaks this campaign promise, which he like lied from one day to the next about what it was going to be. But this is the first time I've actually seen some people in the base start to get genuinely pissed with Trump.
Yeah.
It seems like that's what is making him upset, because that's all he consumes. He's not in touch with public opinion. He's not in touch with like how generally people view him. He's in touch with how the base views him. And it's a case study again for Democrats. Serve your base. A lot of the rest will follow. But this is what is going to be an issue for him. Like I don't think this is going to go away fully.
That is, it is fascinating to see Trump attempt to get just indignant. Like, how could you bring up something so unserious at this time?
So insensitive.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I like the prisoners of war who don't get captured.
It's fascinating. I think it is indication that he is worried about it, but it's probably going to be gone in a week.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, all right, couple IMs and we'll get out of here. Sam, you should have Jeffries on the show and ask him a question. Who is your audience? I wanted to take phone calls with you, but we don't have time for that. We don't have time. All right, I got to let you go. So I know you got to get out of here, right? Or
Yeah.
Yeah. You got a show to do, don't you?
Yeah. I got a whole day mapped out.
Well, 5 IMs and we'll get out of here. Sam, please be careful. This Hassan guy was almost anti-Semite of the year.
That's true. And second up, runner up.
Did you?
I lost it. I lost
put
it.
out a list.
No, it wasn't the ADL. It was the crazy Long Island lady, stopantisemitism.org.
Oh, she's from Long Island?
Yeah.
That's not shocking.
It's not Libs of TikTok. Is she the same person?
No, that's Chaya Reichik. She's in LA. Yeah.
So you came in second to whom?
Candace Owens.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. It's like, it's one of those years where they were like, well, you know, we'll go with the black woman.
Right.
Or we'll do the tiebreak and give it to the person that said Hitler had, his biggest problem was moving beyond the borders of Germany.
Yeah,
who got into the third? Who's third?
Greta Thunberg.
Oh, all right. Well, that's fair. I mean, there's certain diversity that they're trying to do
The
there.
3 horsemen of the apocalypse.
Jonathan Greenblatt has actually said, compared me to Kanye West on, I think it was Time magazine.
But I've seen him bring you up. He's a lunatic.
Yeah, he really does not like me.
He's an effing asshole, but a total lunatic. And the biggest teachers union in the country, I think, has basically disavowed the ADL. Right?
Yes, I have this open here. Right. Labor Notes reported last night that the National Education Association, the biggest 3 million member teachers union, voted to reject the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, and said, like Wikipedia, which I think did this 6 months ago, they're not a credible source.
Yep.
For anti-Semitism.
That's awesome. The more reputable organizations and people, for that matter, essentially call out and distance themselves from the ADL, regardless of what the Anti-Defamation League started as or in your mind ever was, it is clearly now just a right-wing mouthpiece that is running interference for Donald Trump and for the Netanyahu government. I mean, regardless of anything else they say, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, no, that's their primary focus, because like there is an explosion of anti-Semitism, and part of that is because of the false conflation between Judaism and Zionism. Actions of Israel and Jews all around the world. That's a dangerous conflation, as you noted.
I had a conversation with your friend about that.
Yeah, my friend. But beyond that, there's also an explosion of the anti-Semitism on Twitter. But Twitter is owned by Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was a major Trump booster. And Elon Musk also, after highlighting the great replacement theory, claiming that, you know, Jews were doing unlimited third world migration into Western civilization, turned around and went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro, and then went to Israel, and you know, is unconditionally pro-Israel. So obviously, you can't really criticize Elon Musk even when he does a double Sig Heil at the inauguration, because or even criticize Elon Musk for the unlimited anti-Semitism that exists on Twitter, because he's pro-Israel. Yep. If your goal is to defend Israel, if you're the Apartheid Defense League, then, you know, you're just not going to go after people like that. And you're going to, at most, do light criticisms of Donald Trump when he comes out and is like these Shylocks.
Yeah, the ADL, I wanted to look it up. They did end up denouncing it, but probably because Biden used it in 2014.
Yeah.
And so they denounced it then too. So
yeah.
Well, what is fascinating is that their attacks on you are still built on a model that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
You know, the idea, I don't have a sense of what your career plans or what you think you need to reach people, but I suspect it's not going on cable news with any type of regularity. And their whole model is based upon, you know, we're going to make them toxic for, you know, Meet the Press or whatever it is. And sorry, it just doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah, the other side of that also is that, like, there are enough, especially in the lower levels, like on the reporter side of things, like there are enough journalists who are smart enough on this stuff not to get like bullied in this way.
Yep.
And I think that many of those media outlets would much rather have someone like myself on as a guest host than fucking Jonathan Greenblatt.
Right.
So. And they know that I'm not an anti-Semitic person. Jonathan Greenblatt knows that I'm not an anti-Semitic person. Yes. He knows that I have actively combated and fought against anti-Semitism. My friend Noah was talking about this. Like Edward Said is, I think famously once said, like, I'm the last Jew is what Edward Said said. Like the only person that seemingly cares about both anti-Semitism and also the emancipation of Palestinians, where he's so predisposed with defending Israel that he has to attack one of the largest like independent media outlets that is unconditionally in support of Palestinians and actually does not even remotely entertain anti-Semitism and fights back against it, because as I like to point out, I'm like, Candace Owens is not going to convince Jonathan's like nieces and nephews, right, or Bill Ackman's daughter, right? Because Candace Owens is anti-Semitic. So you can always point to her and say, oh, she just hates Israel because she hates Jews. And there's some truth to that, right? Whereas with someone like myself, most people that you know come into my audience for an extended period of time very quickly realize, like, oh, this is bullshit. The whole like this guy is anti-Semitic is just completely made up. And therefore I have the capacity to actually convert his nieces and nephews and the next generation of young progressive Jews away from any kind of association that they might have had with Israel into anti-Zionists.
Right. That's why Richie Torres is their favorite, is because he's fairly young, and they think that like they can manufacture this from the top down. That's not going to work. Yeah. Although he's a little bit like obsessed with you to a degree that, like, I don't know if that's from Jonathan Greenblatt specifically, or if he's just like obsessed with you on his own. No, I think it's a bit of both, but I think it's just like he's Apex attack dog. So like it's clear that they had a beat on me for a while now, and they just won't ever stop. They'll just like continue pummeling this.
I think it has the opposite effect as they think. Yeah. I mean, that is the interesting thing about it. I think it has the opposite effect that they think, because it is the bar to assessing it for people's selves is just too low than it would have been in a different era. I mean, part of the reason why I think it's the same dynamic as to why, you know, Chuck Schumer is afraid of Zohran Mamdani, because Zohran is going to replace Chuck Schumer. I mean, not maybe literally, but his ilk is going to replace Chuck Schumer's ilk. Yeah. Whereas, you know, Curtis Lewa is not going to. Whereas, you know, Cuomo is the same ilk. there's just more of a threat, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
All right. The final I am of the day. Cole from Little Rock. The price is God is an incredible line. And
Yeah.
it certainly is. Vinny, thank you for that. That should be a drop. Hassan, really fun to have you here finally.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been an honor. Thank you for having me.
Glad you could make it. Thank you for staying longer than you intended. Emma, thank you for indulging.
No problem. I just get anxious when we keep people over.
Yeah, the anxiety is really impressive.
But it's more pronounced because he's here physically. When we keep guests over, I at least have some removal from it. But
This is the second time that Brian has ever run the show by himself. He's only been here for 3 weeks, and we've thrown everything at him.
Bring it.
Short of power outage, which is tomorrow's fun.
It's hot enough.
Brian, great job today. Emma, great job today. Hassan, great job today.
Thank you.
Folks, we'll see you tomorrow.
When they first found the shooter, I wasn't live, right? When they first found the shooter, when they first apprehended the shooter, I wasn't live. But a lot of other people were covering it, and they were making up their minds on like what this ideological profile was. I think it was too soon to tell, but my early assessment was looking at like the meme profile, which is a stupid thing to actually say out loud when talking about mass shooters. But God damn it, unfortunately, that is a thing that we have to do. Looking at the mimetic profile of the shooter and the things that the shooter wanted to communicate, I basically said, look, it's too soon to tell the ideological background, but it's like very obvious that he has like a right-wing family, Mormon family, all this stuff, some family members are connected to the military. Early on, they thought his dad was like law enforcement, and they found out that wasn't the case. That's whatever. But like he clearly was a white kid from like a real ass American Utah family, right? And even Governor Cox had some statements about this. Even Governor Cox himself was like, "Oh, I was praying that he wasn't one of us. I hope there was like some Muslim transgender guy from, Idaho or whatever, or from not from this country." And it turns out he's one of us. And I saw that and I was like, that's a weird thing to say out loud, buddy. That's a weird thing to say out loud, but we are living in increasingly weird times. So I guess it's fine that you're just saying it. Okay. Like, you know how people will always say, like, because of the unlimited violence that marginalized populations are subjected to, many of you have probably had that moment where you see like a mass shooting or something and you're like, oh my God, I hope the shooter isn't like trans or black or brown or undocumented or something like that, because like, what is yet to come. Well, these guys are now doing the reverse of that because they want to do more violence, it seems. So they're like, oh, every time there's a shooter, even though most of the time it's like a white dude, and this time it was a white dude as well, I was praying it wasn't one of ours, I was praying it wasn't one of ours. And it's like, it's not like it changes anything if it's a white guy who's a right winger. They've done most of the shootings. And it seems like the right collectively have decided a lot of these guys are responsible for the shooting. So let's just turn around and imagine that the shooter is a trans leftist every time, right? And it's crazy. It's crazy. Because like the impact is not the same. You know what I mean? There's not like there's no legislation to like ban young white boys who are a little quirked up on the internet when there's another young white boy who is a little too quirked up who does a mass shooting. That's not a thing. But God forbid, if anyone has like even been around a trans person, it seems they're like, oh, we have to literally arrest and prosecute and criminalize every trans person in the country. Now, I watched so much. I watched the Nancy Mace and the Republicans basically go from, we have to kill everybody immediately. We have to kill anyone that's ever been like, maybe we shouldn't be mean to gay people because they're all radical transgender Antifa leftists who are doing unlimited violence, the white Christians or whatever, to then turn around and be like, oh no, he was one of our boys again. Oh well, pray for his soul. Pray for his lost soul. And then they turned around and they were like, he went to a Mormon university for one semester, and that's where he got hit with the transgender woke ray, right? And then everyone was like, dog, he took one semester and didn't even have any in-person classes, and then left to go work for to go to a technical school, right? Like, what are we talking about? This is the person, this person's background is so perfectly like right-wing in the way that these guys have designed the world. So they just couldn't figure that route as well. But now they're saying it's actually a transgender roommate, that he was radicalized by a transgender. Like, it has to be a trans person, it seems, for these guys. Like, I don't know what will happen. I do know that because violence is such a permanent part of American politics, which I wrote about on the New York Times, by the way, we're going to be talking about that in a second. It's an inevitability that these things will continue to happen unless, in the absence of any sort of like serious legislation to stop, gun violence. It has happened every other week, and it will most likely, unfortunately, continue to happen. And I guess in the next phase here is going to be like, was the shooter ever around a trans person at all? Like, we have to look through the next school shooter. If they've even been in the direction, if they've even looked into the direction of a trans person, that's probably how they got radicalized. Like, that's where we're at now. Like, these people are trying to say like, oh, you were roommates with a trans person, I think, and therefore that's the reason why you did a mass shooting. Like, it's just so insane. And what's extra messed up is that people are like, the media is dropping the ball in spectacular fashion. So I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. It's just, everything is wrong. Everything is busted. Everyone is angry. I guess like the only thing I'm hoping for, and I said this like the first couple of days, is, maybe these guys will just focus on the burger aspect of things, and we'll just like get it out of their system by being like, we're going to cancel a bunch of people. We're going to cancel a bunch of people on the left that we are claiming is, responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. And then they'll turn around and they won't engage in acts of violence or something like that. Hopefully. What is this viral tweet about you? I think I saw this. I saw this one. Yeah. If God forbid a leftist like Hassan Parker were killed, a lot of centrist Dems wouldn't even publicly mourn him. The idea that any GOP governor would fly flags at half mast for him like Dems, like Dem Govs or for Kirk, is beyond laughable. That's the imbalance we have in this country. Anyway, it's true. His grandma was upset that people call him left wing. I know, I saw that too. Yeah, that was also crazy. His grandmother was more upset at the fact that they were calling him a leftist than at the fact that he had shot Charlie Kirk. Like, she was like, listen, shooting high profile figures is something that I'm, not too fond of, but I can understand it. But do not say he did it because of radical transgender Antifa. We are a Republican family. That's what she said. It was crazy. Anyway, she probably doesn't know what the going on with the grandchild anyway. So like, there's so much like secondary secondhand, third hand, fourth hand, like totally irrelevant information that people run with and then try to retract after the fact. Also, this person's tweet that went viral, this person sucks so much ass. This guy, I don't like Hassan Parker, but if he died tomorrow, Fox News would be celebrating Trump, post a meme celebrating his death on Truth Social. This dumb, literally, this Destiny dick riding piece of shit once famously said Donald Trump should deport Hassan because I don't like him. Like, so he's just farming. Okay, don't get it twisted. That motherfucker's just farming. Anyway, I don't like people invoking your name in this discourse, even if it's hypotheticals. I know, I don't like it either. But what are you gonna do? Okay, so. Joyce Carol O's defending you after you're quoting your New York Times article. Yeah. So where was I? All right. So a lot has taken place. Let's get started. Even Moist Critical is spreading misinformation that he's a leftist. Look, guys, everyone is spreading misinformation. And at a certain point, you have to realize, like, are people spreading misinformation if they're just like rehashing what high profile legacy publishers are saying? Because high-profile legacy publishers are dropping the ball without doing the proper investigation, without doing the proper investigation. They're just like moving forward with whatever sound bites they can get. And one thing that's actually interesting in this process is like no matter how biased the police are, no matter how incompetent the police are, even cops, detectives, when they're setting up a shooter profile to figure out an ideological motive for a suspect in the aftermath of a situation like this, they will go to friends, right? They will go to the friends of the shooter and they will go to the family of the shooter, but they won't actually move on with that as like key pieces of evidence until they fully fleshed out a psychographic profile for the shooter. The media, on the other hand, is so horny to not get outflanked by the likes of, I don't know, Steven Crowder or whatever, that they are deciding that some random neighbor actually can give us a convincing case on who this person is, right? Oh, we went to a friend. The friend called him a leftist. And then they retract the article and they go, okay, maybe the friend didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He's just like talking out of his ass. So this is what's really annoying about it, where I cannot even fault the likes of, I don't know, Moist Critical for going along with what he is seeing in the news and then responding to it. Having said that, however, like I said, given what I know about like right-wing meme profiles with shooters, the last one being the Minneapolis church shooter that we talked about. If you remember, the Minneapolis church shooter was a far-right neo-Nazi that was most likely radicalized in one of these Telegram groups, not dissimilar to the Colorado school shooter that actually shot up his school an hour after Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at UVU. And yet, the reason why I'm bringing that one up is because people said, oh, that's transgender radical Antifa. That's a transgender radical Antifa shooter. And they still are saying that. That wasn't the case. And the reason why I say that wasn't the case is because that shooter in Minneapolis very clearly showcased a meme profile that is consistent with far-right neo-Nazi, extremely nihilistic, esoteric neo-Nazi school shooters and mass shooters in general. And what I mean by that is like he was venerating, Anders Breivik and the Christchurch shooter, like all these different white nationalists and white supremacists. Whereas this shooter's memes did not reach that standard at all, which is why I said Tyler Robinson, Kirk's alleged shooter, came from a Mormon family in both law enforcement and the military, but I'm not so certain if he himself was right-wing. A lot of the memes posted on the casings are ironic or of the left variety, different than previous far-right shooters. It's too soon to tell, but this is important to understand. As well, I said, I think people need to understand that there's a massive online far-right wing community that hated Charlie Kirk. This is something that I've brought up as well. Nick Fuentes, contrary to popular opinion, contrary to how he's presenting himself right now, Nick Fuentes has actually said infinitely more violent shit about Charlie Kirk than I ever have. Okay? So it's not like I had a more cordial relationship with Charlie Kirk as opposed to Nick Fuentes. That is the reality. That is the irony, because everyone in the far right and everyone in the right wing thinks I'm responsible for this, and they keep saying I'm the one who's responsible for this. You, Hassan, you did this. Meanwhile, if you look back at his statements, Nick Fuentes' statements about Charlie Kirk, you will see like he talked about doing an endless amount of violence to him and also Turning Point USA and whatnot. So they have been hunting and pursuing Charlie Kirk for quite a while, as a matter of fact. So, but that doesn't really matter in this moment, because like everyone on the right is very clearly trying to get together and use this as an opportunity to attack their ideological opposition, their enemies. They're using this as an opportunity to say like, no, it's the left that's hateful and all this stuff. So that's what's so crazy about this entire situation too, because like as far as I can remember, I don't think I've ever said anything that's remotely as violent about Charlie Kirk as like Nick Fuentes has. I mean, here's some choice ones, I think. I mean, there's a lot of metaphor that he uses as well, to be fair, and metaphors are things that I've used as well in the past, not directionally against like Charlie Kirk or anybody like that, but those metaphors are obviously being used currently in clips that are completely clipped out of context to make it seem as though I was like advocating for violence against the right or whatever which is yet another story that I'm going to be covering as well. So But ultimately, I'm still of the mindset that it's like entirely too early. But one thing I have noticed is, and I suspect that there is I've noticed the tendency of the right to basically go along with misinformation no matter who's doing it, right? What I mean by that is I saw a ton of liberal accounts posting the shooters like a photoshopped t-shirt of the shooter wearing like a Trump shirt that's not real. I saw so many people immediately go, this is a groiper, this is a groiper, this is a groiper. And I wasn't online at the time. And, you know, I didn't have the opportunity to like seriously go back and forth on this stuff at the time. But I wasn't so certain. There were people saying he was a DSA guy. I knew that that wasn't real. They just like doxed another random DSA guy, which was really up, but you know, classic. But a lot of people, and I think what's more interesting is that a lot of right-wingers, I think when they saw the shooter, also decided he might be right-wing. Okay? What do I mean by this? Because once they found out the demographic background, once they found out his like family, his family history, the right toned down the calls for civil war and decided we got to lower the temperature, decided we got to pray for this young boy's soul, this young boy's heart. That was insane because I felt like I got slapped up, like I got whiplash from how quickly they went from we have to kill every leftist person because this was very obviously a transgender Antifa leftist to we have to save this boy's soul by praying for him. And that led me to believe that maybe they think he's right wing. And I don't know if it's because they have more information that I was not privy to, right? Here's the Nancy Mace tweet compilation. That's the classic one that everyone is obviously pointing to. Time to bring back the death penalty. Enough is enough. Representative Nancy Mace's comments on Charlie Kirk's killer allegedly being pro T-word. Okay. And then after the background of the shooter is found, we know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus Christ. We will try to do the same. We truly believe if Tyler Robinson had ever sat down from Charlie, the great debater, the man of faith and grace he was, Tyler wouldn't have pulled the trigger. Like, it's insane. It's insane. They didn't even hide it. They just straight up went from this is a radical Antifa transgender, and we need to kill all of them to like, we have to pray for this young boy's soul. So I think it's like a combination of different factors. One, it's because not only was he white, but he was a corn-fed white boy. You know what I mean? He was a real ass like Mormon Utah boy. Okay. And I do think that these guys unironically, I never thought this until this moment, but I really do think that a lot of right-wingers just straight up respond to race. Okay. I think that's it. Like when they see someone who is not just like white, but also not white in a spicy way where like they got a septum ring and I don't know, a hammer and sickle tattoo, but like just straight up, if you are like a white boy from a Republican family, they go, oh no, that's one of us. That's, you know, it's obviously that this person was not like a leftist. Like that's the way they reacted to it, even if there wasn't enough evidence to suggest it at the time. And I think the other reason is because they saw the Groiper stuff. They saw all the people being like, oh, this guy's a right winger. He voted for, or he's a registered Republican. He gave money to the Republicans, which is fake, by the way. That's a totally different Tyler Robinson, which again, Tyler Robinson is the most like, if you were to point to like the most average Utah boy, I would literally build out a profile of Tyler Robinson, right? Republican, it's like John Smith, you know, Tyler Robinson, white boy, went to college for one semester, dropped out, didn't pursue it, and went back and got like an apprenticeship. Went to a technical school. Like he did the most right-wing shit you could possibly do. Not saying that like anyone that goes to a technical school is right-wing, but like that is how the right has presented the best possible future. You come from a good family, your family is always there for you, and then you don't go to college because college makes you woke and gay, and you get an apprenticeship instead, right? Like you go to a technical school, you get an apprenticeship, you work a real job, an honest job, right? None of this like fake gay vaccine related college jobs. Like he did all of that. He's a gun pervert, family of gun perverts since 8 years old. He's been like, you know, shooting guns and whatnot. So I think like when they saw all of that stuff, they went, oh, this is probably one of our guys. As I also mentioned, like Governor Cox said. So they decided, oh yeah, no, we should maybe dial it back a little bit. Having said that, that didn't stop Ben Shapiro from continuing to pursue this stuff. Even though what he was operating off of was like, obviously a now retracted newspaper piece. I think it was on The Guardian. And what's interesting is he got owned by Bill Maher of all people. And I feel like if you're getting owned by Bill Maher, you should just throw in, you should throw the towel. You should throw in the towel. You should never try to debate ever again. Because Bill Maher is like, I mean, he's not a particularly intelligent individual. He's not, I mean, getting dunked on by Bill Maher is like pretty humiliating, I think.
It's a shooting at a synagogue. It is very likely to be either a white supremacist or a radical Muslim. If it is a shooting of a Republican politician, it is very likely to be a trans Antifa Marxist shooter.
That is just not, that's just insane to say. Like, dog, none of those, like that was not the case. That did not happen. Thomas Crooks is not like a radical transgender Antifa guy. He was a registered Republican, man. Thomas Crooks was a registered Republican. He was wearing like a gun tuber merch. Like sometimes you got to understand, like there is just some quote unquote apolitical right adjacent people that just decide I'm going to make a name for myself by shooting the president. It's insane. I know it doesn't make sense, but it's just not the case.
We don't know what this kid is.
We do know this kid was of the left. We do know that.
We do know what?
That this kid was of the political left. That is according to contemporaneous reporting from The Guardian as well as Tablet Magazine today.
It's 2 days out. We don't know shit, Ben.
But
we don't know shit. They never do. The internet is undefeated in getting it wrong to begin with.
It's not about the internet.
He's right. And The Guardian actually retracted that article. Unironically, I cannot believe Bill Maher is right. I cannot believe I'm saying this. Bill Maher is right. Ben Shapiro is so stupid and so professionally wrong that he made the most annoying, professionally stupid and wrong guy look good in comparison. How is that possible? How is that even possible, man? It's crazy, okay? There should be no comeback from this. If Bill Maher dunks on you, it's over.
That's about the actual reporting by mainstream acceptance. The Guardian is not a right-wing.
Here's what we heard. Here's what I was told so far, and I'll tell you what was wrong. First, I heard he's a registered Republican. Not true. Okay. Then he was a donor to Trump. Not true. His father works in the sheriff's office. Not true. There was a picture of him wearing a pro-Trump shirt. Not true. Member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Not true. We don't know what he is.
Well,
how are you so sure he's of the left? Now, I agree when you write on a bullet, what did he write on the bullet?
Catch this fascist, which is also a gamer thing.
Okay, but now I'm hearing he may have been part of that group for whom Charlie Kirk was not right-wing enough.
You mean the Groypers, yes. I mean, so that would...
You're sure he's not that?
So this is a cooking right here. This is a cooking because Ben hates the Groypers, okay? Ben hates the Groypers almost as much as he hates the left for obvious reasons. The Groypers are anti-Semitic. They're anti-Israel and also anti-Semitic, which, of course, anti-Semitism in that regard is not something that Ben Shapiro actually takes issue with. It's the anti-Israel sentiment, as I've said time and time again. This is something that Ben himself has also voluntarily revealed, like when talking about Ann Coulter, and on numerous other occasions, Ben has quite literally been like, anti-Semitism is fine as long as you're pro-Israel. Like he's openly said it. And the Groypers have obviously like stalked him as well, including Nick Fuentes. I do find it really interesting that like Groypers are becoming mainstream though. Like they're now literally talking about this on television. Like my mom asked me what a Groyper is. My mom I was like, it's over. It's done. When moms are asking about what the a groiper is, it is clearly the narrative that this might be a far-right neo-Nazi shooter, regardless of whether it's true or not. And I'm not saying that that is the case. Make no mistake. I'm saying it's too soon to tell. But clearly, when moms are asking about what the groiper is, like, clearly that is in normie circles. Like, I think on Facebook and all over the internet, like, it just blew up. It blew up as like a potential for the shooter being like a far-right guy. And what's interesting about it is I've never experienced that before. I've never experienced like misinformation, or at least like faulty information spreading in the left direction like this in the aftermath of a shooting. But it was actually weird to see so many right-wingers also go along with that and like recalculate their messaging out of the fear that this might be a groiper. Isn't that crazy? Like, I think right-wingers are so susceptible to misinformation that they're more susceptible to misinformation than real, accurate, truthful assessment and truthful analysis, that if you just make stuff up, they're more inclined to believe it. If you just go, hey man, let's dial it back real quick. Let's wait a couple days before we figure out exactly the ideological profile of this person. He's alive, you know, there will be interrogations and whatnot. Nope. As long as you lie in either direction, you can lie in the left direction, you can lie in the right direction. Right-wingers will jump on board, it seems, which is crazy. But yeah, it was very interesting. This TikTok explained the memes on the bullets. Yeah, this is my goat. I like this guy a lot, Aiden, etc. He's a reporter. He talks about like culture and stuff, like far-right radicalization networks online quite a bit. Here's his piece on the memes on the bullet casings for the shooter. We'll look at that. What is this breaking? It's being reported that 6 transgenders had advanced knowledge of Charlie Kirk's assassination. What does that even mean, bro? What does that even mean, bro? Breaking news. Remember what I said about Donald Trump saying everything's transgender and then people understand it? That's what this is now. You can just put transgender in anything, in any context, in any situation. You can just apply transgender to it and people will, oh, that's right. That's probably the case. We have to do something. Like, the right is so easily duped on this. Yeah, like, they went, the shooter is trans. Okay, the bullets were trans. Okay, the roommate is trans. Like, what the how can people not realize this is a psychotic way to approach the situation? What if the shooter wanted to be trans? You never know, like, ahead of time. You know what I mean? It's like, when all else fails, they just lie and they go along with that lie. It just doesn't make any sense. There's like a 90% chance that all trans people found out by now that Charlie is dead. Yeah. Everybody knows transgender people are magical people. They just like communicate with one another through telepathy, and they were sending out a beacon. It's just like when you start taking HRT, you just have this like these additional powers. You're a really good swimmer too. It's like it gives you swimming powers, okay? It gives you weightlifting powers, and it also gives you the power to precog assassinations ahead of time. That's just how it is. Once you get on that HRT, bro, it's crazy, okay? Like, I'm joking about this shit, like, unironically, that is how it's coming across. Anyway, let me finish this Bill Maher dunk because he goes, well, don't you think he could be a groiper?
But now I'm hearing he may have been part of that group for whom Charlie Kirk was not right-wing enough.
You mean the groipers, yes. I mean, so that would...
That you're sure he's not that?
I'm not sure that he's not that.
A minute ago you were sure what he was.
Hold on, Bill. Hold on. Okay, because you were.
That's it. You just got destroyed by Bill Maher of all people, okay? By Billiard Jedediah Maher, dude. Come on. Anyway, here, let's look at the meme, the meme analysis of the casings and stuff. I'm gonna go pee real quick.
Charlie Kirk's life was engraved with a 12-year-old furry bashing meme. Notice his bulge, ooh woo, what's that? Which tells us an important thing. This assassination was a That is the lens to analyze it through. Another of the casings references a video game, Helldivers 2, and a specific bomb that you could send on your enemies in the game with the command up, right, down, down, down. This command line sort of became a meme in image boards where it would be deployed to kind of represent, you know, ending an argument, but almost more so as just like, if you know, you know, and that sort of signals the in-group there. Another of the 4 casings references Bella Ciao, which is an Italian anti-fascist anthem from the World War II era that has stuck around and remained very popular online. It's been used both in left and right-wing political contexts, and it's used in a lot of video games. And then the 4th and final shell casing was engraved with, "If you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO." This was it was designed to be maximally disruptive and incomprehensible, cloaked in layer upon layer of irony so that nobody would know what he really meant unless they were our guy. This performs a kind of nihilism that plays really, really well on particular image boards and Discord servers where this guy spent most of his life. And I say most of his life because that furry meme is from 2013. He was 10 years old when it was first posted and became popular. He, like you and I, grew up alongside this part of the internet that trickled out through the other platforms that we went on and has actually informed and driven a lot of our politics. Half of the administration right now is content creators, and all of the guys who are wearing masks going out on these deportation raids, the guys who are staffers of Republican members of Congress in these different executive departments, the guys who are 19 years old called in by Elon to Doge things, these are all Reddit kids. These are all guys who were on 4chan in 2013, laughing at that furry meme. Now, the question everybody's asking is, was this kid a groiper? And the question everybody's parents are asking is, what is a groiper? So groipers are the most extreme fringe of this kind of image board nihilistic culture that I'm talking about. They're led by Nick Fuentes, who is a content creator and a streamer, and they really are about transgressing any boundary that exists. They are like explicitly white nationalists, really bad, horrible people. The name Groiper originates from this variant of Pepe the Frog, which comes about in the late 2010s, and these guys adopt it as a kind of collective self-portrait.
Great breakdown, by the way.
They make it their profile picture, they make it their moniker. There was the Groiper War of 2019, in which Nick Fuentes and his people trolled Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, showing up at these debate events and asking questions that would...
Like, it feels embarrassing to know all of this, but I guess it's gotten to a point where, like, you kind of have to know this stuff now because, like, a lot of this, like, extremely online is having an impact in the real world. Like, I don't know how to describe it beyond, like, I knew about all this. Most of you know about all this. I spent most of my political career talking about this stuff as well. And it's just crazy that, like, I feel almost hypocritical telling you to be normal and not be so online and consistently telling you that, like, the bus driver test should be applied here. Like, can you describe the situation to a bus driver in 60 seconds in a convincing manner? And now I'm realizing, like, we might need to explain all this to the bus driver. The bus driver test might not be that valuable or reliable any longer. Because, like, I talk about Terragram quite a bit. I talk about Groipers. Terragram is like the newer version of this. It's even more decentralized, even more insane. It's even more nihilistic and more violent. And I've covered that stuff extensively as well, especially in the past month. But, you know, this is like, if you think the Groiper stuff basically is the end of this depravity, it's not. Like, I would say you got Reddit, you got 4chan, you got 8chan, you got Groipers, and then you have the Terragram, which is even crazier than that, right? Like Order of Nine Angles and all those other different groups, right? So it gets, and the further you go down that rabbit hole, the darker things get, the more cultish things get, and the more violent things get. But it's wonderful that every child basically has access to this unlimited fresh hell of online radicalization and have basically grown up with this kind of
push Kirk to say things that were even more extreme than Kirk was already saying. So where Charlie Kirk took like one step toward these kind of white or Christian nationalist ideas, the Groipers took 2 steps. They demanded that he make the subtext text. One post people have been citing as proof of the Groyper hypothesis is this one from his mother's Facebook.
Like, I don't think this is enough. I don't think this is enough to indicate that he's a Groyper. I'll be honest. And I said that to Jason Palladino as well. Fantastic reporter who was of the mind that this was like definitely a Groyper. And I basically said, because he posted that, but that's a Gopnik. That's just a Gopnik meme. Like, everyone has seen that. That's almost like a universal thing. The Slav Squad is not necessarily just a Groyper thing, right? Because he said, feel like you don't do this unless you're in some right-wing nihilistic brain-rotted space. I say, yeah, I saw that as well. I don't know how to weigh that over the Ciao-Bella, though. Like, that could be Gopnik posting, which is across the political spectrum. Need more info. Groypers usually hail previous shooters and have had way more aggressive slogans they use to signal. And that's what I mean. Like, if this was a far-right, this was like convincingly a far-right figure and was like shooting Charlie because he was frustrated that he wasn't like far-right enough or whatever, I think you would see a clearer indication of that, okay? You would see a clearer indication of that because these guys don't hide their perspective. Sometimes they'll troll and they'll masquerade as like, they'll use leftist terms. Even Ciao-Bella could be utilized by like Groypers or whatever, but like, there would be more of an indication of their far-right leanings somewhere, right? Like, so that's why I'm saying still right now that it's too soon to tell. I haven't been able to build a proper psychographic profile for the shooter and can convincingly tell you like what the most likely radicalization pipeline was for this person. What I have found, though, and this is something that I saw with Luigi Mangione as well, is that we are now in the age of shooters that are, how do I put this? With shooters with like promising careers, like upstarts, like people who have really good GPAs, people who might have even played sports. You know what I mean? Like that's usually not the expectation. Like oftentimes when you see someone who violates the social contract in such a severe way, when you look to their background, it's usually never a person with like a prospect, with a promising career ahead of themselves, or with you know, successful friendships and whatnot. It's usually like a socially isolated guy who's been brain poisoned by spending too much time online, right? They're oftentimes very like antisocial people. So I do think that with Luigi Mangione and with this shooter as well, when you look at their background, when you look at their trajectory, that actually doesn't fit the previous shooters and their psychographic profile at all. And that's kind of interesting. I would say that says something, right? A Gen Z colleague described to me black pill mindset to me in a way I'd never heard before. For younger kids today, especially men, there's a pressure to get rich at any cost or get famous at any cost. They use irony and crude memes to mask the deep anxiety they feel. What stood out to this person was lol, nothing matters attitude, Kirk's assassin. Yeah, he was trying to be nonchalant while doing the most chalant thing. You know what I mean? Like there is an air of like, I don't even care about this thing that I'm doing. And it is also very interesting. What stood out to this person was lol, nothing matters attitude. Kirk's assassin tries so hard to project in his ironic bullet inscriptions. Like if you see this, you're gay, Lamau. Like that's, you know, that's crazy. Political, but mostly stupid meme Halloween costumes and the gamer culture he was steeped in. His politics almost feels secondary. We're seeing an uptick in ironic phrases written on bullet casings, and manifestos are peppered with very online references meant to be read and understood not by the media, but by the shooter's online peers. They want to be remembered as the people who went for it. It speaks to an alienation that younger Americans, disproportionately men, try to heal not through therapy, but through online game communities, Discord, and validating themselves online. I mean, I think this is like a boomer assessment, but it's not entirely wrong. It's something that I have obviously noticed. There's a lot of shared experiences in these online spaces, like a desperate way to create a sense of community, something that I speak to all the time, all the way to like the most depraved corners of the internet, like the Kiwi Farms people who get together and engage in the act of what they call A-logging, autistic logging, or lolcowing, a person with like significant mental health complications, like stalking them, gang stalking them, almost professionally, and trying to ruin their lives professionally, and you get like a sense of community off of doing that, right? That is a thing that people do, and it is deeply, deeply antisocial. And obviously, the antidote to that is developing interpersonal relationships in the real world. But I think that kind of community fostering creates a replacement that isn't a healthy alternative to developing a real relationship in the real world and being around normal human beings. But it's enticing enough that people don't even realize that there is something that is missing from their lives. So in that regard, this feeds into that isolation that I think people have. You know, that's definitely something that I have seen online quite a bit. And it's something that I try to push people away from in my community, at the very least, by forcing them and pushing them to engage in community organizing, labor organizing, and activism in general, that forces them to go outside and be around other people and actually to talk to other people from a diverse ideological profile, so that they can, you know, learn how to be a human being. I'm fortunate enough that I'm 34 years old, and I went through these experiences when I was growing up, and therefore I have this this foundation to build upon, so that even when I spend every waking moment online now, I still have this background. I still have this built-in understanding of the world and real world experiences. You mean protesting? Yes, protesting, activism of all different sorts, joining local organizations, things of that nature, right? Playing pickup basketball, going to a public park. These are things that are incredibly important for every single person to stay grounded to the real world in some way, by force, in an increasingly online universe that we exist in. And I think the inverse of that is absolutely going to Discord circles and like going to splinter Discord servers and like increasingly isolating yourself from even people that you are, even people in a broader community that you might be a part of. And yeah, there's two different ways to go about it. And I feel like a lot of people choose the easier alternative, which is to be sheltered from any sort of counters under the guise of anonymity online, and you know, increasingly engaging in more antisocial behavior like this. Okay, so, but the structural issues are obviously the lack of hope for a better future for many in Gen Z, and we're seeing that almost universally at this point. Like, material conditions are deteriorating, and you see people react to that. You see younger generations react to that with protests, sometimes riots, and also these kinds of decentralized acts of violence. It's a truly terrifying predicament. So it also speaks to the lack of hope, but about the future, it's hard to say if these people even have coherent left-right ideologies. So much is being overridden. No, I think they do. They have a modified version of left-right ideologies, but there's still a left ideological leaning or a right ideological leaning. It's just harder to parse through and harder to pick up on, given that like all the irony poisoned posturing makes it very difficult for boomers and very difficult for people who don't speak this kind of language to truly comprehend. And that's where we're at with this shooter as well. I think it's not entirely wrong, but there's an uptick of white male shooters from middle or high income families with careers ahead of them, noticing their futures are noticing systemic discrimination below them, and throwing their future away to release the tensions as the political system is caving. I think it's a fair assessment. At the same time, they're stewing in social media ecosystem where algorithms feed them a constant stream of rage bait. And so they form parasocial hatreds. As the shooter's family said, he'd only become political recently and seemed to fixate on Charlie Kirk's viral content. What Governor Cox said is broadly right. Social media is cancer. When coupled with the social alienation epidemic we're seeing in America, it's convincing people that reality is something less than real. If you're never going to be rich, why not be infamous? The traditional venue for that was school shootings, but those have become so commonplace now that the shooters barely register in our media coverage. We're numb to it. What gets headlines now? Political shootings. Even better if your message is confusing for the normies. I mean, okay, the thread unwinds at this point a little bit, because it's not just social media. I think social media is perfectly fine as a tool for organizing, as a tool for connecting with other people, as a tool for information dissemination. But there also needs to be a healthy balance there also needs to be a healthy connection to the real world, to real human beings that you know, whether it be your family members, whether it be your friends, whether it be your coworkers. And I think that is a part of the problem. Anyway, the rest of it is the thread unwinds a little bit there, but let's go back to the meme profiles. Like I said, I'm not so certain that this person was a Groyper or someone of the ideological left background at all. But let's continue.
As a meme for Halloween, it seems like the meme is Gopnik Pepe, which is a 4chan meme to my understanding. But I don't quite associate it with Poll, which is like the political board on 4chan that most people are talking about it. I see it more as like a K meme and sort of like a rare Pepe type thing. But again, like many Pepe or Groyper memes, the core of this is it's a lonely male figure in sort of an immiserated landscape looking sad. And that's part of the story I wish more people were talking about. What's driving our political violence isn't just polarization, where one side is getting more radical and kind of undermining democracy, nor is it algorithms, like some have said, that are like pickling the brains of young people. It is that feeling, which these Pepe memes represent, of you're always going to be alone, you're never going to have a future, and you're never going to have a voice. And that feeling, which is by no means rare or unusual in our society today, collides with a particular set of circumstances. This long entrenched nihilistic online tradition, the ready availability of firearms, and the increasing derangement of mainstream discourse, this ambient sense of like tension and volatility that exists in the air to produce stuff like this. And we're going to see more and more of it unless those root causes are addressed and unless we find a way to offer a better future to people.
So I do agree with the overall point, and I obviously talked about it as well. So I'm just going to quickly go through the New York Times op-ed that I wrote because I sought to address some of these issues using the format that was given to me. Obviously, it got there was a lot of editorial changes that were made in the process. This is the op-ed that I wrote, and then there's also another interview that I conducted. So this is two different parts of the New York Times. But we'll start out with the op-ed. Op-ed title: I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. Here's what I would have said. Mr. Piker hosts a streaming show on the Twitch platform covering politics and pop culture. Okay. In less than 2 weeks, I was supposed to debate Charlie Kirk. The event was scheduled for September 25th at Dartmouth College, and it was meant to be a wide-ranging conversation about American politics focused on the views of young voters. But on Wednesday, tragedy intervened. The entire country now knows the story. Mr. Kirk was fatally shot while speaking at a university campus in Utah. Late Thursday night, an arrest was made in the case. I found out that Mr. Kirk had been killed while I was live streaming to my audience on Twitch, as I do nearly every day. While I am exposed to daily images of incredible horror, particularly those of atrocities taking place in Gaza, I was still shocked by the images from Utah. What shocked me was not merely the graphic nature of what took place. It was the horror of seeing someone whom I know, not a friend or an ally, but a human being I know personally and have debated before, fall victim to what clearly seems to be a rising tide of political violence. Even before knowing exactly why Mr. Kirk was killed, I think there are some disturbing and necessary insights that can be drawn from his horrible death, ideas that affect the way many of my viewers and many of the people who followed Mr. Kirk would see the world. The first of these insights is hardly new. The United States has both very loose gun laws and more violent gun deaths per capita than any other developed nation in the world, and while shootings occur most anywhere, campuses can be especially deadly. As news broke that Mr. Kirk was shot at Utah Valley University, there was a near simultaneous tragedy at a high school in small-town Colorado, where a 16-year-old shot two fellow students. There have been 47 school shootings this year. Charlie Kirk's was the 46th, and the Colorado shooting was the 47th. Though it may ultimately prove correct to classify Mr. Kirk's death as a tectonic political murder, the shooting was not itself uncommon or extraordinary. The victim was. The second idea is more general and is connected to perhaps why these kinds of killings happen in the first place. Violence almost never originates in a vacuum, and the killing of a high-profile political content creator, regardless of why it happened, speaks to a breakdown in our social order. Mr. Kirk was fond of talking about the ways that urban life has decayed in America, particularly in places like his native Chicago area. In In fact, his last words included answering a question about the frequency of mass shootings with a question of his own about whether gang violence counted in that discussion. Any answer about civic decline in America also has to include a discussion about the failure of our political and economic establishment to reconcile with social challenges that have touched every place and aspect of American life. Too many examples of the deadly gun violence we see today are, it seems to me, indicative of this decline. The social challenges include rising rents and homelessness, the destruction caused by climate change, titanic levels of inequality, and too many others to name here. Our capitalist way of life, always accumulating, never evening out, leaves more and more people to deal with these problems on their own. This produces feelings of isolation and resentment as material conditions worsen. And considering that our society is swamped by, and yet somehow stitched together by, a 24/7 news cycle that too often feeds this resentment, it is little wonder that a country of stressed out gun owners would have so many grim, needless gun deaths. This connects to my final idea. Americans inhabit a culture of violence to which we have become habitually desensitized. There is a connection between our culture of violence and American foreign policy. Over time, our culture of violence has targeted people around the world, anywhere from Cuba to Iraq, people who serve as literal targets for American weapons and bombs, absorbing what I think of as Americans' excess capacity for violence. For years now, American politics has taken on an increasingly punitive flavor. During the George W. Bush era, Arabs and Muslims were, and remain, singled out for suspicion. Their civil rights were routinely violated as we embarked on fresh wars against Arab and Muslim countries, and we regarded lives in those countries as less precious than our own. I call it the process of collateralization, where we look to the children in Gaza, for example, and we just, even if we are naysayers, even if we actually find Israel's actions to be abhorrent, deep down inside of our consciousness, we still see that as like unfortunate byproducts of a necessary way in which the world exists, right? Collateral damage. We almost turn it into a natural disaster. He reads this article every time I tune in, Lamau. I wrote this article recently, and this is the first time I'm reading it. But I have repeated a lot of these things, so yes. So you have heard me say these things before. That's just usually how it goes. It's just me putting pen to paper, you know? The Barack Obama years were not so much a correction as a continuity, with drone strikes, night raids, and forever war. What followed in President Trump's first term and in Joe Biden's administration was still more of the same. Extreme rhetoric about designated American enemies, combined with aggressive sanctions and secret operations aimed at destabilizing entire countries. A foreign policy organized around punishing and killing our supposedly sworn enemies, diplomacy be damned, conveys the terrible message that we can only kill and maim our way to achieving the world we want to live in. I fear that this is the most evident in America's ironclad support for Israel. The genocide in Gaza has claimed tens of thousands of innocent lives. Meanwhile, Israel has carried out brazen assassinations and attempted assassinations in Iran, Qatar, Lebanon, and Yemen, backed up by Mr. Trump and previously by Mr. Biden. Our government's virtually unyielding support for Israel tells a scary story about the country we live in. It suggests that merely because we designate them as such, American enemies can be marked for death. Whether such rivals pose a legitimate threat, the fire and fury of our military and our allies have clearly become the default answers for how we deal with a world whose interests don't align with our own. Pulling a gun or launching a missile has become a part of our national character, a sad reduction of morality to the time it takes for fingers to pull the triggers. I would have liked to ask Mr. Kirk about all these things. He and I identified some of the same problems, but our views clashed about their causes and their potential solutions. Americans, especially younger Americans, feel a sense of growing hopelessness as so many of those in power refuse to listen to their struggles, economic or otherwise. One side, Democrats, offer mostly platitudes, while the other, epitomized by Mr. Trump, frequently takes advantage of people's resentments and redirects them to vulnerable communities. Mr. Kirk, an ally of Mr. Trump, was an expert of the latter. I wanted to debate Mr. Kirk, but because of a violent act, now I can't. So that was it. Does this have comments? I want to see the comments. How did you get the New York Times to publish this? They asked me. Do they not have comments on this? Don't think guest essays have comments? Oh, okay. So, they asked me, and I wanted to, mean, they changed some stuff around structurally. And if you think that the tone it takes is a little bit drier than the way I would have spoken on these issues, that is because, yes, there is an editorial tone that they keep. No, they let me keep the genocide. Genocide is now officially a part of the New York Times style guide. You can say Israel is doing a genocide without like slapping on air quotes or whatever. I think basically the way this changed was after the New York Times had that Jewish Israeli Holocaust scholar write about how Israel is definitely doing a genocide. In the aftermath of that, I think they were like, it's done. Like, you can now say it openly. Yeah, they hyperlinked the word, like, to show, I mean, look, they hyperlinked it to send it to, yeah, I'm a genocide scholar, I know it when I see it, to Omar Bartov. So, obviously, it's a little bit more restrained and a little bit more balanced and takes a drier tone than I normally would use, but that is because it like when you write a guest essay, even when you write a guest essay for the New York Times, like they still obviously have their own editors go through it. I had 2 different rounds of editorial process. And then this is an interview that I did with Joe Bernstein of the New York Times as well, where I kind of like went through the same process as well. But I'm not going to go into that right now. The reason why I brought up the guest op-ed that I wrote for the New York Times is because like it basically is the easiest to understand summarization of how I connect like America's unlimited violence overseas back to unlimited violence in the domestic, and how we have become increasingly more desensitized to violence. And that's the reason why we are reacting the way that we are to all of these instances. People, I think, mostly don't understand. I don't think people understand, like boomers especially are like, what the why are people celebrating death? And it's like, this is part of the reason, because so many people, regardless of their political background, are experiencing the same economic pressures, and they're also seeing unlimited violence born out of our actions as a consequence of foreign policy, but also our actions in domestic policy. And then they're going, okay, well, the value of life is worth nothing, I guess. You know? Look who else tried to say they were trans. Skull and Gate said Charlie Kirk is trans. That's crazy. On the back of this, I kept journalists and reporters having to explain how this works, how media works, the drama perverts. My guess is these outlets reached out to him. I doubt Hassan is farming them. Bro is farming hard. Yeah, I wonder why a bunch of mainstream outlets would reach out to a guy who is, fairly knowledgeable on like online radicalization and is also directly connected both by his profession and also directly connected due to the fact that we were supposed to debate to the person who was just killed on the exact opposite side of the political spectrum. No, it must be that I'm paying for it. These guys are, their brains are underdeveloped, I think. They're just like, it didn't cook enough. Part of the reason why I wanted to write the op-ed was also because I feel like there's a lot of people offering their takes on the stuff, and some of it actually doesn't accurately convey Charlie Kirk's perspective at all. So, just watched a YouTube video saying you didn't condemn the assassination commie. The 10-sec vids, I'm sure, are true and not out of context. Yeah. It makes no sense, to be fair. But yeah, we'll talk about Candace Owens as well in a second. Candace Owens, out of all of the demons on the right, was perhaps the only person out there who actually was able to humanize Charlie Kirk and like very clearly is going through the stages of grief. I never thought I would say this because I've always seen Candace Owens as like a major grifter, but it does seem to me like, I mean, I know that they were friends, but it seems to me like they were really actually much closer to one another than any number of different people on the right that have been like, Charlie Kirk told me that he wants me to kill all of the leftists. Actually, that's what his last text was, which is, of course, what Stephen Miller did, right? Stephen Miller went on Fox News and said this: the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was, he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country. Was psycho, just like absolute psychopath, dude.
And let me tell you something I've not shared with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was, he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection, but we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing.
Yeah. Last message Charlie Kirk sent to me was, I look good bald, actually, and I'm handsome, and I'm so good at speaking and writing Trump speeches, and that maybe Trump should make me Secretary of State instead of Marco Rubio. So we have to do that. Obviously, that's real. That's a real thing he told me. Okay? Also, what if that's what he said? Who gives a shit? What are you talking about? Like, this is another thing that I don't understand. It's like, okay, let's say this is real, which I don't. I don't believe this is real. I think he's just like trying to slam as much policy into this, like this event that's supposed to be traumatic to galvanize the base into taking action and finding comfort in this kind of like vengeance quest and political persecution and political dissidence. You know, even if he traumatic for their side, man, calm down. Okay. Like, this is Fox News. It's traumatic for them. Have you talked to boomers lately? They're like crying and shit. Okay. It's very obvious. It is very obvious to me that their goal, I mean, Trump spelled it out pretty much, but they are very obviously trying to get their audience on board, get the right, the MAGA base to be on board with political persecution of political dissidents. This is an anecdote from my life, but I know people that are diehard MAGA loyalists, okay? Not directly. And I know that when they saw that I was apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol, they did not like that. And that's part of the reason why the Department of Homeland Security even came out and was like, there is no political persecution of political dissidents whatsoever. Hassan Piker is lying for clicks. Okay. Remember, they didn't say that the detainment didn't take place. They openly copped to it. They admitted to that. They just took issue with the targeting of political dissidents. This is something that even the MAGA base, some of the most loyal in the MAGA base, still are not fully subscribed to, fully on board with. I know it sounds insane. I know it sounds insane to say this because you're gonna be like, what? I see all these people that are screaming bloody murder and they want political persecution. And it's true, there are plenty in the base that do want it, but there are still a lot of normies out there that are not, that don't have the same exact appetite to just like start rounding up the left or whoever the administration declares political dissidents, because like Americans do place a lot of emphasis and a lot of value on the First Amendment, a lot more than you would think. Regardless of how hypocritical they may be, they still believe that they have this notion, this underlying notion that like free speech means like, you know, you're going to hear stuff that you don't like and the government shouldn't intervene in this. It was also a big part of what Trump used to win the race. He said the Department of Justice was weaponized against him. So they used to get mad about the whole, like, you know, Facebook is banning anti-vaxxer sentiment because directed by the Biden administration. Like, these are gripes that they have. So there is a level of, there is some appetite for political persecution of political dissidents, but the reason why they're really farming this is because they want that to be a unified front when they eventually engage in it.
That are trying to inspire terrorism and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate. You want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile, because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you, will be used to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom, Sean.
I want to say this is a Twitter issue, but honestly, like Twitter is becoming more and more real life. It's an unfortunate reality. Like, I want to say Twitter is not real life, but we have the administration that treat it as though it is. So I guess at that point it is real life. You know what I mean? It's pretty crazy. There's more to talk about this stuff. I told you Twitter's real life. Twitter wasn't real life for the longest time, chatter. Unfortunately, it's becoming one now. When they first found the shooter, I wasn't live, right? When they first found the shooter, when they first apprehended the shooter, I wasn't live. But a lot of other people were covering it, and they were making up their minds on like what this ideological profile was. I think it was too soon to tell, but you know, my early assessment was looking at like the meme profile, which is a stupid thing to actually say out loud when talking about mass shooters. But God damn it, unfortunately, that is a thing that we have to do. Looking at the mimetic profile of the shooter and the things that the shooter wanted to communicate, I basically said, look, it's too soon to tell the ideological background, but it's like very obvious that he has like a right-wing family, Mormon family, all this stuff. You know, some family members are connected to the military. Early on, they thought his dad was like law enforcement, and they found out that wasn't the case. That's whatever. But like, he clearly was a white kid from like a real ass American Utah family, right? And even Governor Cox had some statements about this. Even Governor Cox himself was like, oh, I was praying that he wasn't one of us. I hoped it was like some Muslim transgender guy from, you know, Idaho or whatever, or from not from this country. And it turns out he's one of us. And I saw that and I was like, that's a weird thing to say out loud, buddy. That's a weird thing to say out loud, but we are living in increasingly weird times. So I guess it's fine that you're just saying it. Okay. Like, you know how people will always say, like, because of the unlimited violence that marginalized populations are subjected to, many of you have probably had that moment where you see like a mass shooting or something and you're like, oh my God, I hope the shooter isn't like trans or black or brown or undocumented or something like that, you know, because like, you know what is yet to come. Well, these guys are now doing the reverse of that because they want to do more violence, it seems. So they're like, oh, every time there's a shooter, even though most of the time it's like a white dude, and this time it was a white dude as well, you know, I was praying it wasn't one of ours, you know? I was praying it wasn't one of ours. And it's like, it's not like it changes anything if it's a white guy who's a right-winger. They've done most of the shootings. And it seems like the right collectively have decided a lot of these guys are responsible for the shooting. So let's just turn around and imagine that the shooter is a trans leftist every time, right? And it's crazy. It's crazy. Because like the impact is not the same. You know what I mean? There's not like there's no legislation to like ban young white boys who are a little quirked up on the internet when there's another young white boy who is a little too quirked up who does a mass shooting. That's not a thing. But God forbid, if anyone has like even been around a trans person, it seems, they're like, oh, we have to literally arrest and prosecute and criminalize every trans person in the country. Now, I watched so much. I watched the Nancy Mace and the Republicans basically go from, we have to kill everybody immediately. We have to kill anyone that's ever been like, maybe we shouldn't be mean to gay people because they're all radical transgender Antifa leftists who are doing unlimited violence, the white Christians or whatever, to then turn around and be like, oh no, he was one of our boys again. Oh well, pray for his soul. Pray for his lost soul. And then they turned around and they were like, he went to a Mormon university for one semester, and that's where he got hit with the transgender woke ray, right? And then everyone was like, dog, he took one semester and didn't even have any in-person classes and then left to go work for to go to a technical school, right? Like what are we talking about? This is the person, this person's background is so perfectly like right wing in the way that these guys have designed the world. So they just couldn't figure that route as well. But now they're saying it's actually a transgender roommate, that he was radicalized by a transgender. Like, it has to be a trans person, it seems, for these guys. Like, I don't know what will happen. I do know that because violence is such a permanent part of American politics, which I wrote about on the New York Times, by the way, we're going to be talking about that in a second. It's an inevitability that these things will continue to happen unless, in the absence of any sort of like serious legislation to stop, gun violence. It has happened every other week, and it will most likely, unfortunately, continue to happen. And I guess in the next phase here is going to be like, was the shooter ever around a trans person at all? Like, we have to look through the next school shooter. If they've even been in the direction, if they've even looked into the direction of a trans person, that's probably how they got radicalized. Like, that's where we're at now. Like, these people are trying to say like, oh, you were roommates with a trans person, I think, and therefore that's the reason why you did a mass shooting. Like, it's just so insane. And what's extra messed up is that people are like, the media is dropping the ball in spectacular fashion. So I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. It's just, everything is wrong. Everything is busted. Everyone is angry. I guess like the only thing I'm hoping for, and I said this like the first couple of days, is, maybe these guys will just focus on the burger aspect of things, and we'll just like get it out of their system by being like, we're going to cancel a bunch of people. We're going to cancel a bunch of people on the left that we are claiming is, responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk. And then they'll turn around and they won't engage in acts of violence or something like that. Hopefully. What is this viral tweet about you? I think I saw this. I saw this one. Yeah. If God forbid a leftist like Hassan Parker were killed, a lot of centrist Dems wouldn't even publicly mourn him. The idea that any GOP governor would fly flags at half mast for him like Dems, like Dem Govs or for Kirk, is beyond laughable. That's the imbalance we have in this country. Anyway, it's true. His grandma was upset that people call him left wing. I know, I saw that too. Yeah, that was also crazy. His grandmother was more upset at the fact that they were calling him a leftist than at the fact that he had shot Charlie Kirk. Like, she was like, listen, shooting high profile figures is something that I'm, not too fond of, but I can understand it. But do not say he did it because of radical transgender Antifa. We are a Republican family. That's what she said. It was crazy. Anyway, she probably doesn't know what the going on with the grandchild anyway. So like, there's so much like secondary secondhand, third hand, fourth hand, like totally irrelevant information that people run with and then try to retract after the fact. Also, this person's tweet that went viral, this person sucks so much ass. This guy, I don't like Hassan Parker, but if he died tomorrow, Fox News would be celebrating Trump and post a meme celebrating his death on Truth Social. This dumb, literally, this Destiny dick riding piece of shit once famously said Donald Trump should deport Hassan because I don't like him. So he's just farming. Okay, don't get it twisted. That motherfucker's just farming. Anyway, I don't like people invoking your name in this discourse, even if it's hypotheticals. I know, I don't like it either. But what are you gonna do? Okay, so. Joyce Carol O's defending you after you're quoting your New York Times article. Yeah. So where was I? All right. So a lot has taken place. Let's get started. Even Moist Critical is spreading misinformation that he's a leftist. Look, guys, everyone is spreading misinformation. And at a certain point, you have to realize, like, are people spreading misinformation if they're just like rehashing what high profile legacy publishers are saying? Because high-profile legacy publishers are dropping the ball without doing the proper investigation. Without doing the proper investigation, they're just like moving forward with whatever sound bites they can get. And one thing that's actually interesting in this process is like no matter how biased the police are, no matter how incompetent the police are, even cops, detectives, when they're setting up a shooter profile to figure out an ideological motive for a suspect in the aftermath of a situation like this, they will go to friends right? They will go to the friends of the shooter and they will go to the family of the shooter, but they won't actually move on with that as like key pieces of evidence until they've fully fleshed out a psychographic profile for the shooter. The media, on the other hand, is so horny to not get outflanked by the likes of, I don't know, Steven Crowder or whatever, that they are deciding that some random neighbor actually can give us a convincing case on who this person is, right? Oh, we went to a friend. The friend called him a leftist. And then they retract the article and they go, okay, maybe the friend didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. He's just like talking out of his ass. So this is what's really annoying about it, where I cannot even fault the likes of, I don't know, Moist Critical for going along with what he is seeing in the news and then responding to it. Having said that, however, like I said, given what I know about like right-wing meme profiles with shooters, the last one being the Minneapolis church shooter that we talked about. If you remember, the Minneapolis church shooter was a far-right neo-Nazi that was most likely radicalized in one of these Telegram groups, not dissimilar to the Colorado school shooter that actually shot up his school an hour after Charlie Kirk was shot and killed at UVU. And yet, the reason why I'm bringing that one up is because people said, oh, that's transgender radical Antifa. That's a transgender radical Antifa shooter. And they still are saying that. That wasn't the case. And the reason why I say that wasn't the case is because that shooter in Minneapolis very clearly showcased a meme profile that is consistent with far-right neo-Nazi, extremely nihilistic, esoteric neo-Nazi school shooters and mass shooters in general. And what I mean by that is like he was venerating, you know, Anders Breivik and the Christchurch shooter, like all these different white nationalists and white supremacists. Whereas this shooter's memes did not reach that standard at all, which is why I said Tyler Robinson, Kirk's alleged shooter, came from a Mormon family in both law enforcement and the military, but I'm not so certain if he himself was right-wing. A lot of the memes posted on the casings are ironic or of the left variety, different than previous far-right shooters. It's too soon to tell, but this is important to understand. As well, I said, I think people need to understand that there's a massive online far-right wing community that hated Charlie Kirk. This is something that I've brought up as well. Nick Fuentes, contrary to popular opinion, contrary to how he's presenting himself right now, Nick Fuentes has actually said infinitely more violent shit about Charlie Kirk than I ever have. Okay? So it's not like I had a more cordial relationship with Charlie Kirk as opposed to Nick Fuentes. That is the reality. That is the irony, because everyone in the far right and everyone in the right wing thinks I'm responsible for this, and they keep saying I'm the one who's responsible for this. You, Hassan, you did this. Meanwhile, if you look back at his statements, Nick Fuentes' statements about Charlie Kirk, you will see like he talked about doing an endless amount of violence to him and also Turning Point USA and whatnot. So they have been hunting and pursuing Charlie Kirk for quite a while, as a matter of fact. So, but that doesn't really matter in this moment, because like everyone on the right is very clearly trying to get together and use this as an opportunity to attack their ideological opposition, their enemies. They're using this as an opportunity to say like, no, it's the left that's hateful and all this stuff. So that's what's so crazy about this entire situation too, because like as far as I can remember, I don't think I've ever said anything that's remotely as violent about Charlie Kirk as like Nick Fuentes has. I mean, here's some choice ones, I think. I mean, there's a lot of metaphor that he uses as well, to be fair, and metaphors are things that I've used as well in the past, not directionally against like Charlie Kirk or anybody like that, but those metaphors are obviously being used currently in clips that are completely clipped out of context to make it seem as though I was like advocating for violence against the right or whatever which is yet another story that I'm going to be covering as well. So, but ultimately, I'm still of the mindset that it's like entirely too early. But one thing I have noticed is, and I suspect that there is I've noticed the tendency of the right to basically go along with misinformation no matter who's doing it, right? What I mean by that is I saw a ton of liberal accounts posting the shooters like a photoshopped t-shirt of the shooter wearing like a Trump shirt that's not real. I saw so many people immediately go, this is a groiper, this is a groiper, this is a groiper. And I wasn't online at the time. And, you know, I didn't have the opportunity to like seriously go back and forth on this stuff at the time. But I wasn't so certain. There were people saying he was a DSA guy. I knew that that wasn't real. They just like doxed another random DSA guy, which was really up, but you know, classic. But a lot of people, and I think what's more interesting is that a lot of right-wingers, I think when they saw the shooter, also decided he might be right-wing. Okay? What do I mean by this? Because once they found out the demographic background, once they found out his like family, his family history, the right toned down the calls for civil war and decided we got to lower the temperature, decided we got to pray for this young boy's soul, this young boy's heart. That was insane because I felt like I got slapped up, like I got whiplash from how quickly they went from we have to kill every leftist person because this was very obviously a transgender Antifa leftist to we have to save this boy's soul by praying for him. And that led me to believe that maybe they think he's right wing. And I don't know if it's because they have more information that I was not privy to, right? Here's the Nancy Mace tweet compilation. That's the classic one that everyone is obviously pointing to. Time to bring back the death penalty. Enough is enough. Representative Nancy Mace comments on Charlie Kirk's killer allegedly being pro T-word. Okay. And then after the background of the shooter is found, we know Charlie Kirk would want us to pray for such an evil and lost individual like Tyler Robinson to find Jesus Christ. We will try to do the same. We truly believe if Tyler Robinson had ever sat down from Charlie, the great debater, the man of faith and grace he was, Tyler wouldn't have pulled the trigger. Like, it's insane. It's insane. They didn't even hide it. They just straight up went from this is a radical Antifa transgender, and we need to kill all of them to like, we have to pray for this young boy's soul. So I think it's like a combination of different factors. One, it's because not only was he white, but he was a corn-fed white boy. You know what I mean? He was a real ass like Mormon Utah boy. Okay. And I do think that these guys, unironically, I never thought this until this moment, but I really do think that a lot of right-wingers just straight up respond to race. Okay. I think that's it. Like when they see someone who is not just like white, but also not white in a spicy way where like they got a septum ring and I don't know, a hammer and sickle tattoo, but like just straight up, if you are like a white boy from a Republican family, they go, oh no, that's one of us. That's, you know, it's obviously that this person was not like a leftist. Like that's the way they reacted to it, even if there wasn't enough evidence to suggest it at the time. And I think the other reason is because they saw the Groiper stuff. They saw the people being like, oh, this guy's a right winger. He voted for, or he's a registered Republican. He gave money to the Republicans, which is fake, by the way. That's a totally different Tyler Robinson, which again, Tyler Robinson is the most like, if you were to point to like the most average Utah boy, I would literally build out a profile of Tyler Robinson, right? Republican, it's like John Smith, you know, Tyler Robinson, white boy, went to college for one semester, dropped out, didn't pursue it, and went back and got like an apprenticeship. Went to a technical school. Like he did the most right-wing shit you could possibly do. Not saying that like anyone that goes to a technical school is right-wing, but like that is how the right has presented the best possible future. You come from a good family, your family is always there for you, and then you don't go to college because college makes you woke and gay, and you get an apprenticeship instead, right? Like you go to a technical school, you get an apprenticeship, you work a real job, an honest job, right? None of this like fake gay vaccine related college jobs. Like he did all of that. He's a gun pervert, family of gun perverts since 8 years old. He's been like, you know, shooting guns and whatnot. So I think like when they saw all of that stuff, they went, oh, this is probably one of our guys. As I also mentioned, like Governor Cox said. So they decided, oh yeah, no, we should maybe dial it back a little bit. Having said that, that didn't stop Ben Shapiro from continuing to pursue this stuff. Even though what he was operating off of was like, obviously a now retracted newspaper piece. I think it was on The Guardian. And what's interesting is he got owned by Bill Maher of all people. And I feel like if you're getting owned by Bill Maher, you should just throw in, you should throw the towel. You should throw in the towel. You should never try to debate ever again. Because Bill Maher is like, I mean, he's not a particularly intelligent individual. He's not, I mean, getting dunked on by Bill Maher is like pretty humiliating, I think.
It's a shooting at a synagogue. It is very likely to be either a white supremacist or a radical Muslim. If it is a shooting of a Republican politician, it is very likely to be a trans Antifa Marxist shooter.
That is just not.
That's just insane to say. Like, dog, none of those. Like, that was not the case. That did not happen. Thomas Crooks is not like a radical transgender Antifa guy. He was a registered Republican, man. Thomas Crooks was a registered Republican. He was wearing like a GunTuber merch. Like, sometimes you got to understand, like, there is just some quote unquote apolitical right adjacent people that just decide I'm going to make a name for myself by shooting the president. It's insane. I know it doesn't make sense, but it's just not the case.
We don't know what this kid is.